Esports action. This time here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, we are joined at our final regional invitational, the West Invitational, which is region 5 out of 6. And we have Mid Atlantic, the final region, coming up on Monday. So we have some exciting esports action for you today. Just like always, I'm your host, Paulie Hype, bringing to you the hype from all the collegiate esports each and every weekend here as we are getting ready for our grand final event, CECC Atlanta, which is going to be taking place May 7th and 8th at the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. So that's going to be an exciting. Basically, if you're just tuning in, each team that wins each game of this series of the games today are going to be winning a bid into that grand final event in Atlanta. So without further ado, let's take a quick second and get a moment of hype. Usually they have the moment of silence, but when Paulie's on the desk, you know we have the moment of hype. So let's get it going as we are getting ready. We're going to start out here on Esports U with Valorant. That'll be the first game for the day. And we'll be starting out on Esports U2 with, I believe, we have Rocket League today starting. Rocket League. I think we have Rocket League starting out today. And that's going to be Septilence and Nerdy Bird. So Septilence and Nerdy Bird will be on Esports U2. Awesome pairing there. And for Valorant to start the day, we're going to have Caster Camel and the handsome host Los. And I'll be joining them after that first group stage, as I will also be commentating some Valorant with handsome host Los to round out day one. But without further ado, let's throw it over. Valorant, if you're watching Esports U, Rocket League, if you're watching Esports U2, and without further ado, over to the casters.
There. 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 Bomb buddy out.
Out. Stim beacon here.
Okay.
Stim beacon down.
Very close. I don't think they do. Yeah, they're gonna save it. No time.
And the best part about that is nobody can secure those rifles. Gingerbread and Exelios, they don't get to walk away with those Phantoms, those Vandals. So it's kind of a major loss all around, but at least we do have Cal State on the board today.
Yeah, and that's a big round to win. It is a decent bonus, all things considered. A very good bonus, really. I mean, killing everyone not able to get the defuse, unfortunately, but still able to do enough damage to the economy, and that is really what matters, especially in these games. It's going to be a best of one, obviously, Los, so, you know, you're expecting both these teams to bring their A game. Each and every single game in these group stages are so imperative to win, and Now we'll see. A garage push here. Money Marv lying in wait, finds the shot. And blast down Aqua Azul, folds him up like a lawn chair at your local soccer game, Los, and leaves things at a 5v4.
You know, that's a niche reference, but I like it. I like it, Kim. Are they going to go for it? Oh! Only a leg! And it was a great use of the jump. So they will be able to save their life. And a little heal, minor heal there, as they didn't take too much damage. Actually, a heal on both sides, so Killjoy of Arctic will have their health back. But still no ground gained. Everything lost in terms of Aqua Azul going down.
I think the one thing, at least I've noticed, I don't know about you, Los, is, a very slow, methodical approach to this attacking side for the side of Monterey Bay. They haven't really rushed a site. They haven't really been too over-eager in terms of their aggressive hold. Granted, this is a save round, but even on their full buy, they weren't really looking for such an aggressive angle of things. More rotations, more slow burning of utility, waiting for that sage wall to go down. Now they're going to go right back into the operator. Money Marv, who's actually whiffing that shot. Unfortunate there, but still able to readjust, find the kill into Arctic. Can he find one more? Gingerbread going to help out here and bolster the defensive line, Los, and it's just too easy with such little guns to play with.
Yeah, there wasn't much for them to get done there. Checkmate hoping for a last-second shot before they could lose it out. That will be the Esports You Flawless. But in the end, I think Money Marv had way too much agency. They missed 2 shots in 2 separate instances, and they weren't punished. They weren't punished at all. If anything, that was your ticket. That's your ticket in. It was even a tailwind away that left them exposed, where you had multiple players looking down the line, looking towards backside on B, and if you aren't able to convert that kill, that's going to be a major issue, because you all had sheriffs. That was much more doable than if they were running with classics. Regardless, they've got some rifles in hands now. Maybe they could bring something better this time around on round 5.
Looks like they're going to buck the trend here, look to break the wall early. Azul will be spotted. Once will be sprayed inside. There's the lofting of the grenade. Great shot there. Massive amounts of utility going through towards that male area. But even more now, Azul forced to back away. And remember, no healing Los here for this attacking side of Monterey Bay, so not able to regen up. So that damage is going to stick for the whole round. Let's see if they push through the smoke or if they once again go for another rotation. Oh my word, the timing here. Oh my word, it's just so good for Azul. Can he capitalize? He does. Finds one.
Just one more. It's all about peeking in there, looking to the wrong angle. It's a 50-50 on where to look as you enter through this smoke. Exelius did have the home field advantage, and now they want to get a bit more aggressive. This is what Keanu likes to do. They like to get in the face of Cal State, at least from what we've seen so far. And now that they have an opportunity to break their economy in this rifle round, this is exactly what they've been waiting for.
Oh, Arctic waiting for a while there. Is able to find Zelios. 3v4 situation. Good aftershock here for Bot. Will force checkmate out. Not able to find the shots. Bot will actually get taken down. So checkmate right there. Checkmate against Bot. Finds the kill. 4v2 situation. Both duelists alive. Money Marv here with this operator in hand. Gonna look to hold down the line. Misses that first shot to Arctic. It's massive. 13 seconds to go. Can he find the shots? He just does not have anything to say. And the spike will go down. 4v1.
Yeah, this is a great round for them because now they could take that up as well. Savo, last man in a 1v4 at the moment. Not saying it's impossible, but it is going to be a very tall task.
Very tall task indeed, but you're just walking into so many different angles. Is able to spawn Zeta, but that is all he will do. A couple shots there from downtown equals a kill for the Sentinel here at Monterey Bay. Second round win for this attacking side. 3-on-2 here, the round score. Now you're going to start to see Los, the ultimate, start to become more of a factor. And it'll be interesting to see, where they start to pivot off of these. If B is the same play, if they go for a more slow, methodical idea, because it seems like it's just a confidence issue. Honestly, Los, for the side of Monterey Bay, if they're more confident, if they're more aggressive, I think these shots are falling. Because you saw right there, Money Marv, he was a little flustered. The op has not been finding much success. He has been able to get some kills, but it hasn't been consistent.
No, and we kind of saw the antithesis of their success last round. They were trying to take some shots, unable to get it. Here's the Hunter's Fury, though. Might be able to tag one, might be able to get the finisher, but it won't be the case. And what a perfect response, dropping the orbital strike right onto the Hunter's Fury. They're way too slow to move, and everyone has fallen apart. They made a major commitment in terms of ultimates, but Aqua Azul, hoping to get one last shot before they go down, cannot get it done. And this is the response that we needed from Keanu. They're not letting that one go lightly. They did invest quite a bit.
This is what we talk about. We talk about how do you pivot off the ultimates? How do you use the ultimates to your advantage? And I don't know about you, Los, but when you get that ultimate, you got to use it. We aren't in an episode of Hoarders. We have to make sure that we're cycling through, and they do it just then. Perfect counter to the Hunter's Fury. This time around, though, for the attacking side of Monterey Bay, you have that lockdown available. Maybe they go for a lockdown play. You don't have that orbital strike now to get rid of that KJ lockdown, so that could be an option. Could be an avenue into one of these sites here. As Bot will continue to spam the shielding, and that will be the go signal here. The lockdown goes down, and nothing to disrupt this push.
Oh, wait, maybe. I think the Aftershock is going to be taking it down. There goes the push, and there goes Azul. So they've been halted, absolutely. But the resurrection is in play. Maybe Zelios wants to go for a repeat, but that won't work out. Arctic there, ready for the shots. They don't get the lockdown. At least they'll lock down a few frags. Gingerbread isn't done, though. Here's a double, and they have the slow warp. They can't even walk back to get that spike.
Wow, I mean, it's worth. Bot sacrifices his life to get rid of the lockdown. Now Savo, he'll have the peak there, almost the timing. He'll pop up a showstopper, absolutely obliterate Aqua Azul. Can he find two? He cannot. Arctic will square away, take down Savo, but the damage has already been done. Bot deals with the lockdown, deals with the first push, and just completely nullifies any offensive attack that Monterey Bay was going to go for.
That was a ridiculous round. It all took place in the ramp position in A main. It didn't even seem like a round on split. It looked like it was an aim map. They were just trying to practice their shots, going back and forth between the walls. But in the end, it will be Keanu again at the top. Just because of some great plays, I want to point out specifically Gingerbread able to convert two on that slow war. But now Money Marv back in the money with the op. Let's see what they got in this initial shot.
He's got it, and no revive to speak of. Zeta 1 out of 8 on that ultimate. You used it last time around, so you're not going to be able to revive. Checkmate here, and I don't even think they'll know Savo's in this corner unless they check it early, and we see the gun disadvantage. You put yourself in, you have one Spectre to your name. It's going to be tough here. Let's see what Aqua Azul can do. Peering around the corner is Marvel. Square away, tech down Eveni, and it's just going to be easy pickings right now for Savo. Zeta is able to find one in the end, but it's just a consolation prize for Money Marv to find his third kill. 6th round win for the defensive side. And Los, I mean, this is it. This is your next round here. You're going to be able to buy. You have to do something different. You have to reach into the Gucci bag and pick out something unique because, we've seen rotations before. We've seen pushes through mid. We've seen pushes through garage. But it just feels like nothing is working right now for this attacking side.
See, the issue that I'm understanding from this squad right now, Cal State is committing to bad situations. They are too heavily invested in their initial plan. You have to have a backup plan, and you have to be willing to take that plan instead. If you lose out on an early pick over onto B main, it's okay to rotate. But we're seeing that Cal State, they want to commit. They're a little bit hard-headed or slow to react because, well, we're about to see Aqua Azul going for a throw of the paint shell. But Gingerbread is too quick on the draw.
That's unfortunate timing. It had the grenade out, wasn't able to find much of anything off that, but fortunately, Arctic is able to find Gingerbread, so silences the Sage, momentarily potentially silencing this entire defensive hold. Very crucial 1v1 here, and Zelios is able to pick up the frag, and it allows an alleviation over towards mid, so now it's basically an idea of where they're going to go, garage or mid, and with 3 only remaining, you have an Omen TP, but there's just no way you can even TP anywhere. I mean, everything is being held, and B side looks to be cleared away. Heaven also is looking very good for this defensive side, Los, and we're in the same position where they're basically just locked in, and Cal State, there's nothing they can do.
I mean, there's plenty of options for them. They don't have to commit over to B, but why are they still clustered here is a question that you may have to ask yourself, because at this moment, they may be going for the save.
Yeah, it's a
and
save.
Interestingly enough, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it may be a last-second rush over to B because they have this utility out. They might be able to get it done. Yeah, here's the engagement. You have Checkmate going out first, but you only got 10 seconds. Guys, you gotta go. There's that Rolling Thunder. It's gonna prevent the plant, and it allows for an easy swing out of Savo. Only good for one, but in the end, it doesn't even matter because the round is still lost.
Checkmate is good for 3. It's decent, but again, I mean, great call there for the late push. But it was an even better counter by Bot with that Rolling Thunder. He had it ready. He was waiting for the push to come through, and finally, they are paid out in full. And 7-2 is the scoreline here. You expect it, 4 split being a defensive-sided map, and we'll see what Cal State have in store for us on their defensive side. They do have that double Sentinel comp, so in theory, Los, it should be pretty simple. We'll see if Money Marv can find a pick here with this operator. Will be forced to dash away. So already a good piece of utility burned off of Money Marv's repositioning effort. So if he misses this op shot, he won't be able to readjust. That should be an easy trade if they are able to find it, and the TP will be canceled by Avini. Already using more utility towards his B side. The Owl Drone as well, but again, can they push off of this utility? That's the question.
Okay, Money Marv in the sky with the op. Might be able to find something. Aqua Azul! You madman! Running in the back with a Bucky, unable to secure a kill. And you still have this lock-solid defense here. Maybe they'll be able to continue this fight, but watch in the back line. We've got a flanker. It's Bot. He came all the way from A, and now Avini. They're trapped. It's almost over, but they might be able to get 1 and convert it to 2. The flashpoint doesn't make a connection. However, they're still stuck.
Oh, terrific aftershock forces Avini right into Bot's waiting arms. Great use of utility there by the Breach. And, the scariest thing in ranked is a Breach who knows what he's doing. And I think we can all agree on that. I mean, Breach, we saw there the Rolling Thunder, even on the previous round before that with that late push, we saw what Bot was able to do, just making life literal hell for Cal State. They are not able to play the game, Los, and it's really unfortunate. They tried using the Omen TP, they've tried using the lockdown, they've tried using Azul, satcheling him with the Bucky. Nothing is playing into their favor, and at some point, potentially you just gotta play default, and it looks like that is what they are going to do here.
Oh, Zelius looking for a cheeky shot before the wall comes up. Uh-oh! Time to move on back because Savo is here with the showstopper. But I don't think anyone's going to get hit off of that one. It is a major commitment, but although they didn't earn any kills, they took so much space away. A, completely nullified. Savo might have to back off because there's a bit of a resistance there.
I mean, talk about resistance right here towards... He's going to die. That's it. Molly's there, and the Azul will fall down. Azilios going to continue to peek off this. The wall will be used. No revive available. Lockdown and Hunter's Fury are online. The heads are being shown. Gingerbread going to be good for 1. Let's see what Zilios can do here as that sim available. Sova as well Savo, excuse me, lurking on that flank as well. Every angle being watched. Every angle being hounded over, and Zelios will find a 3K. The Flawless is there. And on that eco, nothing could be done. It's just too simple. It's a clockwork process, and this is it. You have a bye on your last round. Can you make it 9-3, or is this going to be a 10-2 angle? I mean, it's really just brutal.
And, that was a safe round for them. They have to be able to bring in the real weaponry this time.
Yep.
And they don't have the showstopper to discourage them from coming over to A. So that was a big deal because Savo has been a menace across the map, mostly A. And now that you don't have to worry about it, this could be their time to make a move. Not to mention, it won't be a lockdown to stop them. They've got one of their own. They can make it happen.
Azul. Good space here, moving through heaven. Can he find Zelios? He cannot. Doesn't check the corner fast enough, and the Brim is able to take down the Rays. Orbital Strike will be used as well. Checkmate locked up. And he will go down. Zelios good for 3. Really feeling it here. The hot hand stuck on automatic right now. Cannot be stopped. Cannot be harmed. Cannot be contained. Molly will be used. Zeta being forced out. And a 4K for the Brim. Does he want the ace to end the round? Let's see if he can find it. He cannot. Money Marv takes it away. But a 10-2 scoreline is good enough for this Keanu side. And it's just getting very, very difficult now. And if you win this pistol, you win the bonus. It's 12-2. It's looking bad.
Exelios has been a menace in the server from denying pushes through mid all the way to A ramp, ensuring everything is okay there for Keanu. And they're doing great. But also an issue there was the fact that they got choked up in a push. They had one smoke on them, and they didn't push through, even while you had Azul making their way up into A heaven. So
Right.
while that is a bit of pressure to alleviate from A main, you have to make a move, because while they got choked up, while they didn't move out, it was a perfect placement of that orbital strike. But now we're jumping over sides, and this is looking to be a B rush coming out of Keanu.
Fortunately for Cal State fans here, the KJ is set up over towards the side. We'll see if that does become a factor. Fault line is at the ready, and here we go. The stim is used, the wall's placed down, but let's see if they can move out of this. They do, no problem. Money Marv is the first to go out. He dashes over as well. Do they spot Artico? That's the question. Now they do. They take him down. The KJ drops. Massive flash as well from Bot, once again doing absolute wonders for this attacking side. And, well, blink if you miss it. It's a 4v1. Let's make it a 4v0. It is. Money Marv is able to find Ivini there. The Omen goes down 11-2 in a gut-wrenching start here for this second half. You'd love to win the pistol round and potentially start your comeback, but I mean, they're just squeamish here, Los. It's so difficult with the amount of aggression, with the amount of confidence that Keanu is playing with. You know, just stay clear and hope for the best.
And that goes back to what we were talking about in the agent selection on why having that double duelist, having the jet to break into the site and create space is crucial. You know, there was initial smoke at the choke or the mouth of B main, but with the tailwind right into the back of site, it allowed the rest of them to have less pressure. They could walk on through. They had the barrier. They can make their way. But we have a Marshall right now on mid. Aqua Azul might not be able to get this shot, and they can't. Savo is good for one. The barrier's up a little bit late, though.
Unfortunate there. Just wasn't able to spot Savo. More mid-action, but continuing. Monday Marv on site, gets the dash on, and it's just so simple. You can't do much to stop this, especially with the Spectres in hand. Just a run-and-gun assault for Money Marv and the rest of the team. Plant will go down over towards default, and site will be contained, sanitized, and controlled here. Let's see if Zeta can find any luck with this stinger in hand. Great pick off here. We'll be able to find Exelius, but the damage has already been done. 4v2 situation, and there's one. Gonna be walking right into Money Marv now. We'll be able to find that kill. It's gonna be good for one, and checkmate.
No
Gonna get knifed here. No! Not able to find it. 12-2.
That would have just been a...
The icing on the cake would have been.
the icing on the embarrassment cake. Honestly, anytime I get knifed or someone gets knifed, you can't help but feel bad and just think, no!
Especially from the front. That was even worse. I mean, that was almost bad. Fortunately, though, didn't happen. But 12-2. I mean, Los, I gotta ask you, you know, what went wrong? I mean, as this round, you know, continues, this is the gun advantage for Cal State. Where do you need to see them improve? Where do you need to see them step up? Is it just as simple as hitting shots?
I think they have to double up. They have to take fights as twos, so you have the ability to trade out. But in most cases, there's just a wall of bullets that are coming over from Keanu, and there's not much they can do about it. And the lack of smoke right there at the beginning allows them to take all of the site. Sure, no one died while they were taking it, and they have a 5 retake, but this is so much ground to cover now that you're a retaking team.
Well, here we go. They're going to bounce their way inside. Bucky in hand. Not going to be good enough to find one. Money Marv trades it back. Anticipates and hits. 4v4 situation. Zelios hunkered down, looking to get away from those shots. He does. Sprays inside his bot. Good for one more. 4v2, making a 4v1. And even with the gun advantage, it is just not enough at all. The over-aggression is just too much to bear. 13-2 is your final score. And it's just a complete and utter domination start to finish. The beast incarnate that is Keanu just absolutely dismembers CSUMB. And, you know, what can you say? Los, what can you say? GG.
GG go next, because there are still plenty of games that have to be played.
Absolutely.
You know, this is it's the group stage. Everything is going to be best of ones. We have a chance to see Keanu go up against Sac State as well as Hawaii. So this is just the beginning. And it also creates an opportunity for Cal State to come back themselves. But I want to talk about Money Marv. As you can see on the scoreboard, we were initially questioning their plays on the operator, but they definitely were able to find that energy, that resurgence, and they came back swinging. 19-4 is a great scoreline, but across the board, this is a class act by Keanu. They have certainly made their mark. And what a way to start things off here for the CECC West.
Yeah, definitely going to be putting everyone in this group on blast here, which is Hawaii and Sac State. So we'll see what comes next year for Keanu if they can continue this dominance here. I believe we're going to be seeing them on stream next. I'm not really sure because the schedule has changed a bit. We will get that information to you as soon as we know, but we will be going to a very short break. When we come back, more group stage action for the CECC West Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
Momo getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quibsy is going to be the one to man it up, and they've got a whole...
I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that far all the resources they can. Zach can force back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about earlier on in sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap into the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her team. But when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel two places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zen. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, but Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with Landon out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. One up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. That is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement. Picks up Momo as well. A fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel. Immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off this Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for this Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement on the Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that road
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman, a nasty Hog, actually, amongst Hogs. Season's out. And I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to muscle this one through. Another one for him. Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one, Tyler seems to find two.
You know, two.
So maybe just a little bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon again taken offline by that Pharah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. Maybe a Baptiste as well could make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's two fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is two fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Pharah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel. I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a Squirtle, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it. Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brendan is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh my, look at the jungle. Look at
there
no,
she goes.
Relax, no! Oh my god, that was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1 point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
You weren't fully tested until you were put in that Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potato's a little fun fact about him before we jump into the game. I got the chance to interview him for Media Day. And when we asked him his gamer tag and like what game he played, he said he was Potato, and it made me laugh, and then he laughed. We had to start the whole interview over because it was just so funny to see somebody say, I am Potato with a straight face. It was hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on right now. Speaking of Potato, the man going for that early goal, Zath going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, two teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no. I think we had a full minute. It was in,
Oh,
it was
okay,
in, it was in
okay.
game 3. It was in game 3, and it came very, very close before a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges actually came on Ball State's side. They were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios, unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots, but their shots are going a bit wide. So Akron, so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenging position.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this doesn't feel like a traditional game one kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We have seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, some great growth already to be shown. And right now, I mean, as simple as it sounds, it all comes down to who picks up that first goal, because the first goal might be the only one we see in a game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried, because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say, and I'm pretty sure I just cast a curse, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend, and we see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. It's going to be a very brief 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. It's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
And honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst to take. Again, you don't have the full goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defensive success. All their shots are currently being taken from a low and mid angle off on the corners, and neither team seems to be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read, so that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal maybe, but a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities, and Luigi looking for some of their own. Reticence, though, the goalie extraordinaire, finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say by the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goal down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball State desperately trying to break through Akron's defense, and this just might be the opportunity. The crossbar is going to catch the ball, unfortunately, and Akron now they have been given the opportunity to flip the ball back in their own favor.
This is under a minute here. It is getting ridiculous. Again, no goals scored last game. We had, it was, I believe, 15 goals across 3 games. That is insane to think about. That is over a goal a minute. I will let you know that is a goal a minute. That is crazy. We are 0-0 here, counting down 40 seconds. And these balls are now starting to get dropped straight in the center. And that actually, I feel, doesn't bode well for either side, right? Whenever you stop it, it means you're not angling, you're not picking a chance to take a shot. You want that ball constantly in motion. And stopping it means you're either having trouble reading it or having trouble even hitting the ball at the proper angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this may sound slightly hypocritical because I feel for a lot of what I've said this weekend is you want to play slow, you want to play calculated, but I feel both of these teams aren't being necessarily opportunistic, right?
Yes.
They're only going for calculation, and you can't do that in a game as fast-paced as Rocket League because I'm confident to say 7 or 8 out of 10 times your calculations aren't going to work, right? So you've got to be opportunistic. And this is this the first overtime? This is the first overtime of the entire weekend. It's a 0-0 OT, but now that clock is going to start ticking up, my friends. That is the beautiful thing about Rocket League. There are no draws. There are no ties. There is only a winner. That clock will continue to tick upward until one of these teams puts away that golden goal.
It's hard, right? These are both teams that won, and they know the strength of the opponents. They know one wrong mistake can cause a lot of problems, and that does tend to actually build up walls very quickly. It forces you into a defensive mindset. But you said it, right? You have to be aware that you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to take that gamble. You know, it sounds bad. I equate it a lot to a game of poker. It's a lot of you have to throw in your chips. You have to be willing to take that risk. You have to be willing to put your team. Oh, there it is! Potato! He is a potato, but he's a fast one. That's going to be the goal for Akron. They will go ahead and manage.
I mean, that potato's the best driver I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but I mean, that is some impressive gameplay there. We saw a Ball State as well. I think it was Zath. We've seen this so many times, the tail of a single second making all the difference, and Zath was right there, just a couple of frames, less than a second away from finding that defensive block. And unfortunately, you know, it again, almost only counts in horseshoes, right? It's you've got to find that defensive block. You've got to be playing that one step ahead, or you're going to miss shots just like that one.
Yeah, and this is one game where I actually feel it's okay to take those gambles really hard.
Right.
So that last shot, I want to just point out how challenged it was. There were multiple members in a corner goal. It's very hard to hit it at that top angle. Normally you get like a random bounce in and flip out. And yes, my name was Akon there for a second. But this time, I expect the teams to be a little bit more offensive. They realized that both were going for the defense. And again, that's a feeling out period. Now I want to see them challenging much harder. Everyone going for this hard shot, going for those hard reads. And be willing to take that chance, gamble big, and gamble to win there. So a ball now on the side of Ball State. They're going to try and ramp it up.
Hey, and welcome back, everyone, to the CECC West. We're about to jump into Game 2 of this 3-game group right now. It's going to be between Keanu, who just came off of a fantastic victory, 13-2, going against Sac State. Sacramento State, who took an even bigger defeat, 13-1 against Hawaii, and now it's their attempt to try and bounce back. I'm Lowe's, joined by Camel. And Camel, what are you thinking about this potential resurgence out of Sac State?
I think it's going to be a barn burner. I think this is going to be a very close game. At least looking at the, these two teams. I don't really think. I'm not sure, honestly, if this Sac State team is the same team that got 13-1. I really highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. But if that is the case, then they just maybe regroup, readjust, and look towards Haven. Just keep looking forward, keep looking on. I am excited to see what these teams have in store for us. We just saw, obviously, Keanu and what this team was capable of. Definitely off the back of Money Marv, off the back of Savo. Really everyone getting involved. But, in terms of that game, obviously everyone was going to have an impact. But I'm interested to see if we do see some of the same picks. If we see that breach once again, not really sure if we will, but it has had some bright spots, and potentially Savo's just toying with us. I don't think he's actually going to lock in Neon, but if he does, I'm all there for it. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see Sonic. Let's see it.
See, Camel, I have a rule. Personally, I never trust any player at all until they're locked in. Even when it comes to making their buys, before a round starts, I see a judge maybe. I don't consider it real until the clock strikes 0, and they have to make it. Oh my God, they made the commitment. Okay, all right. Well, I'm with the hype now, Campbell. It's time for Neon.
Oh man, and this is good. This is like. It's just an opposite of Raze. Obviously doesn't like Raze on Haven, so he's going to switch over to the Neon. And with the Neon, you have Zelios here back on the brim, which means you're going to get the stim. You're going to get supersonic speed with Money Mark dashing in. It's going to be a lot to deal with, and you're not afforded. You're going to have trips. That's really the only thing you can play off of, potentially. You can use those sky flashes, but there's nothing really to stop this push. There's no slow orbs. There's nothing really of that nature, low. So it's going to be interesting to see how creative this defensive side of Sac State can get in dealing with this aggression. But I love this. You're going into this game clearly at a rank disadvantage, low. So you're going to try and think of something different. Go for a unique strategy. And this is beyond unique. Going for Neon here. Let's see if it works. Let's see what they go with.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely excited about this one. And I think you're right about that. It will be difficult to get that initial defense off. But I think it'll come down to maybe just playing off your chamber, trying to get a paranoia, potentially Sammy using those shock darts as a zoning capability, and stop them from just rushing you. And at this point, a lot of them are posted up by C Long, and there isn't anyone to stop them.
Yeah, it will be a rush. Match is going to be an insta-stem if that's the case, and they're just going to have Savo just run onto the site. Should be pretty easy, but they might play it slow. Obviously, they don't know if anyone's over at C. It will be a 3-stack towards the C side. They are going to play it as a collective unit. There's Savo dashing up, puts up the wall as well, and the stim along for good measure. Now it seems like C is the idea. Looks like the defensive side knows that Sac State will waltz their way back over towards C, but the bomb's already planted over towards default. Now the onus sits on this defensive side Los to come into these smokes, push forward into these waiting crosshairs. It's going to be a difficult situation to get out of. They have the flash. Let's see what they can do.
Komugi setting some shots through that bangable Radiant box through the back right, but Money Marv getting the party started. Oni no longer in play, and Garage is defended regardless. Money Marv finding more shots. Here comes the guiding light. Blinds them a little bit, but they don't have the press, the advantage. They stay it back. There's still a smoke blocking them off, but regardless, the shots through the smoke hit their mark, and Sammy is all alone in a world of hurt, a 1v4, but so many players are low. They can at least try and drop some bodies before the fact ends, but in the end, they won't be able to win it out.
Yeah, it's just, it's simple stuff. It's easy, especially considering nobody was on C. Potentially, if there's a defender there, he's able to get 1, maybe 2. That defense looked a little bit cleaner, but regardless, still were able to find a couple of kills there for the retake, but in the end, Plant was already gone down. It was too fast of a push, and now, with the Spectres in hand, Los, it's just going to be the same exact thing. I mean, you can go right back over to C if you'd like, because you're going to have the gun advantage, and it's another 3-stack on A. So, it seems like Sac State believe it's going to be an A-sided hit, but C, once again, completely exposed. There's one in Garage, Los, but nobody exactly on the C side, so it's going to be the same thing. Deja vu, it looks like the same play, but it's not. So, here we go. C is controlled and contained. We're in the exact same situation as the previous round.
And now they're just sending some shots through the smokes because they know someone is going to be sitting in there. Okay, Molly out from Zelios to deny even further positioning. There goes Komugi. Guess they didn't have the fast feet to get out of that one. And this is still another 5-player post-plant setup. And this is going to be very difficult for a return out of Sac State.
Decent frag, though, from Garage. Zelios will drop. Sleepy Sun trying his damnness to get this round back. 4v3 situation now as Oni will appear the corner, take some shots inside, but he's absolutely bamboozled by all the bullets at their disposal. 1-0, good MB 2-0 soon. Momentarily, Money Marv anticipates and pounces on top of Jason. The sky drops down 2-0 here. 2 kills, though. Decent save regardless, but again, you're in this situation, and I think, Los, they're going to put someone on C. I think it's fair to say they're going to put at least one.
You know, I don't know why they do that. Why put one when you could have... They got 3 players around C this time. They're giving up B. And, you know, that's the tactic that we've seen before. In professional play, just go for the retake for B because it's a little bit easier than, say, C or A. But, I mean, finally, they at least have one. It's Oni. They're there to get the party started or at least stop it from happening. They got a Vandal in hand, maybe a dark cover to start things up, but this is the fast lane. That's what we've seen from Savo. That smoke doesn't have any efficacy because they can just walk right through. They have their own protection. And Oni's out. Oni's gone. And they get the plan already.
It's the same thing over and over again. There's no counter, but there's no competition, especially when there's only one player on C. So you're back in the situation where you're walking into these smokes. You're going to have to use some utility. The Aldrin will be used, and I think at least where one is, Oni and Sammy going to really hamper up this defensive side. 3-on-1 situation. Potentially Savo, he gets something done there with that spray, but the gun's too much, overwhelming. And it will be the first round win for the defensive side. Los comes at a good time, and finally the C push has been thwarted.
They definitely needed that. If they continued their momentum, their pushes down C, it would have been a world of hurt there for Sac State. They do get the shots, but they lost out on 3 rifles in the process, so it will be a little difficult. But we only have 1 ult or 1 orb off from Sleepy Sun pulling out the tour de force, so wouldn't be surprised if they get some cover from Sammy and just run that thing down and grab it, hold down A long. So this is another placement, though, that we're seeing a lot of players down by C. They realize that while they didn't find success previously, they could just run it back. They're more prepared. They have the better weaponry.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Savo look for those plays. Dashing out of the fast lane really is hard to anticipate that. And once again, Oni back in the same position, will be forced to TP away. And C is the hit once again. More sprays inside, and oh my word, Oni. Unfortunate, my friend. Savo just better intuition on that one. Will find the first kill of this round. 5v4 situation, and Savo really playing with fire here, looking for these trades, looking for this aggressive play, and there's a huge kill for Komugi to start this retake.
Masavo looking for the lineup. They find none. And suddenly, this post plane has been decimated. Money Marv, good for one before they fall. Gingerbread, the last one alive. And now they're bringing out the tour de force of their own. But they've turned it into a 1v2. If they could isolate the fight, maybe they could get the job done. But all the while, this plant is being foiled. The diffusal's in effect. And Jason Ive gets the shot in the end. That's 2 in a row here for Sac State.
Wow, that was 3 players on the defense side with no guns. Remember, from that bonus Los, they were able to find 3 kills. 3 players weren't able to buy, and they're still able to win that retake. Wow, and it looks like Los, we're going to say goodbye to C. They're not going to C for the 4th, 5th time in a row. It had to happen at some point. And, you know, credit that to Sac State adapting and finally figuring out the Neon push. Now let's see where Keanu wants to go in terms of the other sides of Haven, if they choose A, if they choose B, but looks to be a play from Money Marv with those daggers right on the first kill on Sleepy Sun.
Well, that's a big signal. That's a big win in the end. If they can find Sammy as well, that'll be the site guaranteed. They will make the commitment. I'm just prodding around through A long. They want to find out where the best location to hit is, so they're taking their time. It's definitely a change of pace here for Keanu, as they've just been running things down, but now they have real consequences at the helm.
Komugi, with this operator in hand, is able to square away from downtown. Long-range logistics for Komugi, is able to find that first kill. Can he find the second? Oh my word, the timing is brutal there. Does he peek again? He does! And takes down Gingerbread. That's 2 kills for this Jet over towards C, and that's going to force a rotation.
Well, Jason Ive, good with the guiding light. They've spotted out where Savo is hanging out, and those shock bolts, those relay bolts, won't do anything to help them out.
Savo put in a really difficult spot, and now you're in a 4v2. You have a fault line available for Bob, but there's just no way you're getting onto this site. They'll try their best here, but with a Marshall in hand for Azaleus, it's going to require a miracle here for this round to even go their way in terms of getting the plant money. Oni waiting, lying in wait, prowling, prodding, looking for his moment to strike, and there we go. The fault line's used. 10 seconds, though, for Bot to play with. It's not really on their side. Jason is good for 1. Sammy good for the 2nd and the 3rd round win, going the defensive way of Sac State, finally getting on the same page and really being calculated on this defensive half of Haven.
In the beginning, they had that great pick over onto Gingerbread from A Long with the Bladestorm out of Komugi. So sorry, other way around. Onto Sleepy Sun out of Money Marv. So it was a good start for them, but the fact that they just backed off from it, they didn't press the advantage on that, nor did they really try to push down any lane thereafter. It slowed down the pace, and that's exactly the issue that we saw coming out from their opponents in the previous matchup of Cal State. They got choked up. They didn't make a move. And now this time around, the smoke's here. They can't make a move. But this is time for them to reprise their old role. We got Savo out with the ultimate. Maybe they can find a great shot with the beam. But they can create some space, even if they don't find any kills.
Savo, no way. Oh my word. Absolute maniac. He pushes out of the smoke, runs right into 5 different bullet tracings, and he'll go down. 5v3 situation here. Force the TP away is the chamber. Jason Ive does not give a damn. We'll spot Zelios' skull and bludgeon. The Brimstone, the Breach Ult, and the Rolling Thunder will be popped here to try and regain some control of this site. Bot, he'll work his way inside. Does he find any luck? He does find 1 kill, but that's it. Jason Ive, he finds his 3K in the 4th round win for Sac State, making it so difficult to get into one of these sites. They are able to get the plant down, but that's it.
It's looking to be that Keanu was a bit of a one-trick pony. At least that's what we're seeing so far in their attack. The one strategy was run it down C long. Have that initial play, have that initial frag, or get the post-plant setup, force players outside of C, and then your setup is there. It was a bit easier on the pistol and the force thereafter, but now that it's an equal footing in terms of rifles, we have a much better opportunity to strike back out of Sac State, and this is going to be a bit of an issue going forward if you're Keanu. But also the fact that they're bringing a timeout to stop them from trying to bring a new strategy to head. I'm excited to see what their adjustments are going to be after we get back into the next round.
Yeah, and you know, Komugi, has his operator ready. We saw what damage he could do, especially over towards C Long, and it's going to be a very difficult situation, especially once Sleepy Sun gets the operator himself. Then you're going to be able to have 2 ops in 1, and that double op could be so detrimental, especially if you're on those long extremities over towards C Long and A Long low. It's going to be very difficult to go through one of those angles, and it forces you to potentially go through sewer or B or garage, and it could be timed, and that could be expected from this defensive side of Sac State. We'll see what they do end up opting in for. They do have that orbital strike ready, Los, and I'm expecting that to be used on this next push.
Yeah, you could also see some pings that were going around A and through sewers as well, so maybe that'll be a plan that we're going to see from Keanu as we go into round number 7, but maybe some wall bangs here. Oh, Money Marv backed off the second those bullets were firing. They almost lost their head, and that would have been a destructive and a detrimental move to the mental as well as team in this round.
Well, that's the first step. The first op shot goes wide. Now they know where this operator is, so they're going to be able to work their way through garage, and that'll be Savo already making his way up. Gets absolutely sprayed, and Savo drops down through the wall. Sleepy Sun good for 1 frag, and that completely destroys the push. That Neon is your main source of entry. You have the jet, but is that enough? That's the question. The triple dink is not. Sleepy Sun is able to find bot 4v2 situation. You have a Guardian, you have a Marshall. Let's see what kind of magic Gingerbread and Money Marv have in store for us here. Not much, it seems. A Sleepy Sun good for 3. And it's just Money Marv against the world here, Los.
And with a Guardian, there's a possibility the Trailblazer makes that difficult. There's the position located. We've got nowhere to go. Oni sitting at the top of C Long, just waiting for someone to push on through. So they have their options cut off. Not to mention, the spike is down mid. Komugi with the op shot closes it down. That's the Esports U flawless. You love to see it. You love to see just a resurgence. They were bullied in the first 2 rounds. Finally, after a little bit of hectic, crazy plays, this has been all Sac State.
Yeah, it really has. And I think what they've realized is, this comp, it's, I believe it's built around this Neon to succeed. You really have to be able to time this Neon entry with the Breach utility, with that Brimstim. It's very difficult to do along with Money Marv entering. Potentially the solution, at least for Milos, is to go for a more 2-pronged approach. Go for a 2-pronged attack. I love this position out of Oni. Potentially was able to spot Savo. Doesn't look like he was, though. Still waiting for his moment to strike. They didn't check the corner. He'll be good for 1 more. Sammy good for 3. He's finally shut down the hot hand. Money Marv goes down to Jason Ive. And Blink, if you miss it, it's a 2v1 already. What a fast push. Completely destroyed. Bomb is down, not planted yet. Zelios has a stim, has an orbital strike to play with, but he has no idea where these players are.
Okay, going around the corner would have been the answer. Sleepy Sun expecting it all. And this is just another telegraphed play coming out of Keanu.
Yeah.
They've tried this so many times, and it still hasn't worked. Have they even made an attempt over to A? I don't think it's even happened.
No, they haven't. It's difficult. It's really difficult when you're putting all of your eggs in one basket, especially when it's C long. It's a very narrow angle. I mean, once you get into C, yeah, it's good, but they weren't able to check every corner. That Neon wall almost acted as a barrier for Oni to find those kills and help Sammy out there. So they're going to go back to C. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, clearly this has been pretty broken, so I'm curious to see what they can do differently here. It's the same exact play. The dash shot from Savo over towards the back of site. Let's see if Oni can expect it. He is able to spot 1, but finally they take down the anchor. They take down Oni, and now sight will be clear. Let's see if they can readjust for this retake, Los, and actually win this round.
They wouldn't dare expect us to run that play a 9th time, would they? Well, they got the job done. They got the plan, and Komugi misses the shot, and maybe Gingerbread will reconsider peeking into that again, but they do have the rendezvous at the ready. Here's Jason Ive. They don't have any guiding lights, but they don't need them because the shots are hot. They dodge the blind, and are even able to get a 3rd. Maybe they can find more, and they won't know. Gingerbread puts it to rest. Sleepy Sun, however, is looking for the final kill, and they'll get it. 2 to 4 is brought out in the last moment. It doesn't find what they were looking for. I mean, at least they could get a shot onto it. In the end, it will be Sac State all day. The playbook has been overused, overutilized, and never to find fruits of their labor, Camel. This is just so rough for Keanu. Just try something new.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like Keanu, their playbook, I mean, Sac State gave it to them, and they're just reading it like a book. Every single play is telegraphed, and I mean, it's really been only one play. I mean, really, it's been, go see long and hope for the best, but I think it'll be more beneficial to put Money Marv on a lurk. Put him maybe over towards Garage Los and have a second threat, a second option to allow yourself a rotation. This is Haven. You have 3 sites to choose from. You don't have to commit to one site entirely, and that op shot's going to be good for one. Taking out bot already. The breach is gone. You don't have a way to entry in, and Savo drops as well, and everything just falling apart. Let's see if this Blade Storm from Money Marv could potentially turn this around. Good frag there for Gingerbread. Leaves things at a 4v3. Kamugi through the smoke goes down, so Money Marv shanks one. Leaves it at a 3v3 situation.
Okay, well, they also pick up the op there. That's kind of critical. They do have the option to make a move away because here's the rotation over from B. Oni will join Sammy on site. What else? Maybe the... Oh, no! That was so close to timing, but they turned away in the last moment. Still plenty of round to spare. 55 seconds on the clock, but they've given up all the ground that they previously took.
I think the good thing here, though, is the chamber trips are over towards Garage. They're going to know if they come through that side. Oh, my word. Sleepy Sun, does he find the shots? He does find Zelios. Good for one. Oni good for the second. Oni good for the third. And that smoke is so good from Oni there. Forces the issue. And it's just easy sprays inside. 8-2 there. Even after the kills over towards A, even after the rotation, it's telegraphed, and they're already over towards C before they even know it, Low. So now 8-2 is the scoreline here. Seekers are available. The Paranoia is available as well for Oni if he wants to get creative TP to their spawn, potentially. You have an Orbital Strike and a Tour de Force, but that's not what you really want for this attack side. You want that Rolling Thunder, you want that Blade Storm, you want that Palpatine Ultimate to really go crazy onto one of these sites, but it just has not been the case, Lows.
No, definitely not. But now they are trying a new plan, making their presence felt over on B and mid. Maybe a duel for Garage would have been what they needed, but Kamugi is there, and they've got that thing locked down. Might even go for a bit more aggression. There's 2 more players looking at the doors in case anyone tries to get cheeky. Kamugi holding on firm, and Bot's about to walk into their crosshairs, and there they go. Kamugi takes another step forward. Maybe they want more, and they will be denied for their greed. Gingerbread fires back. Covered a rifle. However, there's some presence on mid. Out of B, it's Jason Ive. They've got the guiding light to save their skin. They'll back off because Sleepy Sun is coming from the back line to finish things off.
Oh, on the scout spots, Gingerbread. He is done and dusted there. Jason Ive grabs that next kill. 9-2 is the scoreline. It's looking like deja vu from our first game, Los. And this is just, the problem here. And this is where I need to see that aggression here. With the Rolling Thunder available, with your Neon, with your Jet, you have ways of getting onto the site, but it's got to be a 2-pronged attack. I'm keeping, ramping, on this point, Los, but it really just feels like putting your eggs all in that, whatever the case may be, a C-long basket or B or A, whatever the case is, you're not really able to get that same value if one person goes down. If that first person dies, the push is completely nullified. So I'd love to see on this last attacking round, Los, more aggression, but a more creative push, getting onto multiple angles, making it difficult for this defense of Sac State to hold strong.
And they've got the Tour de Force at the ready. They can bring it out for Gingerbread to maybe take a longer angle, look down long. You don't have to smoke it. Just get an idea of what the presence may be. Right. Over on C. You could even look down A. We always have Sammy and sometimes Sleepy Sun show their face down there. If you could remove one of them from the equation, that's it. Then you could play around. Then you could check your options and see if there's any rotations coming through. But anytime that there has been an initial pick, it usually involves a rotation over back to C and no commitment to maybe A or B.
Honestly, the way this game has been going, Los, I'm expecting Jason just Seekers off spawn. Off the rip, I think he's just going to ult, because why not? I mean, the confidence is there. Everything has been there. And it looks like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it has been. It's going to be back to C long, and here we go. The Rolling Thunder will be primed and ready, but Kamugi does not give a damn. Inside of the smoke, he most certainly will drop down. Savo is able to deal with the pest that is Kamugi. Is able to find one, though, but that's Money Marv going down. That's been the hot hand, the one guy who's been getting going for this attacking side of Keanu. So now you have to worry about a flank, you have to worry about the Seekers, and here we go. The push is coming in, Los. Here we go.
We got the tour de force at the ready. Maybe Gingerbread can have the shot they've been looking for. But there's already pressure out from Garage, and no one is there to save their skin. The cross angles are crossed up. And you could make this such an easy, simple story to tell. Is that Keanu tried and tried again to push down to C, but they never succeeded outside of the first 2 rounds.
I mean, the push, it's just been, as soft as memory foam. There's not much you can do, Los. It really is not. And there, they go back to C long. I didn't count. I didn't have a notebook in front of me. I wasn't tallying up how many times they went to C, but it must have been over, 80, 90% of the time they were going towards C. They never really had that extra player moving through Garage to get anything going from 2 different fronts. It was very difficult for that attacking side of Keanu to really get things going. Now it's going to be a defensive hold for them. But, with the composition they formed, you kind of expected this team, Los, to really be good on attack and struggle on defense with that Breach Brimstone double duelist combo. How do you expect them to adjust and, get the mental back?
Well, I mean, this is going to be so difficult. It all starts right here with the pistol round, and we've seen them before. They previously won it out, and the round thereafter. However, they are opting for that strategy of going for the B retake. They got onto site, but they've been hit with the fault line. A lot of stuns coming through, but Sleepy Sun is sunning these kids right now with 2 headshots off the Headhunter. Maybe Savo inside the smoke can make through, but they actually just crossed paths with Sammy. They broke that line, and this might come to hurt them in the end.
I mean, it's already hurting right now. Kamugi getting pincered from 2 different fronts. He knows it. Let's see if he can work his way out of this. One slithering around is Kamugi and Sammy finding those 2 extra kills, and it's just like clockwork. They get the plant over towards A, but B was the initial push, and that's what we're talking about. The creative ways you can get that plant down. You don't have to start you don't have to go to the first site you go to. There were chances maybe from C. You could have went over towards B on that previous half list, but now this time around, it is all Sacramento State. They're going for that first round now, going to be able to buy up. And I mean, if you're not forcing, if you're Keanu, I'm just going to force here. I mean, it's 11-2. I guess they're going to play for OT. I respect it.
That's what you got to do at the end, because trying to make this back might be a bit difficult. And Jason Ive makes matters worse for wear, as there goes your lone defender of B. Gingerbread. Gone, forgotten. The plant secured. And maybe the pinch from behind, from the window, from Sabo, start things off. And that's at least one to get things going. They have the fast lane. If they can walk on through, isolate the angles, it might be the start of something. But Jason Ives says you can chill on that one. And they're going to continue to lock this site down. Only Zelios left alive, and a good shot from the Classic to be sure. But that is not enough. It's map point here for Sac State.
I don't even know what that was. Savo it's like when you're at the ball, you're walking somewhere, then someone talks to you, and you turn around, and you walk into like a big guy, and you bump into him, you don't know it yet, so you look up, and you're like, wow, this guy's like 6'8", I'm scared, I'm terrified. Just unfortunate there. Savo inside of the smoke, didn't see Sammy until the last possible second there. Wow, that is funny. But regardless, it's just been very difficult, with this whole game. 12-2 is the scoreline. It's just looking rough. I mean, there's not really much to say. There's not really much to analyze. We need to see some sort of aggression, some sort of confidence boost, whether it's going to be Savo, whether it's going to be Marv. Whatever the case may be, it looks like a flank is the idea. Let's see how many Sammy's good for you, or if he's spotted. Seems like Gingerbread has a good idea. They don't check the corner, though. No. Marv gets spotted. Gingerbread is able to find the kill. Wow, close. 16 HP, 4v4.
But even so, they've got the spike down already on A. And this is a necessary long retake. You've got 2 players in the attack spawn. There goes Savo with a headshot. Sleepy Sun. Don't sleep on them. But, though, able to remove them. Turn into a 3v3. But look at the health on the side of the defenders. They are all beat up. A single shot from any one of them will be fatal. Gingerbread, though, puts this into their advantage. The blind, though, they're looking at the wrong spot. Exelios almost had the moment to win it out, but Gingerbread on a 3-speed. It's all up to them. 3 bullets and a dream. They get the fake out, but it's not even necessary. Oni just putting the paranoia for good measure, because they've got this on lock. 13-2. It's a score line that was just dished out by Keanu, and they're going to get it right back.
I mean, this group is just wide open. I mean, it really seems like we are on this warpath of Hawaii versus Sac State. I mean, whenever that does happen, I mean, with this team at least, I don't know how, if this team got 13-1, Los, sue me, okay? Honestly, that was a very, very, very clean and concise game from the side of Sac State. Really came out and showed why they were so good at what they do. And, it's off the back of, I believe, Jason Ive, who really showed out here. 19-7-7, 346 combat score. The flashes were insane. The communication was key. Everyone put in their part. And, for the side of Keanu, I mean, there's not much you can do. Everyone tried their best over towards C Long. But, unfortunately, it just was not the case. And it's just go on to the next game and just hope for the best, really.
Over towards, I mean, main thing, the main takeaway, Camel, is you have to have diversity in your strategies.
You do.
There's no way around it. There's no way around it. You can't just run it down C long every single round, especially when it hasn't worked. When it hasn't worked the second time, then you need to start switching it up. We didn't get a single plant over on A. Nary a single execute toward A. We were lucky enough to find an issue over on B one time throughout that first half, but regardless, you just have to change up your strategies because this isn't how you're going to win CECC. This isn't how you're going to win the Invitational, and certainly not how you're even going to make it out of the group stage itself.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will see what the case is between Hawaii and CSU and B. That says 13-0. So I don't know if that's actually 13-0 or if they just no-showed. I'll try to get confirmation on that as soon as possible. But regardless, I mean, this definitely seems like a warpath, between this Sac State team and the Hawaii team. Because if these two teams play, I think it's going to be a very, very, very close game. I believe next we're going to be seeing Hawaii versus Keanu. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. But regardless, we will be going to a quick break. When we come back, more West Invitational group stage action. Stay tuned.
We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. And we're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-centric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well. Arguing for the turret. Do we get the Torp 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looks like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5 bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big
J5!
Northwood! No! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and booped off that pass to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Show they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with him, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
A symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker.
Welcome back, everyone, here to a quick little interview here with Jason Ive. And Jason, very, very quick game for you guys. Got in and out of there fast. How long has this team been playing together? And what does your practice schedule look like in terms of just overall like fitting in school and Valorant? How does that work?
Well, we've been playing for a couple of months now, and for practice with like combination of school and stuff, it's only really like 1 day a week because we also have matches for other leagues. But we try our best to practice and make sure that we get our executes down and everything like that.
Cool.
Absolutely.
I mean, well, you definitely got some executes down, or you really stopped most of the executes. We didn't get to see you on the attack too much, but I also want to talk about a match before the one we just saw here on Haven against Hawaii. Can you talk to me a little bit about that and how you bounced back into game number 2?
All right, yeah, that match, we were just not hitting shots. I think it was our first match of the day, so we were warming up still. We were all just a little sluggish, but after that match, told us, let's reset. We got this, and we just went through with it, and then we did the same thing to their team. What happened to us? So
awesome, great leadership there. Really showing how well you guys can bounce back. Great game overall, and good luck in the rest of the Invitational. Thank you for the interview, Jason. And our next matchup will be Hawaii versus Kayano coming up next after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. We're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well, arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looked like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5 bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down. But Big J Northwood! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and Booth off that path to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, Seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Show they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with him, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
It's a symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but as Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, landed in the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now, Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it.
Nicely
Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player.
It is.
The schmovement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more Hyperspheres, though. And now, Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point ticks over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though. In from behind is pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Grob looking to try and equalize things on Soldier 76. Drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte peeling for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remech not available for the D.Va. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was a little more ready for it. You know, it felt kind of like, okay, I'm going to E, and then they already had. So there was no reaction from Bethel, but Northwood able to take Ruins 100-50. Bethel, they've got a moral victory under their belt.
Yeah, I was going to say, they won the Torb 1v1.
They won the Torb 1v1. I mean, that's...
We need a trophy for that.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. A bigger trophy.
True. A bigger one made out of gold, you know, maybe. Like, it was a good Torb fight. It was great. But now moving into Lighthouse, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Lucios, on the supports, and Tyler on the Pharah as well. Anything with that boop ability, right? Anything that has the capability of taking somebody off the map, I think those are going to be our star-studded heroes for Lighthouse.
Yeah, Tyler's swapping over. Jake's got a lot of work to do. Big swaps from Bethel, though, getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quibsy is going to be the one to man it up, and they've got a whole mobile composition. Brandon and Jake, though, I see as big targets for Northwood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I remember talking to Bethel yesterday kind of about the Pharah v Echo discussion, and we kind of all agreed Echo is just kind of a Pharah with better mobility to some extent. So we're going to see Tyler versus Zach, which one of these folks really kind of comes out on top, if it's going to be due to the DPS engagement or maybe some other role entirely. But as Brandon falls early, I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that Pharah all the resources they can. Zach's being forced back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about early on in the sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap onto the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her teammates, but when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel 2 places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zed. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, with Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with Landon out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. 1 up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But, yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement. Picks up Momo as well. A fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel. Immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off the Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for the Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement on the Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that road
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman, a nasty Hog, actually, amongst Hogs, Season's out. And I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to
Yeah,
muscle
look-
this one through.
yeah.
Another one for him.
Oh, man.
Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one. Tyler seems to find two.
Oh, he
you
found
know,
two.
so maybe just
That's
a
crazy.
little bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon again taken offline by that Farah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. Maybe a Baptiste as well can make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's
call it a
two
second.
fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is 2 fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Farah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a Squirtle, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it.
Oh.
Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brandon is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh my, look at the juggle. Look at
there
no,
she goes.
Relax, no! Oh my god, that was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1 point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
You weren't fully tested until you were put in that Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potatoes, a little fun fact about him before we jump into the game. I got the chance to interview him for Media Day. And when we asked him his gamer tag and like what game he played, he said he was Potato, and it made me laugh. And then he laughed. We had to start the whole interview over because it was just so funny to see somebody say, I am Potato with a straight face. It was hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on right now. Speaking of Potato, the man going for that early goal, Zath going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, 2 teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no. I think we had a full minute. It was in,
Oh,
it was
okay,
in, it was in
okay.
Game 3. It was in Game 3, and it came very, very close before a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges actually came on Ball State's side. They were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios, unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots. But their shots are going a bit wide. So Akron, so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenging position.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this doesn't feel like a traditional Game 1 kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We've seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, some great growth already to be shown. And right now, I mean, as simple as it sounds, it all comes down to who picks up that first goal, because the first goal might be the only one we see in a game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried, because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say, and I'm pretty sure I've just cast a curse, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend, and we see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. It's going to be a very brief 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. Bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
and honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst to take. Again, you don't have the full goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defensive success. All their shots are currently being taken from a low and mid angle off on the corners, and neither team seems to be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read, so that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal maybe, but a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities, and Luigi looking for some of their own reticence, though. The goalie extraordinaire finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say by the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goal down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball stayed. Desperately trying to break through Akron's defense.
Hey, and welcome back to the CECC West group stage here for Valorant. We're about to drop our last map here in the initial group stage. It's going to be between Hawaii and Keano. So Keano has had a bit of difficulty in those previous matchups, but you know, we've had a similar theme throughout this series. It's 13-2, 13-2, and I just got the script from Camel. I have it right here. I'm gonna leak it. It's 13-2.
I faxed it over to you, so good thing that you got it on time. But yeah, I mean, we need to see Keano. Something needs to change. Whether it's being more aggressive, whether it's playing in a more methodical approach, whatever they think is most comfortable, they need to start doing, because they are going up against a very formidable opponent here in Hawaii, who 13-1 Sac State. Now, granted, we just talked to Jason, and the shots weren't hitting, and clearly they are a better team than what that first game suggests. But that's still 13-1. That's still Sac State are not scrubs. So you're gonna have to be a very good team to do that. So if I'm going into this as Keano, Los, I'm not really worried about who is on the other team. I'm just worried about playing together as a collective unit, going for those trades, going for those repeats as a team, because that was really a problem for them, was, not getting those trades, really just dying one by one. So let's see if they can do that here, and we're finally going to see it change their composition. Zelios off the brim, over to the Viper.
That's going to be interesting, but, there is no C site for them to run to this time around, so it's going to be, I think that takes a bit of pressure off of them, and maybe it gives them new options for their strategies, but no longer on the breach now. We're going to see him on the KO. Savo as well, continuing to experiment and change up the duelist this time around. We will see the Reyna here on Breeze. They will be defending first, so we haven't gotten to see too much of that when we last saw them back on Haven. So now this will be a nice change of pace and see if they could lock things down as opposed to their attempted rushes. I mean, while they were able to take sites, they did take C. They cleared it out and got the spike for a post-plant setup. It just wasn't good for the long term.
Absolutely. We'll see over the course of this game how Keano can respond, how they can adapt, how they can change their game style if things do end up going south. But we will see what Hawaii has in store for us here. Obviously looking to top this group here, 13-1 over Sacramento State, 13-0 over Monterey Bay. So clearly are on a warpath, and let's see if Keano is just another stepping stone for this Hawaii side to continue their dominance to that next day of play. But seems like A will be the target here, as a majority are over towards this side. We'll see the changes in Hawaii's game style, if they like to start slow or if they want to ramp things up and go for a fast push.
Starting things off, I don't think anyone was caught in that initial 0 point, so they're just going to grab the orb and back off a little bit. Pre-effects remove Savo from play, so that's a nice kill you want to get, especially with them getting a bit aggressive down mid. They will have the option to potentially put some pressure on the double doors as they continue to just lay more and more utility, the groundworks for potential A execute.
5v4 situation here. Comey will press forward to B. It's a bit of a timing game here with Zelios. Let's see if he can take the corner out. Already down to 34 HP. Is forced to scurry away back around the corner, and now will play in a much more advantageous position, but he pulls out the knife a little bit too early, and Comey will spot him, take him down. Pre-FX good for one more, and The defensives dwindled away over towards B. Bot and Gingerbread will try as they must, but it's an onslaught occurring. It's so much aggression. They're taking space like it's nothing. Plant goes down, and Gingerbread Man potentially... No, they're going for the knife. Run away. Oh, they're toying with him. No, 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 no! Oh! Have mercy! Have mercy!
No mercy given from the Hawaiians. They will not grant it today. And it's a nice start there for them as they take the first round.
Round one? On round one. They had that planned out in the pregame, Los. They were talking about that in the pregame huddle. Oh my word. Well, hey, that's how you start off the game. That's how you do it right there. Knife kill to end it off. And now they'll go back over towards A. And I mean, that's just, showing the confidence here. Now we got to see what the response is. Remember, Savo did drop down pretty early on into that round. Wasn't able to have that impact he would have liked, as seems like Bot will check the corner of Halls. Pre-FX right between the uprights is able to find Bot, take down the KO. The Bot goes down. Owl Drone will be used to clear out space over towards A, and it'll just be easy with this gun advantage. Shouldn't be too much of a trouble, but Savo will be good for one. It's a good change, good trade for a 4v3.
Great kill, another one by Tested, so they can continue walking down through. Zelios cut off by this toxic screen, and they're spotted already before they even make their way through the double doors, and you've got some aggression here. We've seen this before. Don't do it again. Bit of damage on the shock roll. Might go for a second one, even throwing out. No, what are you guys doing?
Oh my word. Were they gonna do it again?
It looked like it. I'm not sure what the plan was for Mike there. They kind of just ran into the doorway and without any plan. But they have the possibility to do it again. They have so much resources to rely back on that they can throw their bodies on the line. But this time around, there are rifles there as a response for Kayato. They can bring it back. They just have to not lose their lives in the beginning. But look at this. 4 players already at the mouth of A main, ready to take a hit.
This is very risky. They do have a force here. Will they walk into the bulldozing effect? They do not. Tested is good for one. Gingerbread lines it up. The dominoes fall ever so gracefully there for the chamber. The 3K is pure. And now Pre-FX, all but nothing he can do. Gingerbread walks in and finds a 4K. And he is blistering hot there on that round. They needed to win. They had the good advantage. They put all the eggs over towards A, and it pays off in their favor.
Yeah, what a way to strike back. You didn't even give them an opportunity. I think only one fell during that invasion of the attacker space. And they'll think twice about it. Gingerbread with the 4K. Now they've got the tour de force ready to rock. With only 10 seconds left before this. Another onslaught begins. This is a gamble stack. They're expecting Hawaii to jump over back to B. Not going to be the case. Gingerbread will be in a world of hurt in a few moments if they don't back off.
You can just null command this. There's no problem. There's no tour de force really to speak of if that KO ultimate is used. So, and there we go. That's going to be the case. So this should be the Viper wall down. Dash is over. Plant will be imminent here. And here we go. Null command will be summoned a little bit later just to buy extra time, extra space here. As this plant goes down, autonomy will be given over to Hawaii, and it looks like they're going to play for the post plant. They have the Sova, they have the Viper to play for these lineups, and it seems like a flank could be an opportunity, but with the trademarks being there, it's everything locked up. All the X's and O's are crossed, and right now for Hawaii, it's just about waiting and prowling for their moment to strike.
Mike taking a close angle around the left pyramid, and now with this flash, it might be time for them to strike, and they do. Mike's still not safe. They'll be able to rendezvous out of there, but the shot from the Headhunter won't be good. But with such a massive sprawl along the site, it will be an easy stop of that retake.
And even if you're able to get those kills, Comey was, in the back with those lineups. The lineup Larry's in chat, definitely proud of that. But yeah, it's just everything is being covered, and this is the attacker expected from Hawaii. This is what we're expecting out of this team, and now 3-1 here, going to be going in to a bit of a Walmart buy for the side of Keanu. So, you're not expecting much out of this round. You're expecting some decent frags. But Los, I love Cold Cutie going for that null command, locking down the tour de force, and essentially making Gingerbread useless on that round.
Yeah, that was the saving grace they had for the round, the tour de force there to stop anyone pushing through, because they had the gamble stack on the other side. But with that use of the null command, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing that could have been done there by Gingerbread. Of course, they had the Vandal in hand, But even so, you're severely limited. And Gingerbread goes down again as the push continues. 3 dead before they even walk out onto the site.
Yeah, I mean, they're just admitting themselves into the amusement park at this point. They're exploring the different rides, the different attractions, and right now it is just round after round getting this control in the site, whether it's B, whether it's A, whatever the case may be. It's a 5v2 situation, and now for Bot and Zelios walking into the barrel here. The full control that Hawaii is putting on. It's a rainbow wave of momentum here for the Rainbow Warriors, and right now Bot, all he can do is watch. A 3K for Comey. It's a flawless victory there, and on the save, you're expecting it, but in this type of fashion, Los, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, without a doubt, there's not much that we're seeing in terms of a response from Kaon. They can't stop the offensive that Hawaii is bringing, and it's so clean. It's so efficient. They walk right onto the site, or they get the frags before they walk right onto the site. And once they finally make their way there, there's not a damn thing Kaona can do. Unless they're going to get aggressive again. This was successful before. This was their previous only round win. But maybe there will be a response. There's at least 2 people who are about to walk into this onslaught, this massive offensive brought here. Unless this owl drone will spot out everything. Their plan is foiled, and indeed it is, because Mike gets the shot from mid. The double door flank is perfected, and only 1 player left alive on the other side of the map.
You know, Los, there's not much to analyze. I mean, they're going back over towards A. They're getting the control they need. It's a decent frag to get rid of the jet, to get rid of pre-FX, but that's all you're getting. Let's see if Money Marv can get the timing here. Ascending up the rope. It's going to be tough here. The timing. Oh, my word. Money Marv. Not much you can do. Mike was just waiting for his moment. 5-1 here. The ultimates are flowing in. You have the Viper's Pit. You have the Hunter's Fury. That's 2 ways to win a round already. And the Bladestorm as well for good measure. It's tough. It's tough right now, especially considering that Money Marv is slowing down. He's 0-6-2, and you're expecting this guy to be one of the main hands for this Keanu lineup, Los, to be one of the players to go for these frags, go for these kills, but the economy has not been in their favor. They haven't been able to really slow things down and get things going. It's just been all Hawaii from these first 6 rounds.
What do they have to work with? Oh no, another dart to stop them, and it's the worst when you are that chamber. You don't want to waste a headhunter bullet to break it, so you have to give up your position. You're revealed. Comey realizes it. It only takes this swing. Get a few bullets in, but it won't be enough to finish off Gingerbread, so they're scrambling. They have to run away. Regardless, mid control by the pillar has been taken, and this flank, this pinch from the double doors could be executed.
Absolutely. I mean, you have that under Shuri if you really want to go for a play, and that Marshall shot whiffing, and now no, at least 1 is over towards this B side. Mike is able to take down that KO. On top of A, Bot will drop, leaving things at a 5v4, and here we go. The avalanche of pressure approaching for pre-FX. He's able to find the first couple of shots, and now it is just easy work right now. 5v2 situation, and just like that, they're going to know where this Reyna is off the flank. Cold Cutie's got the plant down. 5v1, and I mean, this is the walk back to the principal's office for Sava. And you're not going back. You're taking the long way. I mean, this is just brutal, Los, to watch.
They might be able to secure a rifle. Oh, wait a minute. They're just...
they're
expecting it. Don't drop. What are you... No! They shot through. And maybe Savo just wanted to have a beautiful exit for this round. Go out with a bang. At least they did earn themselves a frag in the end because, well, they wanted to get rid of the Spectre. They knew that they had a rifle buy going into round number 8, and things are just looking desperate as ever. But there are some ultimates in play. Zelios can drop that Viper's Pit to prevent the attack. Just stop it, at least to A. But I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter what site is hit by Hawaii. They usually find that success.
Here we go. Null command off the rip along with the Bladestorm. 4 will be suppressed. Let's see how the trades work out. Tested already drops the KO, but it will be revived there. Downtown is Gingerbread not able to find the shots. Bot still trying to be revived. Zelios peers around the corner. Will be good for 1, leaving it at a 4v3 with Bot being revived. But you see the pressure, the space being gained through Halslos, but that chamber being dropped. There's no trade mark to speak of. There's no flank. Watch allowed. Money Marv gets dropped, and B will be the target.
Ooh, this is a good opportunity for them to strike on back Bot. Just happy to be alive, I suppose, after being revived. Setting off a fun few rounds. now they realize, oh, Spike's playing on the other side. You have to make a move, and all of them need to play together. If you split up and get picked apart, that is going to be absolutely detrimental to your retake scenario. Here comes the pop flash. Cold Cutie doesn't spot anyone, but he's going to take a hell of a lot of damage. Sends out the 0 point to try and back off, and they will be able to make it away.
We see there, PreFX hasn't moved from his position. Time is not on their side. They gotta really hustle here. Cold Cutie might be in a really good spot. Is able to find one. Flicks over to Zelios. Can he find two? Really gonna make it difficult. Now meandering onto the way on the side, but they don't know where PreFX is. And he's from the corner. He's from the back. Bot really can do nothing. There's no time. And they gotta go for the save. 7-1 will be the scoreline. That clutch for PreFX, but along with that extra kill, it's just so difficult. They're using the map so insanely well, Los, and you can just do nothing but just be mesmerized.
Yeah, especially how they took that first hiccup where they were getting shot in the backline by the cave. That KO pushing up with the null command was a bit of a nuisance, and there was such a long pause trying to take that player back, trying to clear out cave. And while that was happening, while Hawaii was being attacked and that position was lost, they took something instead. They went all the way down hall, got into the backline, got into the defender spawn, and converted that into a plant onto B. So they made the best out of a bad situation, and maybe they could make even more. However, Gingerbread with a great headshot over onto Tessid might be able to find a second, but it won't be the case. That's 3 flying on the board there for Hawaii.
Even when things start off strong, it just completely fumbles. Everything falls apart, and the seams have been cleared. Zelios will try as he must with that Bulldog in hand, but not going to be enough at all, and it's going to be a very icky, a very difficult round to win out here. 1v4 situation for Savo, but he's just absolutely shanked by PreFX with the Blade Storm ready. 8-1 here. You still have that Viper Spit. You still have that Hunter's Fury not even being used yet. And they don't need to. I mean, why use it if you're just going to click their heads like that with such ease?
Yeah. That may be the case, but now we're looking at round number 10. This is another scenario where we've got a few ultimates at the ready. You know, they can pop some to have that preempted defense. Zelios will play over by B, potentially bringing out that Viper's Pit, but it's another posturing, another setup over to A because it's just been so easy, so successful for them to make their way to A and not have much resistance.
Well, finally, that mid player was killed, so Bot is able to take down Mike, and Savo along with that will take down Comey. So now it's a 5v3 situation, everything going in favor. Along with Money Mar finding that kill in a Cold Cutie. Really, things are going well. Now the shots are falling, it seems. Everything is settled down. PreFX, though, good for 2. Oh, don't fumble the bag here. Can he really turn this ace around? That's the question. Gingerbread hawking over with this op in hand. Will find the shot, will find the kill. And finally, Keanu picks up a round, scrapes together a second round win, 8-2.
After 6 in a row from Hawaii, they're able to stop that onslaught. They can keep this going. They have the ability. They only sacrificed, I believe, 2 ultimates there, that being Savo's Empress, which, you know, it found one, which was enough, to be honest.
Yeah.
But also the commitment of that tour de force did help them win it in the end. And now they might be thinking, okay, well, we finally had success over on A. Now they might go on to B. So Xelios is still here. Might commit that Viper's Pit. I mean, we're still waiting for that thing to come out. It has been so long that we've seen this ultimate be ready, but they're holding their tongue. They're holding their smoke. And it's another hit from A, or at least another potential one. Oh.
I mean, that's just how the game's been going. I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, it's just, you're able to find these shots, and it's just too easy. Now they got to worry about double doors. We'll see if Savo is able to find one. Cold Cutie will peek around the corner. PreFX loses that exchange with Bot, so leaves things at a 4v4 situation. Mike, though, with this tour de force on fire. Shot after shot after shot, finding its target. Now a 1v2 situation as Zelios takes down Cold Cutie. I mean, is this another save? What can you do here, Los?
I think they were looking to fake out a save as they backed off. Might have given a sound cue, maybe to look toward bridge, but they've got 2 snipers trying to stop them. They got a few shots into either one. Mike, though, just toying with their food. They don't have to make the commitment, but they do. It's a 4K for Mike. Another multi-kill from this player. They have just been non-stop. Hawaii is just decimating this server right now.
I mean, is this another 10-2 angle? I mean, it's a pretty awkward buy. Savo, I mean, what could he buy him? It's just gonna be so rough. Just the economy. I think that's been really the name of the game. Has not been in their favor. I mean, this has to be we never haven't even seen the Viper's Pit being used on this defensive side of it. It's been available for a decent amount of time for Zelios. He hasn't been able to find much success with that. There's the op shot goes wide for Gingerbread, and Comey will anticipate and hit. It's a 5v4. Viper's Pit will be used over towards A, but B, it's already controlled loose.
The one time that Zelios is on the opposite site, that's when they use the ultimate. And that's when Hawaii gets a B execute. That's just so unfortunate when you make those gamble stacks and it doesn't work in your favor. But, oh wow, was that a shot in the air? Bot goes down when they bring out that no command. So while they will be able to have some suppression on the ground, that'll be it. There's no way to be able to revive them. They're in such an open position, but maybe they could take advantage of it. Cold Cutie, though, able to stop out that push from Connector. All up. This 1v2, the 1v1 Money Marv. Time to make your money here with that Blade Storm, but it's all but too late. You brought out the Blade Storm, but the Viper's Pit is up. The time is up, and it is another 10-2 half.
What alternate reality? What timeline are we in, Los? Is every game we cast going to be 13-2 right now? Is this how it's going to be? We need some sort of change. We need some sort of resistance. We need Keanu to win this pistol round for the Valorant gods to align. I mean, it's just really been, like, I don't know, is team diff the right word to use, Los? Like, how do you see this game in that first half? What were you looking at in terms of why the game was so one-sided in that first half?
It was just immediate picks and not stacking enough to punish that they were making such big pushes. So many players botched it up toward A, while they do have, 2 players now. It's just not being able to respond. It's not being able to prepare in response to what you've seen consistently out of your opponents.
Well, let's see if the consistency will continue for Hawaii as Zelios around the corner will be able to not find one.
Oh my god.
Mike! Devastating blow, gets the double kill there. Can he find more? He does. The 3K for Mike. It's absolutely sensational. He's hopping, looking for his moment here, bouncing away over towards Savo. No, Savo finds the shots from the back. He is able to dismiss away, but it's almost a formality here as Comey gets up close and personal with him, gets the right click down, and Savo drops. Mike does it all, gets the 3K. And I thought he was going to the grave much earlier than he did, but just like that, 11th round win, and now, I mean, are you forcing this one? It's just so brutal. You gotta play for another overtime.
I mean, just trying to do that, it's so brutal, as you said, not only to their economy, but their mental. But let's also talk about the fact that this is the most rounds. It's double the amount of rounds that Hawaii has given up across the previous 2 maps. Think about that for a second, Cable. They've only given up 1 in their previous 2 matches against Sac State and CSUMB. So this is a slaughter by the Hawaii squad.
Oh boy. Do they spot Bot? That's the question. He is in a pretty decent spot. Now they know where he is. The Marshall isn't good enough. It is not. Cold Cutie freezing up KO, getting that first kill. Tessin does as well, and now it's a 5v3 situation, and the gun disadvantage you put yourself in. Yeah, Savo's got a Spectre, but that's all about it. Cold Cutie will take down Gingerbread. Cold Cutie takes down Savo, a 3K for the robot. Let's see what Money Marv can do. Not much is good for 1, and it's just an easy showing here for Cold Cutie and the rest of Hawaii. They're going to get the defuse, get the 12th round win. And now you're looking for 10 rounds in a row to get to this overtime, and it's just a really difficult situation, a huge mountain to climb. I don't know what to say. I don't know what you can do. It's just tough.
It's crazy. It's a insane scenario, and I think, this map really was cemented from the beginning. When that first knife kill came through,
Yep, I agree with you.
I think that was just the beginning of the end.
They already got into their heads round 1, so, what were you expecting? The knife kill round 1, and now looking for another stack here. 4 through Cave, trying to make some work here. Tested good for 1, Cold Cutie good for another, and they are just mowing down the line. Bot can do nothing but watch as his teammates crumble before him. And in a 3v1, Savo, what can he do here with a Bulldog in hand against 3 feisty, hungry hyenas here in Hawaii? Looking for this last kill, looking to ice this round, give us a third 13-2 in a row, or if Savo can clutch it up. Let's see what happens here. Cold Cutie spots him out. They know where he is. They're going for the knife kill. You got to imagine, Los. They want this. They want this knife kill. Here we go. They're bunching up around him. They got it. It's got to happen. It's got to. No. No knife kill to speak of, Los. GG's around. We don't get that last knife kill, but we do get the 13-2. You can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. But Los, 3 13-2s in a row. The script is right, and the prophecy has been foretold. And at this point, I mean, it really just seems like, the top 2 teams, in this group, Hawaii and Sac State. I think once Sac State, if they do play again, both, I think that would be a much closer game than 13-1, obviously. But it just seems like those 2 teams are on a warpath for each other.
Yeah, Hawaii is definitely setting themselves apart here. They will cement their place in the semifinals tomorrow in that second group. That is fantastic. That is a great way to start off your playoffs run here at the CECC West. So what a showing. And what a showing. And I'm also just amazed the fact that I did write this down before the game began. It's, if you can read it, 13-2, 13-2, 13-2, script by Campbell. That was all you, man. Somehow, this prophecy has been fulfilled. Wow. Well, regardless, this is only the beginning here for the CECC West Invitational. It's only Group 1. We still have a second group coming at you in just a few moments. But before we throw it out, Campbell, is there anything else you wanted to say just about this series? Because I feel like they have made a statement enough themselves with their gameplay, that being Hawaii.
Yeah, they made a massive statement. I think overall the teamwork, the team coordination we saw was a lot of stacking. It was a lot of just brute force. Granted, I think that was just more of like confidence, more of just ego, just more of just being better. It seems like they thought they were the better team, and clearly they were there, 13-2, the final scoreline. I just think, for Sac State especially, because I think that's the one team that can really go toe-to-toe with Hawaii. I think if they ever do cross paths again in that playoff or whatever the case may be, I think it's just about, overall going in with a solid game plan. We saw a lot of teams today, Los, really, it seems like had that one or, 2 good ideas, but faltered when that idea failed, when that strategy crumbled. So I think, moving forward, it's just going to be good, as we've been preaching, harping on, to have multiple strategies, have multiple ideas, especially in these best-of-1 formats where you don't have a lot of time to adapt.
Of course, yeah, it's all about adaptability, being able to read your opponent and adjust to it, but we'll see if there's any adjustments as we go into our next group of Group B right after this break. So don't go anywhere, folks. The CECC West action continues.
We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. And we're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well, arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looks like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler. Both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammer fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big
J with the
Northwood! No! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and booped off. That has to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Show they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with them, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take it.
Welcome back, everyone, here to our interview with Tessid after a pretty dominant performance there over Keanu. So congratulations, first off, with that victory. My first question, I mean, we've seen you guys, 13-0, 13-1, really destroy teams. But I have to ask you, as a player, as on this team, what are the weaknesses of this team, if there were any? If you could pinpoint anything, what do you think this team needs to improve
on? I think when we don't expect something to happen, for example, when they 5-man pushed A, yeah, we weren't expecting that, so we kind of got rolled. But I think when something that we don't expect happens, yeah, that's when we get caught off guard. Other than that, we're pretty solid.
Awesome, yeah. So, did you have another one, Campbell?
No, I did not. Go, please.
Awesome. Well, you have slaughtered this group essentially, as we've said. I think we have mentioned it a few times on broadcast, and you've gotten to know all the teams here. Is there anyone that you are looking forward to, or anyone that you're expecting from Group B to meet them in the semis and potentially the finals?
Oh yeah, I think it's always SGSU. They're one of the top teams. I guess a rival of ours, and kind of excited to play against them. So. Hopefully, we'll see him maybe in the finals or semifinals.
Sounds good. Well, before we send John your way, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
Special shout out to the UH program, I guess, and the people out there. They helped set us up into this tournament, so appreciate them.
All right, thank you so much, Tessid. Shout out to UH people and just the people out there as well. But good luck to you on the rest of your play within the event. Well, we'll get to check you out tomorrow, so thank you so much. And don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more CECC West action right after this.
We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. And we're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well, arguing for the turret. Do we get the Torp 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looked like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast.
Big
Tyler
J.
with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big
it's
J
Big J
with the
fudge!
clutch. Northwood
No!
first take over to Bethel.
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and Booth off, and that has to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Sure, they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with him, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
It's a symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but as Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, Landon in the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now, Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it.
Nicely
Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player.
It is.
The movement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more hyperspheres, though. And now, Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point takes over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though. In from behind is pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Groblo can try and equalize things on Soldier 76. Drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte peeling for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remech not available for the Diva. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was a little more ready for it. You know, it felt kind of like, okay, I'm going to E, and then they already had. So there was no reaction from Bethel, but Northwood able to take Ruins 100 to 50. Bethel, they've got a moral victory under their belt.
Yeah, I was going to say, they won the Torb 1v1.
They won the Torb 1v1. I mean, that's...
We need a trophy for that.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. A bigger trophy.
True. A bigger one made out of gold, you know, maybe. Like, it was a good Torb fight. It was great. But now moving into Lighthouse, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Lucios, on the supports, and Tyler on the Pharah as well. Anything with that boop ability, right? Anything that has the capability of taking somebody off the map, I think those are going to be our star-studded heroes for Lighthouse.
Yeah, Tyler's swapping over. Jake's got a lot of work to do. Big swaps from Bethel, though, getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quibsy's going to be the one to man it up, and they've got a whole mobile composition. Brandon and Jake, though, I see as big targets for Northwood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I remember talking to Bethel yesterday kind of about the Pharah v Echo discussion, and we kind of all agreed Echo is just kind of a Pharah with better mobility to some extent. So we're going to see Tyler versus Zach, which one of these folks really kind of comes out on top, if it's going to be due to the DPS engagement or maybe some other role entirely. But as Brandon falls early, I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that Pharah all the resources they can. Zach's being forced back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about early on in the sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap onto the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her teammates, but when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel 2 places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zed. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, with Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with Landon out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. One up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. That is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement. Picks up Momo as well. A fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel. Immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off this Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for this Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement onto Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that road
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman, a nasty Hog, actually, amongst Hogs. Season's out, and I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to muscle this one through. Another one for him! Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one, Tyler seems to find two.
Oh, he found two.
So maybe just a little bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon again taken offline by that Farah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. So maybe a Baptiste as well can make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's two fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is two fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Farah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel. I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a Squirtle, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it. Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brandon is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh my, look at the jungle. Look at
there
no,
she goes.
Relax, no! Oh my god, that was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1 point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
You weren't fully tested until you were put in that Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potatoes, a little fun fact about him before we jump into the game. I got the chance to interview him for Media Day. And when we asked him his gamer tag and like what game he played, he said he was Potato, and it made me laugh, and then he laughed. We had to start the whole interview over because it was just so funny to see somebody say, I am Potato with a straight face. It was hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on right now. Speaking of Potato, the man going for that early goal, Zath going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, 2 teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no. I think we had a full minute. It was in,
it
was in Game 3. It was in Game 3, and it came very, very close for a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges actually came on Ball State's side. They were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios, unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots. But their shots are going a bit wide. So Akron, so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenging position.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this doesn't feel like a traditional Game 1 kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We've seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, some great growth already to be shown. And right now, I mean, as simple as it sounds, it all comes down to who picks up that first goal, because the first goal might be the only one we see in a game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried. because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say, and I'm pretty sure I've just cast a curse, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend, and we see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. It's going to be a very brief 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. It's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
And honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst to take. Again, you don't have the full goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defensive success. All their shots are currently being taken from a low and mid angle off on the corners, and neither team seems to be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read, so that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal maybe, but a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities, and Luigi looking for some of their own. Reticence, though, the goalie extraordinaire, finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say by the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goal down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball State desperately trying to break through Akron's defense, and this just might be the opportunity. The crossbar is going to catch the ball, unfortunately, and Akron now they have been given the opportunity to flip the ball back in their own favor.
This is under a minute here. It is getting ridiculous. Again, no goals scored last game.
Right.
We had, it was, I believe, 15 goals across 3 games. That is insane to think about. That is over a goal a minute. I will let you know that is a goal a minute. That is crazy. We are 0-0 here, counting down 40 seconds, and these balls are now starting to get dropped straight in the center, and that actually, I feel, doesn't bode well for either side, right? Whenever you stop it, it means you're not angling, you're not picking a chance to take a shot. You want that ball constantly in motion, and stopping it means you're either having trouble reading it or having trouble even hitting the ball at the proper angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this may sound slightly hypocritical because I feel for a lot of what I've said this weekend is you want to play slow, you want to play calculated, but I feel both of these teams aren't being necessarily opportunistic, right?
Yes.
They're only going for calculation, and you can't do that in a game as fast-paced as Rocket League because I'm confident to say 7 or 8 out of 10 times your calculations aren't going to work, right? So you've got to be opportunistic. And this is this the first overtime? This is the first overtime of the entire weekend. It's a 0-0 OT, but now that clock is going to start ticking up, my friends. That is the beautiful thing about Rocket League. There are no draws. There are no ties. There is only a winner. That clock will continue to tick upward until one of these teams puts away that golden goal.
It's hard, right? These are both teams that won, and they know the strength of the opponents. They know one wrong mistake can cause a lot of problems, and that does tend to actually build up walls very quickly. It forces you into a defensive mindset. But you said it, right? You have to be aware that you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to take that gamble. You know, it sounds bad. I equate it a lot to a game of poker. It's a lot of you have to throw in your chips. You have to be willing to take that risk. You have to be willing to put your team. Oh, there it is! Potato! He is a potato, but he's a fast one. That's going to be the goal for Akron. They will go ahead and manage.
I mean, that potato's the best driver I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but I mean, that is some impressive gameplay there. We saw a Ball State as well. I think it was Zath. We've seen this so many times, the tail of a single second making all the difference, and Zath was right there, just a couple of frames, less than a second away from finding that defensive block. And unfortunately, you know, it again, almost only counts in horseshoes, right? It's you've got to find that defensive block. You've got to be playing that one step ahead, or you're going to miss shots just like that one.
Yeah, and this is one game where I actually feel it's okay to take those gambles really hard.
Right.
So that last shot, I want to just point out how challenged it was. There were multiple members in a corner goal. It's very hard to hit it at that top angle. Normally you get like a random bounce in and flip out. And yes, my name was Akon there for a second. But this time, I expect the teams to be a little bit more offensive. They realized that both were going for the defense. And again, that's a feeling out period. Now I want to see them challenging much harder. Everyone going for this hard shot, going for those hard reads. And be willing to take that chance, gamble big, and gamble to win there. So a ball now on the side of Ball State. They're going to try and ramp it up with a run of their own.
Absolutely. And Ball State, they've got to put their money where their mouth is at this point, right? And I was thinking about this is perhaps there's almost a level of respect between these two teams, right? Everybody's almost respecting each other a little too much. They don't want to go for those opportunistic plays. They don't want to go for those crazy chances because they think we make one mistake, they're going to capitalize, right? So I think that's really what we're seeing is rather than just playing slow or, maybe, they're certainly not playing poorly, right? They're almost playing too careful, and I think we just need to see a little more spontaneity, if you will, coming out from these teams. It's going to be Luigi with a serious air ball there going high up above for Reticence. Perfect timing, right place, right time. Zath now, that defensive hero. Luigi goes for the pickup, but throws it right into the wheels of Akron. Potato coming around that corner, trying to find a goal, hopefully earlier than the last one. 3 minutes and 45 seconds already, 75 seconds off the clock. Ball State finding ball control once again.
Still the air ball challenges right now, and once again, we're back at that same situation, ticking down a minute and a half here. And running out of boost in the air is one of the worst feelings as well. And that's also, like I said, that's why aerial Rocket League is one of the most difficult and challenging aspects is managing your boost in the air so you don't fall at the last second. Right now, Will now out as well. So they are challenging well. But again, no one's taking too many. They're not putting 3 anymore. And again, I like it so far. Just want to see them go for a little bit, 2-man offensive and try and make those combination plays.
Yeah, so there's definitely been some positive progress here on the defensive side of both teams. I feel like we're seeing more consistent defense. A lot of the goals from last game didn't go in simply because of a bad angle or the crossbar or the side of the goal, but this time there's been a lot more player interaction coming through. Now, Potato, speaking of player interaction, has been obviously the star player so far. Picked up the only goal that we've seen between these teams, and now Akron, they're going to be looking for another one. Deister tries to find a Potato, though, the man of the hour. He puts it away, the second goal online. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead, this time about 2.5 minutes faster. So definitely looking strong here, but Ball State, 2.5 minutes to tie the series back up.
Yeah, and this is the nice part. So when I was talking about it, you can be confident in taking the defensive stance all the way into overtime. If that's how you want to play, that's fine. It just means that there's more pressure on the latter stages. There's a reason why scoring early is nice. You give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And that's a demo open. Oh, Potato can't get any speed on the ball. If he had gotten speed, that would have probably gone in there. So, well, nice attempt. Oh, no way! Reticence! That is it!
Reticence has had enough of this. I mean, just from the heavens, midfield, about halfway there, an open goal. Just, I think that was so, I want to use the phrase, so out of pocket, so sudden that even Ball State didn't realize where Reticence was at. Really kind of a secret attack, if you will, a sneak attack from Akron. They found themselves up now 2-0. If they can turn that into a 3, they might be able to walk away with game 2. Only 128 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and with that, honestly, with how the game played out, Ball State, it's very difficult to flip the switch mid-game. Flip the switch from defensive to offensive, and that is what they will have to do. They'll have to say, well, at this point, you kind of gotta.
Oh, man.
A team hat trick.
A team hat
trick.
The silver lining there, and of course, that third and final one going to come from the Boost Bandit, Will. So we're definitely going to see what is brought to the table here from Ball State. Akron, I think they've really woken up a lot in the second game. The first one close, they almost felt a little bit lucky. They walked away with that overtime goal. With these, cold-blooded, calculated. They are not taking chances. They are finding phenomenal opportunities, or shot opportunities, as I always like to call them. And this is just going to be, Akron's game for the taking. Only 100 seconds left.
Yeah, and you can see it now. They are going much more aggressive. It took a little bit to get the ball rolling, no pun intended, but it is it is that point where you realize, hey, we can play this. Hey, maybe we can go a bit more offensive. Maybe we can start
Open
towing
goal.
the line. And yeah, they're finding it now. They're realizing that the opportunities were sitting in front of them the entire time. You just have to be willing to reach out and grab it.
Yeah, so game one, truly a feeling out period, right? Had to decide how aggressive can we get in Akron. They've certainly noticed. They have found out how aggressive they can get. Ball State having that crucial mistake of leaving the goal wide open has been capitalized on twice now in one game. So the score double what it could have been had Ball State had a defender in the back third.
Oh, and that was actually a shot. Oh, just an angle off. And again, now we're seeing Ball State start to do the same thing, which I'm very, very happy about. Again, the transition period to move your mindset from defensive to offensive takes a certain period of time. And if Ball State can hit that now, that means game 3, they should be fully online and ready to go to challenge for some of those goals. And so far, a mad scramble for this ball right outside the goal of Ball State.
Absolutely, Akron. They have just turned it up to 11, right? They've certainly increased the heat. Just an amazing job so far, and it's going to be some incredible progress. 48 seconds left on the clock. I mean, Orbital, we're getting to a point. Are we going to see a Game 4 at all this weekend? It's been nothing but shutouts so far. And, I mean, in terms of game scores, some actual games have been incredibly close. But right now, we have got nothing but 3-0s in Akron. They are trying to keep that dream, that tradition almost alive. This has just been, I still can't believe this is the team they told me they were nervous to be here. They have done nothing but show up.
Yeah, and when you talk about game 4s, I'm telling you, it's going to be that game 3 that sends it the distance. It's never, we're not going to see a back and forth between the two. It's just the read. I don't know why, and don't ask me why. I don't have a sixth sense. I just, you feel it in your bones or something like your dad likes to say. I don't know. But there is just that feeling that once a team takes it, it's a momentum base in the mental game here at Atlanta as well. So yeah. I very much assume that's what's going to happen. And Akron go ahead and take a game number 2, much more consecutive. 400% increase, by the way.
True. Well, technically 300, right? Because they did score 1 last game. So technically, you know,
don't do math.
Not to hit you with the technicalities here, but I think that's only a 3. I don't know. I could be wrong too, but definitely Akron just making such a clean, stronger appearance, really coming out strong. And I mean, again, we're still very early in the morning, right? We're definitely on the earlier side of the tournament bracket, so maybe they weren't as warmed up as they wanted to be. You know, maybe their breakfast was still settling a little bit in game 1, but game 2, they absolutely turned it up to 11. You know, maybe they got a little bit closer to their monitors, honed in just a bit. Maybe had some better team communication. We saw, I think, every goal except for the one from Reticence from the Heavens, you know, was an assist play. It was nobody really running away with the series. So definitely Akron as a whole, great team coordination and communication. And let's see how far that carries them in game 3. But Luigi, my man Luigi's got something to say about this. He said, hey, you casters are talking a little bit too much about Akron. Let's show you what Ball State really has to offer here in game 3.
I swear I'm a psychic. I said it was going to be that game 3. Things are going to kick off, and people are going to come awake. Ball State, it just takes one. It takes a single moment for your team to flip that switch, to say we need to get it going, and now it's on Akron. Akron are activated currently. They are activated. They should be challenging and scoring a little bit.
Man,
just like that. Alrighty, we got a game of Rocket League coming out here in game 3, and instead of Akron going up 1-0, they're chasing Ball State's score.
Yeah, and you know, there's kind of this phrase I made up, right? And maybe it even applies for real sports. I don't pay attention to real sports that often, I'm going to be honest with you. But I always call it the esports factor, right? Where a team waits until kind of that final hour, that last opportunity to really kick it up to 11. We see that so many times across all games, Rocket League, Overwatch, and so many others where this team will be, you know, they'll have an unfortunate run, but as soon as it comes down to that final minute, that final fight, that's when this team really kicks it up. And we've seen Ball State do just that, a 9-second goal. They've already got a tie up here with Akron in game 3. Let's see if they can give us our first game 4 of the weekend.
They're definitely going to try here. But again, you activate once, you got to keep it going the entire time. It's not a little burst of energy. It's not that, hey, it's one and done. You got to keep up momentum base, and I'm surprised. They sent 3 defenders there. If anyone had followed up with the second shot from Akron, that would have been a wide open goal.
Yeah, that triple defense there, the triple commit, can't say I'm a fan of that personally. That's a communication error. That's everybody trying to be the hero, trying to keep the score tied up. But like you said, anybody from Akron, had there been a second player there, that was a free goal for them. So Ball State, they've got to be really careful, and they've been leaving their goal open a lot as well, kind of that open goal. We saw that happen twice in the previous game. It almost happened once in this one as well. So Ball State, they really need to be consistently keeping somebody in that back third, and it feels like we've got a lot of what I'd like to call spotlight players. You know, and those spotlight players want to be on the offense. they don't want to take the defense, and I think Akron has noticed just that. Will with a great pass coming through into himself. Great play. Akron going to find themselves up 2-1.
That is the equivalent of a bicycle kick.
Yeah,
I will say that
truly.
because it is such a nice, gentle tap. And the fun part about it, it offsets the defenders just enough. Again, you are predicting where the ball is going to go, and Will, with the gentle tap, is able to completely redirect it. So very well done on that goal. That is one of the more simplistic ones we've seen thus far, and I highly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 2 minutes off the clock. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead. Ball State, I mean, they really kicked it up to 11 at the start here. The only goal we didn't get to see was the one Ball State made. But what have I been saying? You know, that open goal, it is really starting to be the nail in the coffin for Ball State.
Yeah, and again, I will appreciate it, though. Ball State, you went for that goal. You sent it as hard, and I respect the heck out of it. Just again, the gamble didn't pay off this time, so good try. Now you got to get 2 in 3 minutes. They got one in the first 9 seconds. Ride that wave. Right, ride it all the way to the end of the game, but it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. Akron getting 3 in a row very, very quickly.
Potato farming a highlight reel clip right there. Immediately past Deister, goes past the second defender. That is Luigi as well. Rolls it right in, seemingly effortless toward the end there. Just lets the ball roll itself into goal. This was 2-1 25 seconds ago.
Yep.
Akron, they have just... I feel like I've used this phrase a lot today. They have turned it up past 11. We're at 12. We're at 13 right now. This team, they're pulling absolutely no punches. Reticence finds that 5th goal for Akron here in Game 3.
Yeah, it looked rough, but we said it, right? Activation is key, and I was always worried. Game 3s are where these teams will make or break it. Either it is closed out at a 3-0, or a team will come back, the momentum will crumble, and we'll get a Game 5 possible reverse sweep. Akron looking like they're keeping the status quo of 3-0 series here. Yes, Ball State was able to get one, but Reticence racking it up. I thought it was going to be a few more, but they are crushing it now.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're looking pretty close here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're getting danger close to what is often referred to as a Brazil coming out here, a 7-1 here for Akron. It'd be the first one we have over the weekend, so I want to see if that is definitely what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know what? Brazil fans won't exactly appreciate that. That is a sore memory for them, I think.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not Googling what is a Brazilian Rocket League right now, just to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. But yeah, it is a 7-1 in reference to the 2014 World Cup. So we're going to have to see what Akron does here. If they can find one more, they can give us a Brazil. I just really wanted to make sure. You know, I had to be sure that I knew what I was talking about. Now, only 120 seconds left. Akron, you know, I hate writing teams off a little early, but the reality of Ball State scoring 5 times in 2 minutes is incredibly difficult.
I'm still so frustrated at the fact that you pulled that one out, and I'm just, oh man, oh man, oh man. But
I
yes,
exposed myself too. Nobody would have known I Googled it. I said it.
I just want to make a joke about it, but no, this is, I agree with how it's moving. So far, it's a great save, but Akron are always ready. They're starting to get a great handle on a ball reads, where they're going to move, where those shots are going to go. Either Ball State's starting to get predictive due to desperation, or Akron are just getting a little bit better. Neither is wrong. Just the fact that Akron got online a bit faster, they're now warmed up and they are punching it here. They're wanting to punch their ticket into the finals, and I think that is a great way to kick things off. 1 minute left. You just have to play good defense or a pretty solid offense, and you're set.
Yeah, and you know, definitely something that I think I've noticed as well from the side of Ball State is they are incredibly willing to use their boost, right? I feel like every time we spectate one of the players, they're sub 10 boost, if not at 0. And Akron, they don't seem to make that same kind of judgment on how often they want to use their boost. They're always around 40 or higher, right? They always like to have that boost available. And I think that's kind of where this game has been separated, is Ball State, they haven't been able to keep up in terms of literal speed. And that's why a lot of these goals have been found for Akron.
Yeah, with the last 30 seconds coming down here, you can see Akron, they're just starting to juggle the ball a bit, and I agree, right? That is a thing that, again, we talked with some of the teams about. Right. It's controlling those boosts. Sometimes it's not even their fault. Right. Sometimes it's the fact that when they're landing, they can't get to a boost point in time. They're looking for another one, but yeah, Akron have done such a solid job of maintaining that dominance of the field. 7 seconds left, And it looks like Akron with the pinch right at the goal line. They're looking at it, almost in. It's going to be cleared out. Dicer, just listen. He's like, just come on, get it on the ground. Let's go ahead, finish things off. Akron just dancing it all the way through.
Akron wants that Brazil, but no. Looks like we're hanging out in Indiana here today. No.
They want to give us some classic Overwatch, and they guaranteed me they'd be giving me some Brawl. They want to show us the old school stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just Kings Row, my personal favorite map in the entire game. As a Reinhardt player, I can't not love it. I adore this map. I think it's great. And Ball State, Penn Park in particular, when they had the Earth Shatters, we saw some huge ones. And Kings Row built for huge shatters. So Penn Park, absolutely the player I'm keeping an eye on here. Unless he goes Winston, and everything I say is just tossed out the window.
It's all right. They're in the attacking spawn. Let's talk about what Akron are running, though, because we saw them do this on Kings Row as well. This is the composition that they brought out for their full hold. Well, not a full hold. They got taken on point A and then spawn camped them for 6 minutes.
Right.
It was brutal, which, again, is not even BM. There is a very deadly spawn camp here if you timed it. And I was talking to Stunape about it. It's something we've seen in contenders before. It's really, really powerful, and this guy's knowledge is just so good. But the point A success wasn't quite great for them. They got jumped on pretty quick, and Ball State are going to look to do the same thing.
Yeah. And, Ninja Curly Fry probably, it looks like they're going to swap, but I was going to say, I always call that the Kings Row Widow. You know, you look for a headshot, you don't land it, you just dip. We've seen it on a couple other maps as well, but usually Kings Row. It's going to be a high ground engagement from Ball State. It's going to be interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to go for that collapse comp, if you will, just kind of rush in and try to make some noise. I'm really not sure what Akron's trying to do here, trying to get some third-party information. Probably going to go for a May wall here, but when you rotate through the hotel, the May wall becomes a little harder to pull off.
I love that rotate there from Ball State. They caught Akron off, and now with the wall being down, they get to use it to their own advantage, force Akron to go around you, and then start working on that Reinhardt shield. Now with both teams playing Ring Around the Rosie on point, let's find out just who's the winner. Both Reinhardt's under a lot of pressure. Ninja Curly Fry, though, chunking out that shield. An appropriate wall used beautifully by us. Miller catches out the Reinhardt, and that's a lot of pressure. Akron have got to find a place to take a breather. They will back around the corner.
Yeah, they've got to take a breather. The shield, I mean, we can see it. It's cracking. It's almost down entirely. So it's going to be these slow rotations. It's all who loses someone first.
Yep, fights back up. Great disengage by Akron, and now they get to find a re-engage with an application matrix of their own. Good wall by us. Miller to counter exactly that, but it's stunning. Coming up with the goods for Zangbeast out after a very long and prolonged pre-fight. They've got to find a way back in, but without a main support, it is so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolute cleanup crew there. Stunape hit the ult fire of a lifetime, killed with a headshot, and then Ball State crumbled. Like you said, no main support, probably no fight win.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. Stunape has been okay with the walls, but it's been the right clicks where he really shines. You can see 30% ahead of us Miller right now in ultimate charge. That is not an insignificant amount. But Akron have a big lead here, and I want to see how little they have to use to actually win this. They'll start out with the Deadeye, look for the Shadow in the back lane. It's 2 of the 3 ultimates out, and the Blizzard looks to finish things off here. Ball State going 1 for 1, though, aren't in the worst place until finally they get collapsed on here. But having taken out 2, that's some decent spawn timers, and with all 3 of those ultimates from Akron being used, they're going to be in a good position for the next fight.
Absolutely. Eric almost just got demeched by Hornbach remeching. That was almost very bad, but no. They were able to dash away. They were able to booster away. Nylon finds that Baby Diva kill, so you get, 10, 15 seconds extra credit here.
It's going to be pretty fast from Ball State. They know they have the man advantage. They should go in here 5v6. It's not even 5v6. They have the man advantage because the players from Akron are taking so long to get back, but they wait for the Baby Diva nonetheless. So it's going to be just in time. Zangbeast out, though. Another big problem for Ball State. Going to calmly back away, use that wall, just wait for the support to spawn. It's 10 seconds off the clock, but at least you're not giving any more away.
You hit the nail on the head as clean as Stunape is hitting these headshots. It's these old fires making a world of difference here. I mean, this has been the second fight in a row. Stunape is the reason that it's won for Akron. There's hardly a fight afterwards. Now, Ball State going to have 5 of the 6 ults moving into this. They might just have to press Q already. One of them down the drain. Here comes that Blizzard. Going to have to make a difference. Finna dropping the beat as well. This is all about that impact, and it looks like Ball State maybe has finally cracked this fight open.
And the Blizzard was huge. I gotta give props to Stunape. The wall was absolutely perfect, but when you're trying to counter ultimates, you need some more ultimates to do it. It was a great fight by Akron, but Ball State, with that ultimate advantage, come ahead.
It took them 75% of the time they had, but any time is good time, right? And they're going to get additional time as soon as they cap that point. Now, the thing I'm going to be focusing on is I always call the first part of the Streets phase Kings Row 1.5, because we always see teams get stalled there. And I'm afraid if Ball State loses this engagement right now, we're going to see another spawn hole.
Yeah, they don't want to get held at that choke point right now. They'll have to back away. Akron taking it aggressively. They're trying to utilize that Deadeye. This is a great, amazing amplification matrix.
Yeah.
Forces them right back, trades ult for ult, and gets you space to start working on that cart. And now, space to charge up more ultimates.
There was a spot in there. Penn Park was sub 100 HP easily. I really thought Ball State was going to lose the man tank, and that would have spelled nothing short of disaster. Hornbach isn't going to be able to find some kills, but a Blizzard and a beat from Akron, I mean, that's going to crack it wide open. The Blizzard's huge.
But we're in the same position we were a couple fights ago.
Right.
Akron have only a shatter to their name. Ball State are coming off of Blizzard and a shatter of their own, so no one's really on the same timings here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're seeing quite an interesting spawn camp. We did predict this if Ball State was to lose that fight. Akron, they're just going to get up close and personal. This is almost what I call the Havana hold, right? You go into spawn, you just be that general nuisance. Any time is good time.
Y'all ever play Tiny Overwatch?
True.
Very similar. Seal just lays them out. The shield under so much pressure. A perfect immortality from Zang Beast. It buys you a couple more seconds, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, when you're stuck in a Reinhardt and he's staring you in the face, each of those swings doing, what, 85 damage a swing? Something absurd like that. So, I mean, just Akron, like you said, Tiny Overwatch at its finest. They're going to try to TP out here.
I think it's the right call. They're going to have a quick way in, TP out, jump on that cart, and get that thing going through the choke point. Akron decides for the engage. Shatter connects on to 3 on the ground. Blizzard to follow up here for Ball State. It's an easy win for them to take this one through the choke point. And now, those staggered ultimates that we were talking about, how now none of these ultimates are coming up on the same time for both the teams, are really helping you out there, getting through that tough choke point.
Absolutely. Now, Ball State, we talk about this. We see us Miller and Stunape are complete antithesis of one another. They are complete polar opposites. Every time one of them has Blizzard, the other doesn't. So we really want to look at the Blizzard from Stunape here, because if this Blizzard isn't successful, Akron kind of throws away that small lead.
You know what? There's a good chance that it might not be. Ball State have 2 support ultimates on.
Yes.
Great count. Wait, Ninja Curly Fry. Throws a teleporter up. Is anything going back behind them?
Might
no,
be a bait.
It's just a bait.
Yeah.
Just a fake out. Amplification Matrix is going to buy them space. Stunape looking for the angle to get the Blizzard in here. But now it's segmented away from the rest of the team. Stunape has to be very, very careful. That's the wall. That's also the ice block. The Blizzard has to come out, but the E just isn't quite there. Hornbach tried his best to get it, but it was just too late. Akron find the engagement off the back of the Blizzard, and they're going to take another one away.
Yeah, lucky enough, Hornbach was the one to eat a lot of that Blizzard damage, kind of caught out Stunape, but unfortunately the team still just took too much damage. Now this is specifically my Kings Row 1.5, is this corner right here. We have seen World Championships end on that spot right there. So Ball State, they've got maybe 2 more tries, but I think we're just looking at 1.
Not that ultimate up to do it either, right? We're missing the Blizzard. We've only got the sound barrier. A bomb Akron can pretty much equalize that. The amplification matrix is going to be so good for them. You got to get pretty creative here, and they're working their way around the high ground to do exactly that. That amplification matrix will line up nicely with the end of this high ground, but they shouldn't use it too early, otherwise Akron are just going to back away calmly around the corner. It looks like they want to drop directly on top of them, but it is very tricky to do. Both teams having the sound barrier up, though, if this fight gets hectic, the Lucio that uses it second is more than likely going to win their team the fight. Ball State now for the engage. Let's take a look at how they want to get this done. Turrets out for Ninja Curly Fry. They start to push. Sound barrier out first from Pixel Star, then Finna, both early though. And the bomb from Hornbach finishes off one. Shadows out from Seal. Not sure how many people end up on the ground there, but Ball State looks to be doing pretty all right for themselves. Seal with the follow-up though, through the amplification matrix, finds himself a win.
Yeah, Penn Park, insult to injury here, able to find a double Earth Shatter. It's going to be Seal. Penn Park finding 2. Ball State, this is their time to shine. It's Penn Park.
They kept the perfect 3 players up. They kept the Baptiste, they kept the Symmetra, they kept the Reinhardt. 1 support, 1 damage, 1 tank, everything they needed to fight their way back in.
And that Sim, I mean, she was plugged in. That microwave was full power. She was just roasting people, cooking them to shreds. Yeah, I mean, Penn Park, I'm confident to say Penn Park just won that fight for Ball State.
And now Ball State have got not much, but they do have more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 90 seconds. I mean, that realistically, they're probably not making it to the end, and if they are.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Here we are for the West Invitational, and usually hosting, but decided to jump alongside my man Los here and join the commentator's desk for this one. So excited for 2 of these schools. We have UCI playing against SJSU, San Jose. And Los, how you feeling going into this first set coming off of that Pool A that we just watched?
I'm excited. I'm excited to be sharing the desk with you, Paulie, first and foremost. But after we saw a absolute domination from one team every single game in that previous group, 13-2 was the scoreline for all 3 matches that we checked out. I'm hoping for a bit more of a competitive experience. You know, it's always been one-sided. I'm expecting that both UC Irvine and San Jose are going to really bring the heat as we jump into Haven, because this should be good. These are both very high-level teams in the collegiate Valorant circuit, so I'm expecting nothing less, or I'm expecting a lot more than a 13-2.
Yeah, well, we're going to start on Haven. That'll be the map that we play here to start things off. And as we take a look at both teams here, you know, we'll get into the character pick momentarily, but so far, how has the action been, Los, as we've taken a look here at Pool A? What any tidbits here to anybody that's just tuning into the stream can kind of update them on the pool, on what happened in Pool A?
So in Pool A, it was just absolute domination. If we're specifically talking about one team, it was Hawaii. University of Hawaii came up, only dropped 3 rounds total on their game. So it was
Wow.
absolutely insane. Absolutely insane how much pain they were bringing into the server. So they're going in. They're making it to playoffs, and joining them, I believe it will be Sac State, who, on the flip side, lost 13-0 to Hawaii. And, oh, man, it's going to be an interesting one to
13-0.
see how they continue. Yeah, 13-0.
Hawaii,
13-0.
you know, our Esports U production lead, Kyler, has been preaching Hawaii in the Valorant scene here over the last couple months to me. And, you know, the first time he brought it up, he's like, Hawaii. I'm like, oh, shut up, Kyler. You don't know what you're talking about. They're on an island, you know, and sure enough, that same week, I think they dominated. I believe maybe it could have been Northwood. I don't remember exactly, but they played really well in a big tournament. And as I'm like telling him, oh no, you know, shush, I see them on Twitch like performing in Valorant. So to see that 13-0 from Hawaii is actually some spectacular stuff. And as we're taking a look now, as both these teams start picking out their character selection here, let's take a look here. Defender side, Metro Thig, he's going to go with the KO. Teddy on the Jet. Choi Boy, he's looking at the chamber there. Nasi over on the Sova, and Chris for the Omen if all those locks go in. Los, how about the attacker side?
So I say this all the time. I never trust players when they hover agents because they can always switch it up. But it does seem that we're at least going to have Kyle on that Sova. Great for some information gathering. And I guess everyone else will make their commitments as well. So we're kind of dancing around a bit of a mirror matchup. Only difference is that Tig is going to bring over the KO instead of Cowpie and counter out that with the Reyna. So each have their own information gathering, a lot more info that can be gained coming in from the defending squad, that being UCI. So I imagine they're going to play it slower, while we have San Jose, who's based on much more of a rushy composition because they have speed with those two Space Taker duelists of Flo and Cowpie.
Yeah, and we'll start things off here right once again on Haven, as this first round dictates so much. This is Pool A. It's going to be a best of one heading through the bracket system here for Pool B. Tomorrow we will have the semifinals, some semifinals action as we move forward. So this is going to be an interesting set. I'm really excited for it, and we're enjoying some of these West teams competing in Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Overwatch, as well as Rocket League this weekend here for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. Winner of each game will join us May 7th and 8th in the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, for the grand final event, which culminates our year here at Esports U. And this has been such an exciting stuff. Los, happy to be with you here today, man. It's been a little bit.
It's great to be here. You know, fun fact for the people at home, Pauly Hype was actually the first commentator I ever worked with on an official Valorant LAN, my first LAN ever. It was with Pauly Hype, so it's good to be back in the booth with you today, and I'm ready to get things rocky here because, well, I think we're having a minor bit of a tech pause at the moment as we're waiting for this round to start off. But if we could just base off what we're seeing so far in the beginning, Stormtrooper 86 faced out here in A, might be going in for a lurk initially, and when you're in the pistol round, that could be solid, but I think you want to keep all of your eggs in... normally you wouldn't want this, all your eggs in one basket, because you want to have the ability to trade off, because pistol rounds can go so quickly that you want to have someone to play off of, that you want to have the ability to rely on your teammates that can give you cover, that can flash you in, that can trade you if you just get clapped the second you walk into a site. But that'll be the case. It'll be Stormtrooper lurking out while the rest of the squad getting ready for a C hit.
As this first round begins underway, and don't we have to go over to the observer function here? I'm trying to get over to it, but Teddy winds up finding one. Choboy as well. 2 go down. That's 3 here. Hold on. Don't worry about the observer feature. When 3 go down here, blue team playing fantastic. They will take site here is Sova as well as Cowpie, but this first round going over to the defenders, Los, that was well done.
Well done indeed, and it really came off of that smoke that was going down by Chris. They dropped it at the mouth of the site, and anyone who wanted to walk in, they made it very difficult, and I think it all comes off the back of Choi Boy starting things off with a double kill from the Headhunter. A great way to kick things off, and now you will clearly see they're jumping into a force. Enough money even for Tig that they're going to bust out the Bulldog to start things off.
And that's what you got to do, right? You know, this is what this game is, a force push game. So when you win that first round, you want to get that force push, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here, even if you're on the defending side, because you pick up that second round for free, as we're seeing a push here once again on the C site. Well flashed. Great job. 4 go down inside the garage. Metro Thig finds 1. Chris finds 2 on the Omen, and just like that, it's 2-0 for the defending team.
A destructive continuation of that first round, and yeah, it's exactly what we would have expected. But what's even better is that they didn't give up a single gun, because now they can bring it full force into the bonus round, and it doesn't even seem like that much of a bonus when you've got Tig. They still have that Bulldog at the ready, and I think we might have a little bit of a weapon swap around here. Just trade your guns. Maybe Teddy can have a better use of it. No, okay. They will buy Chris, or Chris is going to bring out the Vandal. They're going to have that long range advantage, but no one will be expecting a full-on hit for Garage.
As this mid push comes out here, it's Cowpie. We're following alongside over to Choboy on the Chamber. Chamber, just such a great pick. You see it so much lately, especially just the economy save value. You know, what character is able to use a save round and get an op as an ultimate? That's pretty beneficial here, as we're seeing a attacking team back away. That bomb will go down, though, without anybody getting taken out. This is a great job so far as we follow alongside the red team.
Okay, whoa, getting a bit aggressive there. Stormtrooper will punish that with ease. They wanted to make a breakaway out of the garage, and this is just more and more peaks out on mid. They lose it all out. Stormtrooper with a 3K to shut that down, and the bonus will not find success.
That was a great job. You know, if you're UCI, that's what you want so bad. You know, you go down 2-0, and the third round really is the culmination of the first 3, right? Because you have the first round, the second round, the bonus, and then that third round is the first full buy for both sides, no matter what, if you save properly. So well done there, as UCI is able to take down that third round. And now we are heading into round 4. Los, what are you thinking is working here? I mean, we did just see UCI get onto that midpoint quite easily onto B. Do you want to see them execute that again because of the East, or are they going somewhere else here?
I think they're planning for that. They're planning to hit mid, but Teddy's so far up, they weren't expecting them in the pocket on mid, and now they have the ability to just take another fight. Maybe they'll go for another one.
I just love watching Valorant as FWLO winds up finding Metro. It's 4-on-3, though, for SJSU, as they are up. The bomb has not gone down just yet, and it's still UCI just kind of muttering around spawn, trying to find their way out, but Nazi winds up finding Kyle, and that's a great job. 4-on-1, SJSU. Los is in control.
It's all up to Flow in this moment. They've got such a tall task ahead of them, and that recon bolt won't make it easier. They had the right idea. They knew where Nazi was going to be, but without that information, the direct contact that Nazi had based off of that arrow, it made it too easy. And the walls were closing in, not to mention, so they're going to keep on most of their guns, and still, the most deadly feature of them all, Choi Boy still has that operator in hand.
And this is the lead that really is so beneficial for SJSU, as they are now starting to get economy. They're up 2 rounds, and I know it's still early, but once you get to that 5 rounds, you know, +4, +5 round lead, it becomes very difficult, and just so much pressure on the one side here, as this one is also an attacking side map due to the fact that the three different plant sites, one of the only maps in this game to have that.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so difficult to defend. You have to spread out your forces thin, but we're about to see an execute right onto A or C.
And it's going to be a quick out rush. I love Stormtrooper's teleport on top of the plant site. He almost finds Metro, but Metro does take him out, as it's still a 3-on-3 here. Metro sitting in the back corner. Oh, nice shot. Takes out Kyle. He looks to find Nibbler, but Nibbler finds him. It's back and forth trades. Joe Boy with the snipe. Ooh, and the operator right to the chest of FWLO. And the defenders, once again, SJSU, San Jose State University, picking up a beautiful 5th round right there. 4-1 for San Jose.
Yeah, great continuation of that. And like I was saying, it's Choi Boy on the operator doing the work, getting the damage done. And we got to see that UCI, they're back on the eco. They got a few sheriffs in hand, but if they want to try and bring it out, the Blade Sword is ready. Or Blade Storm is ready. So Flow can bring that out, and it can give them that bit of a advantage competitive boost. And speed in if they want to take A site quickly, and that's where it looks like they're headed.
As we're seeing nice blind there. Woo! It's a shock dart. It's Nazi going off. Well done there. 3 members get taken out off the entry of UCI, and UCI is just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Los has Kyle trying to peek his way here into long A, but nothing so far.
No, definitely not. And they've got no escape clause. They could send out the Aljo and maybe peek someone out. But after this time, maybe they're getting a little cautious about where the play may be. You can see Metro's all the way over to C. And Chris, they've rotated. So they're expecting a much further play, a much more complex play, where really, they just haven't moved at all. Kyle might be giving their life right here, but if they can secure maybe a frag or just play for their life and support Nibbler, maybe they could get a plant over onto B.
Yeah, and just any money at this point in time is going to really be beneficial to help them. They are, really far behind here. I know it's only 3 rounds, but it looks like SJ is going to wind up taking this 6th round as well. And there's Metro, who winds up just finding a slowly rotating over Nibbler. Kyle, by himself, goes for the Sheriff there, but does not connect as Metro winds up finding another nice coup kills for Metro on the KO. As it is a 5-1 lead here now. SJSU starting to pull away lows. How's UCI going to get back into this one?
I don't really have too many resources to take it. I mean, Kyle, he's 1 ult orb away from using that Hunter's Fury. You could use it to try and root out some of the defenses that we'd see being set up here by San Jose, but they're pretty unpredictable, I'd say. They kind of move around. They don't keep all their agents posted up in the same position, so they like to keep it versatile. And that's the biggest issue. If you don't know where your enemy is going to be, like Choi Boy right now, might be good for a few kills.
Ooh, it was actually really smart use there of Sova to kind of just peek. Calpie, though, does find Teddy as this push into long C has come to fruition. And just like that, UCI is going to get this bomb down. And this is just a great play here by UCI to get the bomb down. So actually, no, it didn't go down. Nice due to the ultimate there from SJSU's Sova. But so far, UCI will finally get it down. They do have the man advantage, and this could be UCI's 2nd round here against SJSU.
Oh, Flo taking a lot of damage, and you've realized that there's many players trying to make their way outside through Garage, but they're all denied. Flo not even allowing some information, some sight for the down dig. However, Chris cuts them down. 1v3, 1v2 even. The ace is necessary if they want to clutch this one out. No way. Chris only needs 1 more. They might be able to get a Calpie's in the smoke, but no. Calpie can save the day with the 3K, and that's another round win. The 2nd one so necessary here for UCI, not to mention they recover the operator.
5-2, operator going on over, and UCI finding a breath of life here. It started getting to that +4 round count. They're only at +3 right now, or -3 rather for their team. So this is still very returnable. I think they need to start using a little bit more of some combo abilities here. I know, they have the Jet, they have the Omens, they have some smoke advantage, they have some information and knowledge with the Sova drone, with the Owl drone. So we got to see them play just a little bit safer. We're kind of noticing SJSU just pick them early in the rounds, and the rounds that they actually stay alive a little bit longer. This could be a big-time flash. Peeked in, but Teddy, no. Winds up finding one. FW will trade off, and Nazi finds FW. So once again, on this entry, Los, SJSU just winds up picking apart UCI, and it's UCI's advantage, SJSU's advantage once again.
Oh, turned right around. Nibbler with the tour de force, getting it done. Now that's got it down. So 3-on-2. They have options here. While they've gotten 3 frags, they haven't gained any ground in terms of map control. Well, around this corner, you will find a bit of trouble. It's going to be Choi Boy with the Vandal. Don't have that tour de force out yet. Now they're considering making a push, because you can see with that rendezvous, they're willing to take a risk here, but it all depends on how Nibbler takes this fight, and they get the shot.
A big boy snipe there, and this is why just Chamber brings so much value to the squad here, as Kyle for UCI does wind up getting that palm down. Good peek, though, by Chris, who winds up finding Stormtrooper, but Nibbler with the 4-shot, amazing stuff there, and winds up connecting, and that was a save round, so that's what Chamber brings to the table, Los.
Yeah, this is a great way to utilize this agent. Chamber is a sentinel, but really on the offensive side, when you're attacking, he's more of a duelist, because while his traps is trademark, are good for spotting out people on your flank. Really, you want to use that rendezvous as a safety net. You go in, try and put your body on the line. If you miss your shot, you whiff the first 2 bullets. Get out of there. And they're good for taking those initial fights, but we're about to see another one taken right here by Garage.
Right, and Cowpie 867, it leads on him. They're going to push on in. That was a flash from KO. But here comes the Reyna. I love that, actually. That was a safety flash by Cowpie. It will be a push in, though. 3-on-3 trade. Both teams going back and forth. And Nibbler for UCI is going off right now. He is carrying the team, but what a great shot. Oh, look at those shots.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That is critical. Not to mention, they've got their number. You can see right where he is. Good. Patience on waiting to use that rendezvous the second that the dart ended, but it doesn't even matter. Choi Boy with the tour de force clutch it out. Although they were losing their grip on it, 2 rounds in a row there for UCI. Finally, San Jose is back in play.
Yeah, I mean, Chamber is just so godly. He's just a great character. Like, ever since he's come out, he's really found his place into competitive really fast. And I mean, like I said, the ultimate to me is just everything. And his kid is strong, right? Entirely. But the ultimate is like, even on a save round, you get an up. Like, and then you carry that up if you potentially win into the following rounds. I mean, just insane.
Without a doubt, but now we gotta talk about what they're prepped for. Here for round number 10. It's only Nazy here. They've been able to hold it down for themselves as they made aggressive plays in the past, but if they commit that from the shadows, yeah, there will be some backup. Chris is here to help this A rush, but they gotta make sure they're alive long enough for the rest of the team to come through. Nazy's good for 1, but Stormtrooper with the judge is working to clear out the site. They've got a second one. Maybe Cowpie can help give them support, but it won't be the case.
UCI has awoke Los. Kyle finds another one. Stormtrooper with the 3-peat, and that's going to do it. And just like that, they will also get the additional plant money. It is now 6-4, and UCI is starting to gain some momentum. They're playing fantastic. And, I mean, no credit, though, taken away from SJSU as they are still in the lead. But UCI has definitely come alive a bit here, Los.
Oh, they definitely woke up, for sure. They've been able to take control of these past couple of rounds, and we're seeing what they could bring to the table. However, there is a bit of a hitch. Okay, yeah, Flo will get that money, but now we're looking at a potential save round, a couple of ghosts, a couple of sheriffs, and a judge on Choi Boy. They want to play it close. They want to just remove the weapons out of the hands of UCI, but I don't know. With that Hunter Sphere to start things off, CECC is looking a bit dangerous.
Yeah, and this looks kind of where UCI is going. I mean, they're kind of hovering around mid. Chamber already has the A site, so he's already headed down to the back. But this is such a weird rotation. It's actually Jet came up short, went around long A for SJSU, while Chamber went down long and came out the back for UCI. Kyle winds up taking out Teddy. Well done. And Nibbler winds up finding another one there, and UCI has taken over this A site. This bomb is going to go down, and it's going to be a rotating SJSU as Metro finds Nibbler here to even things up a little bit.
Oh, that's a crucial shock dart. They've only got 39 HP left. 1 shot to the chest is all they'll need to die. So this post-plant setup definitely is looking good in the works. Choi Boy's first peek is going to determine a lot of things in terms of their success. But with that smoke, the dark cover placed back on Heaven, they'll have a little bit less to work with, but the paranoia allows Choi Boy to jump on out. But it won't be enough. Team Ace is coming through.
That was just fantastic stuff there. As UCI is about to, it started out, I think, 4-1 or maybe even 5-1. But UCI has now won the last 3-4 rounds in a row, and they're actually looking to come out of this half 6-6. I mean, I think you want a 7-5 from the attacking side on this map, but still, the way the map started out, I don't think UCI is complaining as they're able to even things out potentially coming into the second half.
Oh yeah, it's no question that it's a possibility. Now with Flo, they've got the Blade Storm and they want to play quick into Garage. Fortunately for them, no one is there waiting for them. They will be hit with the trademark. The information is gained. Now the 2 players on scene know that there's danger over by Garage, so they smoke it off.
Teddy winds up finding Nibbler, though. Nice pick, because that's an early one here, and it's still SJSU with the option to go 7-5 into the half as Choboy winds up finding Kyle. An ultimate will come out. Blade Storm from FW. As FW now encroaching into C. Nice dash in. Does wind up finding Cho. He's going to wind up going up top. Nice. He's tying things up. What is happening right now? As 3-on-3. What a play by FW Lolos.
Oh, yeah. Just massive speed. Jumping in, taking them by surprise. They didn't know what was even happening. There's the From the Shadows. Not to mention, we've also got the no command. It's going to stop them from having any efficacy. While they will go down, Tig is still denying them. They're still being suppressed. And all the while, Flow going in the back line. They're trying to get the resurrection, but it won't be put into play. It's a 1v1, and Teddy has such little health. They're going to dash out and get the shot to deny the defusal.
FWLO on the back end of a triple kill. I mean, if I could have instant replay, I would love to watch it right there on that one. FW was coming out of garage, winds up throwing his cloud burst, dashes into it, gets one kill with the Blade Storm, updrafts on top of plant site C, winds up picking up the AK, updraft up top, and gets another kill. What an amazing stuff there by FW. Literally saved the round there for UCI, and on the back of his play, they wind up heading at 6-6 here into the half. That's great stuff there.
Yeah, their takes have gotten a lot better as time has gone on, but I'm interested to see what their defense is looking like this time around. Now, they will have a lot harder time trying to stop pushes, not having a player like KO or an agent like KO. They make it so much easier with those suppressions. With two duelists, you have some great firepower, some dueling power, but what do you have in terms of that stopping power? Well, Choi put Nibbler to a stop right at the beginning with the Headhunter, and they've already made their way onto B.
Yeah, and this is just a great push here. Calpie does wind up finding Metro. It's now going to be a swap, so SJSU is on attack, UCI on defense here, and this bomb will go down a site as it is a counter take here opportunity for UCI.
Teddy playing it very close, looking to get something with the classic. The right clicks do not find their shot, and Flow with two. Now they've locked down Chris. They're sending out the Paranoia, looking for a swing, but it's not going to work out. Choi Boy all alone, get hit by probably 4 different players in that moment they tried to peek, and that was a great defense there by UCI.
UCI is swarming. I mean, this is amazing. Sometimes, like we always talk about, it is better to get the momentum headed into the second half instead of coming in hot. And SJSU came in hot, but UCI is definitely using the momentum to their advantage, as well as just playing clutch, right? You can't build the momentum without a couple clutch plays. So UCI now taking Haven here by storm, as remember, this is a best of 1, folks.
This is San Jose. They're not trying to fall into any pit here because they forced themselves. They've got a few Spectres and a Marshall, and they've already broken into B side. They're being stopped by the trademark, but Teddy will stop Nibbler instead. This could be a plant from Chris, but no one has any information of what's going on inside of B. The spike's down, and they're going to pull out. They want to have a longer angle for this post-plant setup.
Yeah, and actually a couple members of UCI, despite losing SJSU, despite losing that last round, actually bought right now. So if UCI loses this round, SJSU loses this round, they will be hurting and will not be able to full buy next round. That is a quality shock dart. Actually hits 2. Choboy finds the third. Cowboy trades out Choboy. It's 2-on-1. Cowboy finds the third through the wall on Nazi, and this could be a defuse. Half peek, and right now Metro knows he has to peek. It's going to be a half once again. The timer is ticking. The fuse will come out one more time, and he's going to stick it.
No way!
Calpie with the clutch as an 8-6 here. Metro Thing did not peek at all. It was just too late and did not wind up getting that one-shot kill to stop the defusal. Amazing job, amazing play by UCI and Calpie.
What a recovery, and that's such a huge loss because they put so much money into that round, and now it's almost a guaranteed win here again for UCI because they've got a little bit of money in their pockets, not to mention Flow back again with the operator.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Flow's comfort zone is. He's picked it up multiple times here. SJSU is now the ones down 2, so UCI, they found an advantage, but an amazing shot by Metro. Flow actually had the op in hand, but missed, and Metro made him pay for it. As this is the opening, SJSU is now looking for to get this bomb down and finally get their first round here on offense. Calpie sneaking from behind. It wasn't kill on Nazi, and Calpie will use Devour, and just get on out of there to safety.
And you can see that didn't even stop San Jose at all. They're going to keep it going. They committed to this attack. They've gotten onto site, and no one's there to stop them. But what you would have thought, a flank in the back, a pick in the back, would make them think twice and started the play. It didn't, in fact. And they've got this post plant set up right now, but with the smoke dissipating, it's time for UCI to strike back.
Yeah, I mean, this is just fantastic stuff. UCI winds up getting taken out. SJSU finds their first attacking round. And for a best of one, these two teams are evenly matched right now, almost going in tied after 15.
What's great about that is that they came in bare bones with that round. They were running with a few sheriffs, maybe a guardian even, but they were very broke. And the single Vandal that was back from Tig's loss a few rounds ago, and they were able to pull it back. They were able to go against an op as well. And now they flip the script. It's a pauper buy coming here for UCI.
Yeah, and this is what UCI looking to find one, but gets taken out. And Flo has really played super aggressive down long C Hall. And they're going to wait for him, though, as SJSU still waiting. Calpie finds one. Teddy finds two, though. And just like that, SJSU is going on into speed. Nice triple for Teddy. He might be a Teddy, but no bear here, as he is just being destructive. And Stormtrooper, the only one left here for UCI, as it's a 3-on-1, and this is not looking good here for Stormlos. Oh, stop it.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. No, Choi Boy. Couldn't let that one slip between their fingers. They worked too hard for that, for it to be destroyed by Stormtrooper, but they were close. With a 3K, they at least decimated the economy of the players walking in. They took the weapons out of hand, so you have to buy going into the next round, so few of these players will be worse for wear, but the money in general, as a whole, look at San Jose, they're going to be okay. The same thing cannot be said for UCI, but on the flip side, they do have new ultimates starting to be built up. A few more Nibbler will be on that tour de force.
SJSU, UCI, we're headed in even after 16. It's an 8-on-8. Nazi did eat a little bit of that shock dart, as we did see a recon bolt there head on into C. And C has been SJSU's most popular success so far, as Metro Thig once again coming on in. Teddy will eat a lot. Metro does find one, and SJSU once again has arrived on C, as it is a retake opportunity here for UCI, and they're taking full advantage of it. That's 4 now. UCI making it look easy.
Oh yeah, Choi Boy, the last one in garage. Found a good shot in the end, still a 1v3. They've got no angle. Flow with the quick peek. Nice little dink to end the round and take back the lead. They've still got it in hand, that being UCI. And they're starting to slowly gain back this game.
Yeah, and so far, what more can you ask for? UCI, SJSU, Collegiate Esports. It's a beautiful Saturday here, and I'm just having a blast. Back to commentating with you, Los, here, as we're just rounding out Pool B of this West Invitational. Remember, the winner of each game of this event, of Sunday's event, will get a bid to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup down in Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th for our grand final event of the year. So a lot riding here, Los, on this one.
Now, I just want to take a time to note that of all the score lines, the opposing score lines, this map right now has more contested rounds than the entirety of the first group.
I was just, and it's funny, Los, I was just about to ask you, how is this match shaping up versus the Pool A? I mean, was Hawaii dominant? I would assume Hawaii was dominant in Pool A, as we're seeing a grenade from Metro come out. This is going to connect. Oh, no. It's Metro with a double. SJSU is not done just yet. Oh, they're stunned. Oh, he's stunned. Metro Thig trying to find that kill, but it has not been anything just yet. It's a 3-on-3 affair, and it looks like SJSU was getting the better of UCI there, but UCI from behind winds up getting 3, and just like that, UCI is going to take a 10-8 lead at the end of the second half. They're getting closer to that 13-round win here, Los. Remember, this is a best of one, ladies and gentlemen, so there is no redemption sets here.
Oh yeah, no, they are inching their way more and more, only 3 rounds away from victory, so this is a bit of a nervous position. If you're San Jose at the moment, you do have money to buy, but it's going to be a bit scattered. Choi Boy, Teddy, Chris, not many of them are willing or able to get that full armor. But even so, I mean, the only ultimate you got on the docket right now is the From the Shadows, which, you know, in some circumstances can be great for flanking, but in general, for taking a site, it's not that effective. But now we have to see, how are they going to turn the tables? And it starts with a flash right here.
Yeah, and that's what KO brings to the table, right? Just double flash opportunity as SJSU, we're following alongside Kyle, has the Owl drone there to look for any sort of info and intel. That's what Sova brings to the table in Valorant. But nothing so far, and that alone, right? Seeing nothing is also its own bunch of ridiculously intel. Now, you could say, well, maybe they're sitting around the corner there long and the drone wasn't out long enough to see them, but you can almost, you know, cutting out one of the side opportunities for the most part is a valuable information here, as we're seeing Nazi try to come behind for SJSU.
Another rushing up toward mid. Teddy dashes to the back, and instead of clearing sight, they go to A-Link. They're waiting for the flank. They're waiting for Cowpie to turn the corner, and they win that shot. It's completely cut off. 3 go down for UCI, and maybe another one to follow as Nibbler's all alone. Maybe they're good for one before they fall, but that'll be it.
And, you know, we're seeing just there is no clear winner here yet. These teams are so evenly matched. I mean, I'm just loving that this is the set that we get to watch. Now, it's definitely going the distance, no doubt about it. But, I mean, this has just been such a great set here. Congrats to UCI as well as SJSU. Both these teams are looking extremely viable of that bid. And I wonder which one of them is going to be going against Hawaii here tomorrow in our semifinal matchup to start things off. I mean, this is going to be, if you think today is awesome, we have tomorrow, which is just going to be a fantastic grand finals to the West Invitation.
An aggressive play in tunnels by Nibbler. Oh, but they'll be spotted out. They gotta move before they can even be tagged by the drone. But that's enough, the position given. And they could take some space down long, because there will be a lurker. It's Teddy. Wants to take that first peek, but they're good for the shot. Good night, Nibbler, and goodbye to the op. Moving through this site. Cowpie's holding it down. They're defending, but Tig's all the way in the back line. They're good for one only. And Cowpie will dismiss away. They have the safety, but it all comes down to Nazi. They've got a little bit of info to work with. They have the dart. If they don't break that, no, there are some dart shooters. They'll be safe for now. Oh!
In here by Nazi. Does wind up getting taken out, though. And UCI on the back of a Quadra for Cowpie. Amazing stuff on the Reyna, using that attacker class to the best of his ability. 9-11 right now, just 2 rounds away from securing the win is UCI. San Jose has got to find a way to tie things up here. They're down 2. This round is going to be an absolutely crucial one, Los.
And if you look at what's at the ready, you do have the no command. Tig is ready to drop it down on him. I definitely will need it, because Nibbler's ability to escape after taking a shot by using that rendezvous, it has to be stopped.
Yeah, and so far it's just been difficult, it seems, in some rounds for San Jose, at least on the attacking side. And you know, you got to think Reyna is slightly better to entry than KO, but wow, SJSU actually gets that plant down extremely fast. Teddy can come through here. Oh, they passed each other going in the smoke.
No way!
He doesn't even know.
And Kyle's in sight. Kyle gets the kill. There goes Tig. Joy Boy's gone as well. What has happened? What has gone on?
Wow. SJSU and Nazi finds another one. That is so unfortunate, Los. Imagine if Teddy had seen the crossover but did not. They literally crossed at the exact same millisecond, and they were just outside of each other's vision. So it's not like you can even, you know, see a character model or a color shading or something to give you any indication. They literally was a clear swap, and they did not see each other. And right on the back of there was just some back end kills there. SJSU needed that one so bad.
Without a doubt, that was such a critical one. If they ended up giving that away, it would have been Matt Point and namely on death's door. At this point, all they have to worry about, actually, they don't have to worry about much. Maybe some close angles, maybe flow with the shorty, but otherwise, this should be a gimme round going the way of San Jose.
Chris gonna get this bomb down for the long plant site like you always do. Nice shot, though, by Teddy. A blind does come through here. Does not connect on anybody. Chris, though, from SJSU does wind up finding another. What? Through the smoke? Boy, let's check that man for aim mods. I mean, what was that? That was perfect. Either it was a perfect call out by his team or it was just a perfect guess. Yeah, I guess it, quality guess. You see a smoke back of the site, you got to assume there's somebody in it. So just a brilliant play there by Choboy. 11-11 in Los. SJSU has tied it up. The question is, what can UCI do now to stop this defensive push? SJSU has found 2 successful rounds in a row.
Well, they got a few more players stacked up near B, expecting a play like that. They got the cross angle. See that Stormtrooper, they're sitting on that high box. I'll be ready to make a move that blocked off Garage, but now you already have signs that the attack can make its way towards C, especially with that Owl Drone. So you can see a bit of a rotation on the map coming out of UCI. They're ready to make a move, and they'll be there for the defense.
Teleport comes out from Stormtrooper. Oh, Chris does wind up finding Kyle. Kyle finds Teddy, so a 1-1 trade. Nazi here coming through the smoke long. And this is once again SJSU's opportunity as Chris looking to plant this bomb. SJSU, Metro comes down the hall, does find... Oh! WLO, and now onto Cowpie and the double. Nibbler does trade out. Stormtrooper finds another one. So much chaos, and this is so smart by SJSU. They're actually going to go long. An ultimate does come out from Stormtrooper, and that was the info he was looking for to know he got taken out long. That's exactly where they are.
Okay, well, they're going to go with a Hail Mary at this point. They're looking to grab that defusal. Pros don't fake. Bros don't fake, Paulie! And it's Stormtrooper with the clutch to get it to map point!
Pros don't fake. Oh, that's so true. It's so true. And it's one thing if the defending team is slightly closer in terms of distance, right? You don't feel as comfortable maybe doing that. But since there was, I believe it was Chamber that was in front of the Omen there, was able to eat not only the first shock dart, but a plethora of the first bullets that had come to stop the defusal. And that was the exact, let's just say, 2 seconds needed for the stick to come out. What an amazing job there by UCI. And it's now point game for UCI Los. Blade Storm right off the rip here first for Jet.
And they're making their move. They're doing it quick. Nibbler has to run away. No chance for the rendezvous. They've been suppressed. And this is another free site take there for San Jose. How does this keep happening? They aren't ready for it. I guess the consistent plays there. Teddy is good for the headshot onto Nibbler, but they got to play it safe. The bomb's been planted, and they can got to set up for the post plant.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. SJSU has just done a fantastic job of getting this bomb down C. They've gone C almost every round. They know it's coming at this point as Stormtrooper does blind C. That's going to lead Kyle in for a kill. Uh-oh, this bomb will go down. Nice teleport away. Kyle does find another, and this is not good. UCI is going to be taking this one. I don't see how Choboy and Aid Life can stop it. No matter how much he has in the tank, it will not be enough. UCI is going to be your victor. SJSU played a phenomenal set Los, but UCI walks away with the victory on the back of their team there. Fantastic stuff.
That was a great finish to a great game, Paulie. How entertaining, how back and forth was that? And it's really a big jump. Not to discredit the teams from Group A, but it was a big jump in terms of the intensity and the competitive disparity that we saw. These teams were neck and neck, back and forth all day. Just look at the names at the top of the leaderboard. It's Tig, Teddy, Cowpie, and Nibbler. Even everybody here in this matchup did their part, but in the end, it's going to come down to UCI coming out on top.
Yeah, and there's one thing I can tell here is that UCI really had the quality of that the econ rating, especially. I mean, four of their members are in that top 6, right? So there's so much beneficial top 7. So 4 out of the top 7 really well played. Their combat scores are higher. Metro Thig just had a great game. Teddy, so much clutch plays came out despite that smoke crossover there with Nibbler. But that was just an amazing game. I'm so happy we got to commentate it. When we come up next, we're going to have the next game here for the West Invitational Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. And man, Los, what an exciting first game. Having a blast here with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I just want to say one stat before we throw it to a quick break before our next match. Teddy had 9 first bloods.
Wow.
9 first bloods out of 21 frags. Almost half of their kills were the first ones of a round. So that is just an insane stat. I cannot wait to see how UCI fares going forward in this matchup. But yeah, we'll be right back after a quick break. So don't go anywhere, folks. CECC continues.
Coordinate. We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. And we're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well, arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looked like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big J
with the
clutch! Northwood! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and booped off that pass to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Show they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with them, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
It's a symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to use it to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but as Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, landing the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now, Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it.
Nicely
Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player.
It is.
Like, the schmovement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more hyperspheres, though. And now, Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point ticks over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though, in from behind. It's pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Grobble can try and equalize things on Soldier 76, drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte peeling for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remech not available for the Diva. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with Nibbler of UCI. Nibbler, welcome. You guys played fantastic. You clutched it out. That was a pretty sweaty match. What were the what were the comms kind of like when you were playing that one as it was going back and forth?
Well, we played against SJSU multiple times, so we were like sort of having fun in the beginning, but taking it seriously. And once they're kind of like abusing our mid a lot, we just decided, hey, let's just stack it or just play retake. And we're just all hyped. Everyone was just having fun. It was just a good vibe.
Yeah, that's good. You got to vibe if you want to win it out. But I mean, in the beginning, you were taking quite a few hits. How did you just mentally bounce back and form a big streak of your own? I think it was 5 rounds in a row to ride into the second half.
Yeah, the first 5 rounds were really tough, and we're losing a lot. We're kind of just like limit testing which place is like the right fit for us because we kind of like switched our comps at last minute. I usually play duelist, and we kind of switched it around just to see the vibes. And honestly, it worked out. We found like a strat that worked, and we just kept doing it, and it just kept working.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Nibbler. You guys are going to advance over SJSU in that one. And do you guys kind of think, you said you've been playing a little bit together against SJSU. Is this kind of developing into like more of a scrimmage partner or a rivalry?
Like a rivalry, I would say. They won multiple games. We won multiple games against them. And yeah, it's always fun to play against SJSU.
Beautiful. Well, that was Nibbler from UCI. Congratulations on your team's victory. When we come back, we'll have San Jose State University taking on Weber College. So we'll see you right back with some more Valorant CECC West Invitational action when we come back.
These teams actually going to be a real test of the level of flexibility that they have, because you might see some maps where they can't run the brawl as successfully. On Oasis, I don't think that's nearly as much of an issue. It's playable on Gardens, it's playable on University, it's also playable in City Center. So I think both of them are probably going to come out with what they want. I'm curious to see whether or not we get the Symmetra version of either of these compositions, because we did see it played a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, Symmetra's been a pick that's come out quite a couple times, actually. Surprise pick, but has always been kind of devastating. The nice thing about playing Control when you start out here in Overwatch is you get this, it's all team fight mostly. You don't have to worry about too much about pushing payload, doing so on. All you gotta do is play the point, win the team fights, and get the percentage. So let's see really which one of these two teams is gonna set the tone here on Oasis.
Yeah, and the compositions really do make sense, right? Running a pretty modern rush composition, Reinhardt, Diva, Baptiste, Lucio, no surprises. They're running alongside a Mei to try and win that brawl mirror, because I'm sure they both think they're going to brawl the Mei. Makes perfect sense. Normally you'd run this with a Cowboy, and you see Ninja Curly Fries running it, but Big J5's been on such a tear, so on fire with the Hanzo today. It's absolutely a fitting pick.
Yeah, I mean, Big J5 is just one of those momentum players. He is just rides it out as we head on into the point, followed behind the Lucio, Ninja Curly Fry on the Cowboy as they head up top, right here to start up this first team fight against Bethel.
Rightfully so. Bethel just a little quicker off there. Lucio's going to be looking for a boot. The Penpark's the one under pressure. The wall lands from Zach, but it doesn't result in a main tank kill quite yet. It does get an immortality field out from both sides, though. And this fight's going to land more on a knife's edge the longer it goes. Their supports start to run out of the resources that they're offering. Us Miller's waiting for the right opportunity, wait for that point to unlock, to try and press underneath, trying to get their team on. The wall does connect, but not onto a main tank. Instead, it is still Ball State locked back in this room. Penpark's been sent flying, careening off the map as Bethel now runs over the team without a main tank.
Yeah, beautiful job there, and it's actually a wipe here for Ball State as Bethel plays it perfectly. Team kill, and they will get the opening initiatory percentage here and the setup for Bethel. Coming from the 5 seed, Bethel has just been spectacular here throughout this event. I love what I'm seeing here. They play for each other, and you love to see it.
It's been so good. Ball State's actually showing us something completely different, finally locking in their namesake, a Wrecking Ball. It's the first time we've actually seen them run it, I believe, as well.
Okay.
A Pharah to boot. They're running, this is a composition that I know a lot of teams call Air Force One, right? 2 flying, 1 supported by the Mercy. It is very hard to deal with if you don't have the accuracy, and that's trying to punish Big J5, and they do exactly that. Fly in, and it's the focusing beam taking him down. Now looking for the main tank. They would love nothing more than to get the Reinhardt out of the way, but Jake's the one under pressure, so Lucio out of the way. Still one of those flyers left up in the air, and as Usmiller goes down, Ninja Killer Fry is back up. The damage threat just seemed endless here for Ball.
Yeah, Momo is going to have her hands full here. She's going to have to deal with 3 flyers. It's going to be really hard to deal with as we're seeing Wrecking Ball. Here comes Big J as we switch over to him. Comes on in. 2 go down in favor of Bethel. And right now they're going to take this point once again. They have 50%. Great job by Bethel to control that team fight and still win being behind.
Fabulously done, and they did it with ultimates to boot.
Right. And, you know, talking to your composition, this is so interesting, this triple flyer. Now, I've been at a commentary here for about a year or two, but it's really nice to always see the new Overwatch compositions that are being ran as Ninja Curly Fry finds one. I'm loving this Air Force One comp we're seeing from Ball State.
It's so hard to deal with because there's no hit scan for
Right.
Bethel, right? Big J
If the
5 on
Hanzo
Hanzo.
misses,
He's got good aim. You gotta be something else to take out all three of those players,
Sure.
but Bethel trying to fight back, use the amplification matrix to try and allow themselves that little bit of breathing room, but us Miller up in the air hasn't been dealt with. No one can reach this far currently, and as Ball State look to push the point, 85% ticks over. This is last fight territory should they lose it, but it looks like they're just starting to get it buttoned up.
Yeah, Zangbeast also, he's going to be on the Ana right there. And finally, US Miller going to find one. Hornbach finds another. Self-destruct is online for Horn. And finally, Ball State going to take this point and clean up as they'll get their first percentages here on Oasis.
Took a lot to get there. Bethel coming in strong, though. How do they want to deal with this double flyer? They do lock in a soldier and a cowboy to try and counter it.
Which is honestly great rotations here. Not trying to be too cocky. They're at 99%. They didn't have to rotate, but that's going to help so much to lock up that final percentage. Great rotations and awareness by Bethel.
Bethel trying for a sound barrier engage on a double flying composition. It's not super effective. Most of those players can kind of just leave when you pop the sound barrier. So Ball State, we're feeling pretty good about this one. Zangbeast and Hornbach coming up with some. Big J5 looking for a flank on the Soldier 76 here. And with Quivsy low, the time's running even lower. Penn Park with 2 off the back of the mines. Ball State reestablishing their dominance despite that double hit scan being locked in by Bethel.
Yeah, right now Ball State has the setup as they are up top. They have control of the point as well, 38% and ticking in. And you just love the positioning here by their team. They've taken to the air. Bethel has been unable to respond as of late, but Bethel has about still 2 more attempts here left on the objective. So Bethel still has in the lead and still has a good chance at this one as they congregate here towards the double doors.
Every one of these fights so expensive. You know us Miller is looking for this barrage, waiting, lurking above the top. There it is, barrage, and catches one. That's Baptiste out. Does get hit by the bomb, though, of Momo. It's not enough to equalize, though. The Farah is not the entire team. With that, Ball State make it count for one more.
Ooh, that was a wasted Earth Shatter right there. But it's actually going to be a nano boost as well. Zangbeast up top, all over the place. Lands the, hit me with the grenade, I forget.
Biotic grenade, it's not too bad. Big J5 coming in from the flank, looking for a little something on the side, but not able to pick up much more than that. And as they line up, they get one more shot at this point. Ultimates have been thrown out by either side, and this is going to be high and dry as far as the economy is concerned.
You know, Dor, what do you think here? Why is Bethel, despite having the counter pick on Soldier and Cowboy, why are they having a hard time getting in? They're up to 91% as Ball State, and the time is ticking away fast.
It's a great point for Farah, and it's a great point for Ball State right now, but they have swapped that Farah off. It's over to an EMP now. They're trying to rack it up, get that Sombra. No! Oh, not like this!
Oh, they got off the point! They got off the point, Dor!
Yeah, that's no better than the third place match to get a C9. I think it's a miracle we made it through the weekend. We made it this long without getting one.
It didn't happen you're right, it didn't happen a single time. I mean, that match was coming down to that final fight. You have to be kicking yourself if you're Bethel right there. Just missed the awareness. Unfortunately, that first round's going to go over to Ball State, but if that was any anticipation of what we're going to see here, that was an awesome first round as it went to 99-100.
Definitely goes close, and they're going to have to swap up a lot of the compositions to try and make this one work. Ball State actually swapped off of the Wrecking Ball. Bethel bringing in one of their own. More concentrated composition out of Ball, right? Very clear dives with the Winston Diva. They want to get onto one target and make that target die instantly, whereas Bethel are going to sustain for a long time. Poke, prod, come at you from a lot of angles, and have multiple engages pretty rapidly. So it's more a battle of attrition for Ball State if they can't make their first dive count.
Absolutely. Brigitte here going to make her way onto both of these teams. She'll come in for that big shield and stun bot mentality. Tracer versus Tracer here as we see Ninja Fry going in. That first kill going over to Momo, and Bethel looking to establish early dominance as they take the first objective. But here comes Big J5. He's in the back line. He's not worried about nothing. He is playing Tracer perfectly, hawking this Ana, and will wind up catching her out.
And that's what you're looking for in the back line. Bethel do come out in the head with a win and a whole lot of ultimate charge to boot. Not before us Miller, though. Gets up to 75% on EMP, so it's actually not that bad of a fight for Ball State.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Ball State is right back in it. They're going for the Ana once again, and it is an amazing job here by Bethel. They're isolating the squishies of Ball State and those low health targets. Ball State is having a hard time getting organized here, and Bethel's going to take the first 15% easily as Ball State's going to have to regroup here for another push in.
And the question always stands, right? How many people are going to get EMP'd here? It's really hard
Right.
against these hectic ball compositions to actually catch more than 2-3 people, but you're really looking for that Zenyatta. We mentioned targeting down one person. The second that EMP hits, he's down to only 50 HP unless maybe Jake hits a stun here, but no. EMP is out, hits just enough, the dive is in, and what's the follow-up look like? It's pretty even for both sides. Big J5 taking it upon himself to win the fight. Another pick for the Tracer. This man just doesn't stop. Make it the Diva as well, and that is by all means Bethel holding on.
Here comes that ball slam back and forth. Quibsy and Momo going to wind up double teaming Penn Park there as Penn Park's going to fall. And right now, Bethel is just looking in control. Quibsy does have Wrecking Ball ultimate online, and there are no ultimates on the side of Ball State right now. So a little bit of control from Bethel is in order, and they still have the objective. So Bethel looking so much cleaner here this one, Door. What do you think Ball State's got to do to get back into this one? Because they've been kind of struggling despite having the round lead.
I mean, I like this. They just locked the far back in, right? There's no hit scan on their side to try and shut it down. There's an Echo that can maybe put a dent in them, but without a Mercy to pocket it, this Pharah really can do some real work. And the problem they've had is getting players off the high ground. The concussive rocket actually offers them up a tool that they can use to get them off of the high ground and really make them a lot more vulnerable. So as they approach the high ground, immediately the rockets start coming in, throw an anti-nade on top, and you've got a recipe for success. Diving down on top of that Ana, trying to get away desperately. Zangief is staying alive, and just long enough to keep Ball State in it, but not before Bethel again come up big with the goods. Big J5 and Zach throwing all the damage they need to get this one to 90% with 3 more ultimates in the bank. They look what they've got, what it takes to get it across the finish line as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many times here where you're seeing Bethel, and it just seems like as they take this round here, Bethel is losing the fight. They lose 2 guys, but then all of a sudden you see the kill feed, 4 red names in a row, and Bethel just winds up coming back, bringing it on. They are playing so together right now, and they're playing as a unit, as one. That's a 1-1 round count. This one, Door, is coming down to the final match, and that switch over to Farah has not worked so far. Bethel took that one cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little late, so it was late, so there's no ultimate, so getting off the high ground. If it was a little earlier, maybe it works out for him, but the Pharah is no longer. We're here to get down and dirty. We're here to get a little up close. We're here to get a little rowdy for some more brawl on University, and this is going to be, like we said, up close and personal. I love this pick from Ninja Curly Fry, though. Bring back out that Symmetra, massive amounts of damage. Maybe they swap off it, but you can see Big J5 respects the opportunity for them to run another flyer, locks in a hit scan.
Yeah, that's going to help deal with multiple targets, but it's also a late game switch here from Ball State as Ninja Curly Fry actually went onto the Reaper and brought it out late. So here comes a dive in by Hornbach. That Diva in the back line, just shredding everybody. They're unaware, and therefore Reinhardt's going to go down. Quibsy in trouble. He'll fall, but it's Bethel still cleaning up the kills, and they're still in control right here.
I'm giving a lot of credit to Momo right now, peeling away that Reaper for so long, put the defense matrix exactly where it needed to be, and is giving Bethel a real shot at taking this point. But there are still members of Ball State lurking around, waiting for the right opportunity. Hornbach comes in from the backside and will be there on the Baby Diva, appropriately not quite taken down yet. Somehow there it is, staggered out from Jake. And Ball State, they don't want to take this one 5 versus 6.
Yeah, and that point is once again going over to Bethel. So we're going to see nothing changes for Ball State. They'll just regroup here and try to come back in for another team fight. Maybe flank around the back or the right, or either way, Bethel is in control, and they've got to get on this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. I'm Paulie Hype alongside handsome host Los as we bring to you our next Pool B matchup, which is going to be San Jose State University taking on Weber or Weber. Please, someone correct me, whatever the right one is in the chat, but Weber College here. So another good one here, Los. Let's see how it plays out, as it looks like the map is going to be buying this time around.
Yeah, I'm excited for that because we did get a good taste of what San Jose can bring to the table. It was such a close matchup, 13-11, and I want to bring back that stat I brought up. I know I said it already, but Teddy came up with 9 first bloods in a map they didn't win. That is just so difficult. That's such a tough pill to swallow, and maybe they can find redemption here today. Maybe they can bring it back, but it doesn't look like Teddy, who was previously over on the Jet, is opting for that. They're going to go potentially for that chamber.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like they'll pick up the Raze this time for Nazi, so some changes due to the fact that they'll be playing Bind this time around, but and it looks like Metro's switching over to Sky. So one other thing I'm kind of noticing from Collegiate Valorant, which I think you see a little bit less in the pro play, is kind of the changing of roles. It seems that in Collegiate, there's a lot more ability to kind of, not that pros don't play all the characters, but in Collegiate, they're quicker, it seems, to switch. Like, we saw Metro playing entry last set. This time he's playing support. We saw Chris playing the Reyna. This time he's over on the Brimstone. You know what I mean? The switch from Jet on Teddy now to Chamber. So it seems like almost the entire SJSU team has kind of changed their roles here against Weber College.
Yeah, it's good to see the versatility that you have within these players. So maybe they just adjust themselves to whichever map they're playing on. You know, it isn't too crazy if you find a Sentinel player who can also work on controller as a Viper, because Viper, honestly, is a fill-in for a Sentinel if you really think about it, just their ability to lock down sites. And that's why we're seeing no Sentinel here for the side of Weber, and they're bringing MC over onto the Viper instead, because they kind of fill the same roles. But now that they're starting on the attack, it's going to be interesting to see how they get things popping, as the line has been dropped over toward A, but many players are kind of split up. They don't have a full commitment to a site just yet.
Yeah, and this is just how it's going to have to be played out here to start things off, as 0-0 is starting this early set here, and this is just exciting stuff as we start this first potential round. And just like that, it's going to be a quick little peek here, and surprisingly enough, Weber College here starting this one on bind, a split push between mid and A.
Okay, as he potentially looking for a shot. They're checking out those angles, making sure no one's there. Oh, they'll see Kaizo, and they'll back the heck off. They don't want to deal with that. I don't want to give up any kills yet. No one's died, and it's been pretty far into the round already. Roughly 40 seconds, so by the minute mark, no one's gotten into engagement, and suddenly, we already have Leaf and Crazy going crazy.
And that's exactly what we want. Choboy, though, does wind up finding Crazy. Kaizoku finds Choboy, and now a double there off the cluster bomb. And just like that, it's Weber taking the first round against SJSU. And if this is an indication of the action to come, man, I am loving Pool B so far, because SJSU played phenomenal in that last set. They got to be fully warm here coming against Weber.
That's true. That is absolutely true. And they got their guns hot. But also, let's just take a second to think. You know, Weber, they've been hanging out. They've been getting a bye, so they didn't get a chance to actually play previously. So we're expecting them to get their first frags in right now. And now they're heading over to the B site. They dropped a fake wall to A just to keep them thinking, but even so, we have some aggression. Here comes some players swinging out, and they are able to secure one, but Kaizoku finishes them off with the Roomba.
Wow, amazing stuff there. SJSU does lose 2, and just like that, it's now I'll call him Weber, you call him Weber. That way we definitely cannot mess up the name.
Cover the bases.
We'll cover both bases, exactly, until we get a firm until production tells us what the right calling is, because we definitely want to get it right. But Spike is going to go down here for Weber College, and right there, ooh, taking their time is Teddy, but Teddy winds up kind of missing the first shot. We were going to take the first 2, and just like that, we were playing with some confidence here. I'm loving what I'm seeing coming out from them. 2-0 start.
Yeah, and they're going to keep that momentum going. Kaizoku now with the Phantom did lose their life, so they have the option to try and bring out a bigger piece of hardware. But on the other side, this is the real test. Coming out here from San Jose, maybe with the rifles in hand, they could do a bit more damage, but it's mostly been Nazi who's been able to get some frags initially. Maybe this time around, they are playing it so much more closely. Look at the stack over on A short.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we've seen a little bit. I mean, it is SJSU has played aggressive defensively on really 2 maps now. They had that style, as we're seeing a blind come out here for Fizz Rain. Kaizoku does find Choboy here, as this site will get pushed on here by Fizz. And so far, Weber just playing very aggressive. They're not really worried about SJSU's aggression, because, I mean, just look at it, Lowe's.
Oh!
SJSU does find 2 is Teddy. Nazi from behind does find a 3rd. Great job. Here comes a grenade. That's going to connect. Nazi playing the Rays. 4-1 now in favor of SJSU. This first round has got to be going their way.
It has to be a little buddy A's Nazi and Teddy getting the jobs done. The flank came to fruition, and all that utility, all of the paint shells, the Roomba from Kaizoku as well as Nazi, it's so deadly. It causes so much chaos for players pushing up, and now that they had a miniature investment in the previous round, they're gonna be a little worse for wear, bare bones even. Kaizoku, Crazy, both rocking with the sheriffs at the moment, so scattered by across the board. So we'll see if they can bring it back, or it'll be a slaughter from the defenders of San Jose.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you like to see. It's just a culmination of such Amazing gameplay here. I'm happy to be here watching Valorant, watching Collegiate Esports, and just being every event that we're kind of putting on. You know, I know that they've been kind of coming rapidly here, each region, but every single event has just been filled with such awesome collegiate Valorant and esports talent across the 4 games here. And it's just been a blast to be a part of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup this year, along with all the great esports U talent that we have had so far. So Nazi was wind up finding 2, and just like that, it is only 3 members alive here for Weber College, as they have tried to slowly rotate back over to A, but SJSU is starting to play aggressive, push out, cover a lot more realm, and right now Weber, just like that here in round number 4, is kind of stagnant, pushing around middle.
Yeah, they've lost a few players, but no ground gained for sure. They've even backed up, but now we have Leaf looking for another takedown long. Might be able to earn something, but this consistent smoke is going to be an issue, especially, you got the Trailblazer coming out of the teleporter, courtesy of Tig. Priority mail, express shipping to death. There's Choi Boy getting the shot, denying Garden, and now the players are stuck again. They have gained no ground, they've gained no positioning. Nazi there to try and clean things up in the end, but regardless of the result of that duel, they've run out of time.
Yeah, and just an amazing job there by, once again, SJSU. They will find Crazy also, so a little bit of econ save there for SJ. That gun will not be able to save over to round 5. And SJSU, this is just the great thing about Valorant, right? You see one team, they come out storming, they play great on offense 2 rounds. You think they're going to get into a stride, and just like that, defensive SJSU winds up finding the next 2 rounds to tie things up after 4. And SJSU, they need this win. They need this win. We have to talk about that, Loesch. You know, this is pool play to start things off, so they did lose that first game. I don't think you can survive two losses here in a pool of 4.
Got a little shot of Fizz Rain. Oh my lord! Anyone who tries to even take a peek against San Jose is facing death. They lasted long enough, hoping that the Roomba would go away, but it didn't. It gave away the position. Fizz Rain only able to secure a trade. They've got a Phantom in hand. Perhaps they could bring more to the table, but it won't be the case. All 5 dead, only trading out 1 player for San Jose. Another easy cleanup.
Just amazing, just amazing stuff here. You know, I'm just loving what I'm seeing. The collegiate Valorant space is just developing really weekend by weekend, it seems like, almost, let alone year by year. You know, only in the first couple years of inception here for collegiate esports, Los, and it kind of felt like we've been there along the way throughout this year. You know, this early start here to Esports U and all the other partner conferences. I've seen a lot of people commentating the similar conferences. So we've got something going here with CECC as we're starting round number 6. Nazi does find Fizz Rain, but I'm just loving casting here with you, Los. It's been a pleasure to be a part of the CECC alongside all the great talent.
Absolutely, I'm happy to be here as well, and Chris is sure happy to be in that spot in the cubby on short, finding 2 easy headshots, but trying to revert back onto site proper to find a bit more resistance, but in the end, San Jose is wiping the floor with Weber.
Yeah, just loving this stuff, man. I mean, the Valorant is such a great game. It is booming in collegiate esports right now. SJSU is just finding their stride as they've now gone up 2 rounds on their side here, playing the defense. Defense on Bind. Bind is very hard to crack in on offense. And so far, it has just been SJSU. Started out slow, but they're now finding their stride. And do you think it takes time for SJSU totally switching up the role of all the players in terms of, like, literally playing the game? You think it takes them a little bit of time to kind of recalibrate that mindset between playing different roles?
I mean, I guess you definitely have to take that into consideration, because if you're an entry, if you're a duelist like we saw Teddy on previously, they want to get into the fight. But also jumping to the chamber, it's kind of a similar role. They are in a bit of a parallel dimension, but oh my god, Nazi is on another planet with these amazing plays coming out on top. Let's just think about this for a second. Nazi has 12 frags, the second best player has 6. They're going absolutely insane. Double the frags of the next best player.
Yeah, and Nazi is one of those changes that we were talking about. Playing that Sova, playing that pseudo info role last map, and this time he's coming around. He's going to go right onto the Raze, and not just a slouch offensive like a Neon or something like that, like a mid-tier offensive. He's going the Raze. He's going for blow-ups. He's going for easy paint shell grenade kills. He's going for a darn rocket launcher, let alone for the ultimate. So, let alone the Roomba and all the other, and the blast pack and all that good stuff. So, I love the Raze pick for Nazi, and so far for SJSU, it's worked detrimentally because they're up 3 rounds here. It's going to be a Sage wall there. A waste for Nazi ultimate, but a great kill nonetheless for Metro Thig as Kaizoku winds up trading off Nazi here. Weber just playing kind of slow in the back, and actually that kind of worked for him most.
Yeah, good responses that they're being able to hold out this lane, but in the end, it's a resurrection from Boy. They're good for one, bringing Tig back into the play. The paint shell goes wide, and they don't have a response for it. So just like that, in a matter of seconds, they gained one and took another away from Weber.
This is just SJSU has awoken. They've said we've had enough. They are just coming out swinging. There are 4 members on 3 right here, and 2 of them have just occupied that A site. That poison wall will go down here for the Viper. That will allow a planned Viper ultimate will come out as well. As it's no surprise here, 3 members of Weber are inside that poison smoke, which has been greatly reduced, the area effect of that a couple patches ago. As Chris winds up getting taken out by Crazy, Weber going to get that bomb down here, Los, and that's going to give them the advantage.
Well, that was good patience from Crazy. They were waiting for the full magazine to be used by Chris, and Crazy continues to be a threat within the Viper's pit, and now they are going for another one, potentially. Or it might just be better, play your angles and hold it down safe. Choi Boy doesn't have too much time left to take down 3 players. We're going to be seeing right outside, and Crazy goes for another crazy play. That's a 4K for them to strike back against San Jose after 5 rounds in a row. Weber is here.
That's exactly what Weber needed. They're back in it. They're feeling good. I'm loving it, and well done by them as they have gotten back into this one. Weber saying we're not going anywhere just yet, as we know a CECC bid is up for the champion of this one, along with a $1,000 scholarship prize for first place, $500 scholarship prize for second place. And right now it's blue team SJSU once again sitting on defense. SJSU, Los, is just so aggressive. They're rarely ever not peeking right next to or sitting next to the first turn corner on all the defensive holds. And so far, it's worked for them quite well, as they are still up 2 rounds, 125 left in this one.
Yeah, taking those close holds can be very effective if you're looking to just completely deny space to your opponents. You don't want them to have any map control. You don't want them to have the freedom to go for some rotations or even get comfortable enough to launch an effective execute. And this is what we've seen from San Jose. They've been able to deny that space, and they've done so well. I mean, they were punished a little bit last round as they did force out a resurrection for Choi Boy. But now we have a bit more action as Teddy is hoping to hold it down here on A with the AWP. The second that goes down, the second that they peek over onto site proper, this will be an issue.
Well done here. 5-3. It's 4 members alive. It's a 4-on-4 affair. MC is going to start planting that bomb, and that bomb is going to go down, but Nazi finds another 2 off the paint shells. The bomb does not go down, and just like that, it's a 2-on-3 affair. Kaizoku now up top does wind up finding Teddy, who winds up getting taken out on the chamber. Paint shells here into heaven, but he doesn't know exactly where he is. He's going right over to B. I love it, using the blast pack to get out of there. It's Kaizoku who will get this bomb down, as the other 2 members of SJSU are rotating now through CT. It's just the Sage remaining here, Los. Kaizoku does get that bomb down. Choboy winds up reading him and finding it. And this is a great job because it baits out the orbital strike. It baits out, the Sova ultimate. And just like that, 3 baits, and now it's going to be 1 peak opportunity. Choboy, does he wind up cleaning it? Oh! It comes out, and he gets it. And just like that, SJSU going to take their 6th round out of 9. Well done there. Choboy saves the day for SJSU.
Yeah, what an amazing clutch by this Sage here for San Jose. I think it all came down because it was a perfect move. Kaizoku blast packing onto the hut on A, finding the frag, taking the spike, bringing it over to B. It was a beautiful play, but they slipped up in the one moment where they had their back over to the defender spawn, allowing Choi Boy to get that free kill provides or alleviates so much pressure for the retake scenario, and it puts so much back onto Leaf. They had to use the Hunter's Fury with about like 30 seconds left on the clock. They didn't have enough utility or the time to run down the clock, so it allowed another resurgence there for San Jose.
Yeah, that was just amazing, literally amazing stuff coming out there from San Jose. As we are once again seeing this push come down to a split push from Weber. And the offensive strike has not gone in their favor. It's now Teddy who's got the ultimate in hand, that Chamber operator. And that first kill has gone over to Chamber once again. Ultimate from Sky does come out here, but it's not going to help at all as it's a well-prepared SJSU now rotating off of B as they sense the rotate from Weber as well.
But look at Tig's placement. They're all the way in the back line. Oh, they were not expecting that. MC so far up, and they'll drop the snake bite to make it even more deadly. Weber now spike planted, do have plenty of time for their post plant, but they are surrounded. There's enemies on every front, from short, from CT, from heaven. It's all starting to collapse on them in a few moments.
Yeah, just a fantastic play. Once again, Teddy finding another one there. Fizz Rain is going to get through, but Teddy winds up opping 3 different players. He finds the third there on Crazy. MC will take out Teddy, 1 member alive for SJSU, and Fizz Rain finds Chris. That's a 6 of 4 here. Weber say we're not going anywhere just yet. We're hanging into this one.
This is a great back and forth. It's good to see that there's still plenty of fight out from Weber, and they could even turn this into a 6-6 half. Now, right now, the main threat, public enemy number 1, is Kaizoku, especially considering they've got that showstopper ready to rock. If anyone gets clustered, it'll be the end for them. It all depends on how they begin this take. They've always had a bit of a spread out default play and never rush into things, because once they do, well, if Teddy's has anything to do with it, they get cut down very quickly. Now I think this might be a different story, because here comes the showstopper.
Yep, Chris does find Keizoku and actually takes him out, and Keizoku does not get the rocket off. The showstopper does not complete, and it does not stop the show. So Chris winds up getting that bomb down, Fizz Rain, as well as Crazy starts taking over Lamps here. And it's a CT counter take coming out, as that will just get exposed by the dog from Sky. And it looks like a double flash here. Nazi will find Leaf. Nazi coming from behind. A double flash allows Choboy to pick up Fizz Rain and Crazy, and that's going to lead as 7-4 as just 1 member is alive, and Nazi on the raise lows. Ugh.
Absolutely filthy, Paulie. But a big issue with that one, unfortunately, it had such a great start, was that we had the showstopper being brought out by Kaizoku, but the second they crossed that toxic screen from MC, it was crazy. They sent out a guiding light to potentially blind out anyone who was there waiting for the race to fly on through. The issue was it was sent either too late or too early, because it blinded Kaizoku. They didn't know where to fire the rocket, and after that blind wore off, well, Chris was there, ready for an easy shot, and losing out on that play, losing out on Kaizoku, who's such an insane fragger, allowed this to kind of just fall apart.
Yeah, and it was just a great job there, as the Roomba does go down, but the Roomba is actually going to counter this blind and give Nasi a little bit of time, along with the slow warp here, to reestablish himself. And you know what? That perfectly placed Roomba, as well as a paint shell grenade, wound up totally countering that blind and forcing Weber now to make a counter rotation, as 4 members are going to start pushing around A side. And they need to find a way in here. You want to go in 7-5 into the second half. You don't want to go in 8-4. That's going to be a little bit tough to come back from.
Oh, wow. Just an easy read by Chris. I'm going to keep this thing going, though. But, I mean, I've spoken about it before. That's what makes From the Shadows just such a difficult ult to use. It's so readable. But now, jumping around, Teddy. They're so good at protecting their squad. Last 2 players here in the Sky Smoke within showers. but they don't know it, or maybe they're about to find out. Crazy, about to be blinded, so they've got nowhere to go, they've got nowhere to run. The information is given, they just have to somehow survive, and they're not doing too bad of a job. But Joy Boy and Teddy finish things up with an 8-4 half.
Yeah, and that's just fantastic stuff for SJSU. They made it look somewhat easy. There were times where Weber had them on their toes, and Weber's not out of it at all. I don't want to convey that message, but you're starting to see SJSU kind of find their strokes here. Nazi's just getting tons of great flanks and opportunities. Choboy finding a lot of kills, but Los, if you're Weber, they had a couple rounds, at least 2 rounds, that literally came down to a quick defusal or a 5v5, a 1v1. So very close rounds here. How does Weber get back in it if you're on bind? They kind of seem like they struggled a little bit on offense.
Well, now they have a bit more utility for their access. They've got MC looking to hold down a site, and I think if they could work together and use what Kaizoku had done so effectively on the offense to try and stop a play of coming through from short, maybe they could get a paint shells. But look at Nazi! Oh my god, what the double satchel to get back into U-Haul? What an insane play! And it started off, it removed Lee from watching short to fight in U-Haul, and that allowed them to easily walk on through into short and take that site control.
Yeah, that's great stuff there. If you're both teams, I mean, the bomb is going to get down. So that's exactly what SJSU wanted, the bomb to go down. But it's a retake opportunity as 2 members from Weber push on into Lamps. They will find one trade off a piece here. And just like that, this bomb is ticking away. Weber still has to break through that Sage wall. And it looks like it's going to be a blind. And Choboy finds 2. It could have been a double. I think it was a right-click double. 9-4 in favor of SJSU, Los.
What a nasty opener for the second half. That was a statement piece. I gotta talk about Nazi, because they didn't feel that effective back on Haven in their previous matchup. While it was a pretty even game in general, just what we're seeing from them as an improvement on the Raze, this should be something up their alley. I think they might want to stick to this role a bit more, because this is just a dominant performance on the Raze. They have not taken their foot off the gas pedal, and this is looking to be a continued success, because they've got the upgraded weapons, and the gamble stack over here for Weber is on the wrong site.
And that's unfortunate to say the least, as the spike is going to go down, and it's a full 5 retake here, 5-on-5 retake here opportunity for Weber. But Nazi's going to find Metro Thing. Nazi finds 3 with the judge, and just like that, SJSU is starting to pull this one away, Los. This looks like the 10th round is going to go into their favor. It's been 10 out of 14. Crazy will find one trade-off with the judge, but they know where he's at. Chris is going to take him out, and another round goes over to SJSU, as they are making this one look easy here against Weber.
Insult to injury when 3 of your players go down by a single shot of the judge after you gamble stacked on the wrong site. The mental, if I was at least in that position, must be shattered. Just to try and put all your efforts in one location, you pick wrong and then you get punished with a judge. There's no real way to come back from that one. But now they got rifles in hand. They have a bigger chance. If they take these longer angles, they can win it out.
Yeah, and you know, what more can you really ask for? Weber's gotta find a way to get back into this one. They've got to find a round here. I don't care how they do it. It's going to be an aggressive play, though. Once again, SJSU, it's Nazi coming in with the judgment, and Fizz Rain does trade out, though. So 4-on-4, but it's like Nazi is playing so confident. He wants double blast packing Judge off 2 rounds in a row and getting the first kill both times. What more can you ask for, Los?
I mean, not much, but maybe Kaizoku can start things in the right direction. A good shot from the bench takes Chris out of play, and they have the Seekers if they want to use it to gain a bit more information, but maybe they won't even need it because they're starting to clear things out. Choi Boy running through the smoke. I think they might have lost where Kaizoku was, and that's the case. Teddy's all alone. They've got a Bulldog, but that's all they've got. They're sitting on top of the box on short. Only good for 1, but they stole it out quite valiantly. Took a few guns away from the attackers at the very least. That's what you want to try and add.
And it works, and it works. It works greatly, to say the least. As 10-5, Weber does wind up finding a round, so they needed it. They're still down 5. This game is not over by any sort of the means, but Weber, how do they find their way on defense? What is hurting them here? Where are they struggling? Because it seems like SJSU is getting the bomb plant down every single time without much of a contest.
I think it's just, I don't want to keep saying this player, but it really is. Nazi just creating that space. They're diving so far deep that it's causing a distraction. Everyone looks in the air. Everyone looks back to U-Haul, and no one is focusing on the issue at short, and it allows them to walk on through. Now there's going to be a bit different issue because they've got the showstopper. There goes Nazi. Kaizoku's gone. They have the presence out from the teleporter. Maybe Fizz Rain and grab a frag if they're undetected. And I don't think anyone's expecting them from there. But regardless, the pinch over from Garden has opened up the site.
Yeah, and it's worked fantastic here. Fizz Rain does wind up getting another, so it's only 2-4. Metro does take out Fizz too, and now it's just once again a lonely Sova by himself. He winds up falling down, Leaf does, and it's 11-5. SJSU is not playing around. It looks like they're coming for this set with ease, and they're only 2 rounds away from claiming it.
And that's a much stronger San Jose State than we've seen. Clearly creating a great round disparity here. 6 apart. Maybe it'll be even further as they continue down. I mean, what do you have on the side of Weber? You have a Bucky, a Sheriff, a Frenzy, maybe some upgraded pistols, but not much. On top of that, if you want to talk ultimates, the Seekers. But that won't help you in the long run. You need to have some unrelenting force or stop this oppressive play. Look how far Nazi is going! They got the showers from short.
He doesn't care. He's going right in, no hesitation, and he's not worried about it. That is just awesome here. Nazi finds another. It has been Nazi picking up the first kills almost every single round. The offense coming out from Nazi has been spectacular as he finds another triple. Paint shells back into CT connection. And just like that, Nazi is not phased. Out to the right, click 4. Let him get the ace or I quit. Let him get the ace or I quit. On it right now. He's going to give him another gun. Look at the play. Look at the play here. Oh, I love it.
Setting them forward. Nazi, come on. Right around the corner, but they've got the Bucky. You've only got 20 HP. Let's see it. He gets it. It's the ace.
Ace from Nazi for SJSU on top of point game. Are you kidding me? Clip that and put it in the Google Drive for socials. What a awesome first ace here at Pool B. Great stuff by Nazi.
Because what can you do about that, Paulie? What can you do about a Raze flying from short, shooting your Showers player in the back, opening things up? It's just so difficult to try and combat that because it's unpredictable. And unpredictability is the hardest thing to combat here when you don't know what you're up against. And now they're going to take it again. It's going to be another A hit. They got to close things out, starting off with the orbital strike. Even Nazi's trying to jump through that, but it may have disoriented them a little bit because it's time for some resistance. But even in the back line, even if you're looking towards short, you have that pressure from the Showers and it's cut it down already into almost a 4v2.
Yeah, and this is going to be the game here. It is SJSU. Bomb goes down. Teddy chambered in the back of Showers after Weber had already gone through. It's going to be a 3-piece there for Teddy. And SJSU, San Jose State University, is going to take it over Weber. Great job to both teams, but it is 13-5 as SJSU takes that one.
Yeah, this was a great improvement from their previous matchup over against UCI. So great to see them come out with a win. And we got to talk about Nazi. They got 6 first bloods this time around, 28 frags, even 11 more than the best fragger Teddy, who we saw bring out so much pressure. But this time around on the chamber, they just didn't have that much of an impact. I'm just happy to see that this is an amazing group, a much more competitive, close competition than we saw from Group A. So Group B, it's looking hot, Paulie.
Yeah, and if we can help it, we'll bring Nazi in for an interview after this one. But when we come back, we'll have the final game of Pool B here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. I'm Paulie Hype alongside Los. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have some more collegiate Valorant action. to the main fight for no. Ooh, missed charge there by
they're getting pretty close up on this amplification matrix. Zanbeast could actually give them the entry back into the fight they're looking for. And there it is. Pop pushes him right back off the point. Bethel are going to try and fight back on with one of their own. That's a flank McCree. He's coming from the back. They got to look out. Diva immediately dives him. Excellently played by Hornbach. Immediately knows where that sound cue is coming from. And Bethel forced back towards their own spawn. Forced back even further now by the Blizzard. And I'm a little apprehensive about that. That was a lot of ultimates for one fight out of Ball State.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that when you're playing Overwatch, ultimate management is just as important as managing your kills and deaths and so on. So to use that many ultimates to get in, yes, it does get you the point, but you know what, Dor? Sometimes you just got to get in and get the objective, whether it means burning the ultimates or not.
Yeah, they do have a couple more to try and make this one happen, but as much as we think of Death Blossom as a big, powerful ultimate, there's a stun and a defense matrix on the other side, as well as an immortality field. There's a lot of things that can cancel it, so Ninja Curly Fire has to time it perfectly if they want to win. A Shatter will be blocked, though, as Reinhardt's put under a lot of pressure. Blizzard's out, and under a lot of pressure are Ball State, who are being frozen up just outside of the mini room. Frees up just enough field for them to get the push out. Bethel looking good for it, and without that Death Blossom in tow, there's not a clear way back into the fight. Good wall as well to make sure that Amp Matrix doesn't get value.
Yeah, Reaper does have the Death Blossom online. We'll see the self-destruct. Penpark, US Miller winds up taking out two, and that's going to actually lead to some more kills, but Bethel still gets the objective as they will contain it. It is contested. Here comes the Death Blossom. It'll be from the backside. Lucio boosted as well. Ninja Curly Fry only going to find one, though. Looking to clean up more. He does find Zach.
Excellently played by them. They get back in, make sure that Death Blossom, we mentioned how hard it is to get it off, but when you have that much shield, it makes it that much easier. Big Shatter, though, online for Quibsy. Does it connect? It absolutely does! Lays out the Reinhardt, establishes the MTD. It's Penpark sent a packing as Ball State recap the point.
There we go. Ball State now 72%. Bethel just recapped it here, so 45% and climbing for Bethel. They are down 30, but that'll be made up quite quickly. However, you have US Miller with an Avalanche coming on shortly.
Yeah, pretty lacking in ultimates outside of those mates. So you're looking kind of at the Divas to find the big eats, right? They should know these are online. It's been a while. They've had time to charge. Momo and Hornbach are the players to watch as this fight lines up to engage. It's a slow start for either side. Uses the wall, forces away Zach, who hasn't quite charged up that Blizzard first. Us Miller, who gets first dibs at the table, trying to freeze him up and speeds it up, but not enough ammo to get one pick. This rest of the team, though, the rest of the team's just there to help him out.
May is just such a headache in the right hands, freezing so much control as we just see every member of Bethel wind up falling down. But keep in mind, Zach also has an ultimate as well.
Yeah, ball's in the other court, and now Bethel have the opportunity to answer, and Hornbach's the player you're calling upon. The ultimates still aren't really up online. There's no sound barrier in sight for either of these teams within the next little bit. It really does come down to the mate, especially on a map this close. Let's take a look at how the walls break down as they push the fight. Bethel down on the left side. Ball State playing very far away. This is because they know that Blizzard's online, right? They put themselves up on the high ground where they won't ever have to deal with it, where Ball State can't actually follow up on this, Bethel. So they will push out of the point just to contest, but no opportunity for a Blizzard. Again, holding onto the high ground as strongly as they can. 99%. It's a dive off the back of the wall, though. The Blizzard's thrown in to try and capitalize. Big J5 catches out the May in the back line with Penpark out. That's virtually it. No May, no main tank. The only way you're getting through this one is fragging, but Bethel are the ones doing that.
All right, there, Hornbach tries to mitigate some damage, but three members of Ball State do go down. Hornbach trying to come back out. Diva Mech is offline, and he'll get taken out too. But it's at the worst possible time because 98%, 99%, it's now overtime. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. We are here with SJSU's Nasi, who played Raze in that last set. Nasi, you played the Sova against UCI. What was kind of the reason for the switch over? We noticed a lot of class switches from your team. What was kind of the reason for these switches, which clearly worked out in your favor?
I feel like the map is kind of a reason for our switches, especially Sova falling out of the meta on that map.
Right.
And Raze being my second best agent. So the team is confident enough to put me on Raze. And I went there and did what I had to do. But I think that first map, we just were a little unprepared. Me doing Ramadan, fasting and stuff, it's a little hard to get those early games in the way. But once we got that second game out.
Are you competing on the fast right now?
Yes.
Ooh, that's brutal. Oh,
yeah, it's a little brutal, but.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. All right, fair enough, Nazi. Wow, great feedback, man. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to talk about those plays that you had over on A short. Talk to me about the double blast back into U-Haul or even into Bats. Is that something you scrim with, you play with, or are you just telling the team, hey guys, check this out, I got this?
I mean, it's a little bit of both because you always, I mean, of course you want your race to entry frag. So I mean, when I play ranked, you know, it's ranked, so you just got to do some dumb stuff, and it usually works out. And then in the match, I'm very comfortable with my double satchels and ability to go into U-Haul or be able to catch someone off guard showers. Even if I die in showers, I'll get the trade. So it doesn't matter if I get 1, 2, 3. Like I'll usually get a trade off.
Wow, well, amazing stuff, Nasi. Thank you so much. As you will, guys, move on to your next match. 1-1 here in the pools. That was SJSU's Nasi, who just went off 28 kills, 11 deaths, and 2 assists against Weber College on Bind. When we come back, we will have our third and final match of Pool B at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
That's a statement shatter if I've ever seen one. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Bethel coming away with map number 1.
That was amazing stuff here. Wow, Bethel. No, it's still in overtime. They're battling back and forth, actually.
There's
Jake winds
no
up
way.
finding one. They're still doing it. Zach does find the second on Finna. And the ball, Wrecking Ball trying to get enough, but Hornbach's going to fall. And that overtime meter will take out as Bethel has won the first map here against Ball State. The winner will advance once again to that online invitational tournament. So Bethel up 1-0 against Ball State moving forward.
And they had to fight for it. Ball State gave them everything they had, and this match is every bit as close as we want it to be. The 2 loudest teams we've got here, the
That's
2
right.
having the most fun, and you know what? They're laying it all out there.
Look at that Earth Shadow there coming out right in the stairwell. Quibsy winds up finding 2, and the whole team cleans it out. What a play of the game.
You weren't fully tested until you were put in that Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potato is a little fun fact about him before we jump into the game. I got the chance to interview him for Media Day. And when we asked him his gamer tag and like what game he played, he said he was Potato, and it made me laugh, and then he laughed. We had to start the whole interview over because it was just so funny to see somebody say, I am Potato with a straight face. It was hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on right now. Speaking of Potato, the man going for that early goal, Zath going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, 2 teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no. I think we had a full minute. It was in,
Oh,
it was
okay,
in, it was in
okay.
Game 3. It was in Game 3, and it came very, very close for a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges actually came on Ball State's side. They were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios, unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots. But their shots are going a bit wide. So Akron, so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenging position.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this doesn't feel like a traditional Game 1 kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We've seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, some great growth already to be shown. And right now, I mean, as simple as it sounds, it all comes down to who picks up that first goal, because the first goal might be the only one we see in a game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried, because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say, and I'm pretty sure I've just cast a curse, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend. And we see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. It's going to be a very brief 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. It's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
And honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst to take. Again, you don't have the full goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defensive success. All their shots are currently being taken from a low and mid angle off on the corners, and neither team seems to be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read, so that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal maybe, but a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities. And Luigi looking for some of their own reticence, though. The goalie extraordinaire finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say by the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goal down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball State desperately trying to break through Akron's defense, and this just might be the opportunity. The crossbar is going to catch the ball, unfortunately, in Akron. Now they have been given the opportunity to flip the ball back in their own favor.
This is under a minute here. It is getting ridiculous. Again, no goals scored last game. We had, it was, I believe, 15 goals across 3 games. That is insane to think about. That is over a goal a minute. I will let you know that is a goal a minute. That is crazy. We are 0-0 here, counting down 40 seconds. And these balls are now starting to get dropped straight in the center. And that actually, I feel, doesn't bode well for either side, right? Whenever you stop it, it means you're not angling, you're not picking a chance to take a shot. You want that ball constantly in motion. And stopping it means you're either having trouble reading it or having trouble even hitting the ball at the proper angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this may sound slightly hypocritical because I feel for a lot of what I've said this weekend is you want to play slow, you want to play calculated, but I feel both of these teams aren't being necessarily opportunistic, right?
Yes.
They're only going for calculation, and you can't do that in a game as fast-paced as Rocket League because I'm confident to say 7 or 8 out of 10 times your calculations aren't going to work, right? So you've got to be opportunistic. And this is this the first overtime? This is the first overtime of the entire weekend. It's a 0-0 OT, but now that clock is going to start ticking up, my friends. That is the beautiful thing about Rocket League. There are no draws. There are no ties. There is only a winner. That clock will continue to tick upward until one of these teams puts away that golden goal.
It's hard, right? These are both teams that won, and they know the strength of the opponents. They know one wrong mistake can cause a lot of problems, and that does tend to actually build up walls very quickly. It forces you into a defensive mindset. But you said it, right? You have to be aware that you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to take that gamble. You know, it sounds bad. I equate it a lot to a game of poker. It's a lot of you have to throw in your chips. You have to be willing to take that risk. You have to be willing to put your team. Oh, there it is! Potato! He is a potato, but he's a fast one. That's going to be the goal for Akron. They will go ahead and manage.
I mean, that potato's the best driver I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but I mean, that is some impressive gameplay there. We saw a Ball State as well. I think it was Zath. We've seen this so many times, the tail of a single second making all the difference, and Zath was right there, just a couple of frames, less than a second away from finding that defensive block. And unfortunately, you know, again, almost only counts in horseshoes, right? It's you've got to find that defensive block. You've got to be playing that one step ahead, or you're going to miss shots just like that one.
Yeah, and this is one game where I actually feel it's okay to take those gambles really hard.
Right.
So that last shot, I want to just point out how challenged it was. There were multiple members in a corner goal. It's very hard to hit it at that top angle. Normally you get like a random bounce in and flip out. And yes, my name was Akon there for a second. But this time, I expect the teams to be a little bit more offensive. They realized that both were going for the defense. And again, that's a feeling out period. Now I want to see them challenging much harder. Everyone going for this hard shot, going for those hard reads. And be willing to take that chance, gamble big, and gamble to win there. So a ball now on the side of Ball State. They're going to try and ramp it up with a run of their own.
Absolutely. And Ball State, they've got to put their money where their mouth is at this point, right? And I was thinking about this is perhaps there's almost a level of respect between these two teams, right? Everybody's almost respecting each other a little too much. They don't want to go for those opportunistic plays. They don't want to go for those crazy chances because they think we make one mistake, they're going to capitalize, right? So I think that's really what we're seeing is rather than just playing slow or, you know, maybe, you know, they're certainly not playing poorly, right? They're almost playing too careful, and I think we just need to see a little more spontaneity, if you will, coming out from these teams. It's going to be Luigi with a serious air ball there going high up above Reticence. Perfect timing, right place, right time. Zath now, that defensive hero. Luigi goes for the pickup, but throws it right into the wheels of Akron. Potato coming around that corner, trying to find a goal, hopefully earlier than the last one. 3 minutes and 45 seconds already, 75 seconds off the clock. Ball State finding ball control once again.
Still the air ball challenges right now, and once again, we're back at that same situation, ticking down a minute and a half here. And running out of boost in the air is one of the worst feelings as well. And And that's also, like I said, that's why aerial Rocket League is one of the most difficult and challenging aspects, is managing your boost in the air so you don't fall at the last second. Right now, Will now out as well. So they are challenging well. But again, no one's taking too many. They're not putting 3 anymore. And again, I like it so far. Just want to see them go for a little bit, 2-man offensive and try and make those combination plays.
Yeah, so there's definitely been some positive progress here on the defensive side of both teams. I feel like we're seeing more consistent defense. A lot of the goals from last game didn't go in simply because of a bad angle or the crossbar or the side of the goal, but this time there's been a lot more player interaction coming through. Now, Potato, speaking of player interaction, has been obviously the star player so far. Picked up the only goal that we've seen between these teams, and now Akron, they're going to be looking for another one. Deister tries to find a Potato, though, the man of the hour. He puts it away, the second goal online. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead, this time about 2.5 minutes faster. So definitely looking strong here, but Ball State, 2.5 minutes to tie the series back up.
Yeah, and this is the nice part. So when I was talking about it, you can be confident in taking the defensive stance all the way into overtime. If that's how you want to play, that's fine. It just means that there's more pressure on the latter stages. There's a reason why scoring early is nice. You give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And that's a demo open. Oh, Potato can't get any speed on the ball. If he had gotten speed, that would have probably gone in there. So, well, nice attempt. Oh, no way! Reticence! That is it!
Reticence has had enough of this. I mean, just from the heavens, midfield, about halfway there, an open goal. Just, I think that was so, I want to use the phrase, so out of pocket, so sudden that even Ball State didn't realize where Reticence was at. Really kind of a secret attack, if you will, a sneak attack from Akron. They found themselves up now 2-0. If they can turn that into a 3, they might be able to walk away with game 2. Only 128 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and with that, honestly, with how the game played out, Ball State, it's very difficult to flip the switch mid-game.
Yeah.
Flip the switch from defensive to offensive, and that is what they will have to do. They'll have to say, well, at this point, you kind of gotta.
Oh, man.
A team hat trick.
A team hat trick. The silver lining there, and of course, that third and final one going to come from the Boost Bandit, Will. So we're definitely going to see what is brought to the table here from Ball State. Akron, I think they've really woken up a lot in the second game. The first one close, they almost felt a little bit lucky. They walked away with that overtime goal. With these, cold-blooded, calculated. They are not taking chances. They are finding phenomenal opportunities, or shot opportunities, as I always like to call them. And this is just going to be, Akron's game for the taking. Only 100 seconds left.
Yeah, and you can see it now. They are going much more aggressive. It took a little bit to get the ball rolling, no pun intended, but it is that point where you realize, hey, we can play this. Hey, maybe we can go a bit more offensive. Maybe we can start towing the line. And yeah, they're finding it now. They're realizing that the opportunities were sitting in front of them the entire time. You just have to be willing to reach out and grab it.
Yeah, so game 1, truly a feeling out period, right? Had to decide how aggressive can we get in Akron. They've certainly noticed. They have found out how aggressive they can get. Ball State having that crucial mistake of leaving the goal wide open has been capitalized on twice now in one game. So the score double what it could have been had Ball State had a defender in the back third.
Oh, and that was actually just an angle off. And again, now we're seeing Ball State start to do the same thing, which I'm very, very happy about. Again, the transition period to move your mindset from defensive to offensive takes a certain period of time, and if Ball State can hit that now, that means game 3 they should be fully online and ready to go to challenge for some of those goals. And so far, a mad scramble for this ball right outside the goal of Ball State.
Absolutely, Akron. They have just turned it up to 11, right? They've certainly increased the heat. Just an amazing job so far, and it's going to be some incredible progress. 48 seconds left on the clock. Orbital, we're getting to a point. Are we going to see a game 4 at all this weekend? It's been nothing but shutouts so far. And, in terms of game score, some actual games have been incredibly close. But right now, we have got nothing but 3-0s, and Akron, they are trying to keep that dream, that tradition almost alive. This has just been, I still can't believe this is a team they told me they were nervous to be here. They have done nothing but show up.
Yeah, and when you talk about game 4s, I'm telling you, it's going to be that game 3 that sends it the distance. We're not going to see a back and forth between the two. It's just the read. I don't know why, and don't ask me why. I don't have a sixth sense. You feel it in your bones or something like your dad likes to say. I don't know. But there is just that feeling that once a team takes it, it's a momentum base in the mental game here at Atlanta as well. So I very much assume that's what's going to happen. And Akron, go ahead and take a game number 2 much more consecutive. 400% increase, by the way.
True. Well, technically 300, right? Because they did score 1 last game. So technically, you know,
don't do math.
Not to hit you with the technicalities here, but I think that's only a 3. I don't know. I could be wrong too, but definitely Akron just making such a clean, stronger appearance, really coming out strong. And I mean, again, we're still very early in the morning, right? We're definitely on the earlier side of the tournament bracket, so maybe they weren't as warmed up as they wanted to be. You know, maybe their breakfast was still settling a little bit in game 1, but game 2 they absolutely turned it up to 11. You know, maybe they got a little bit closer to their monitors, honed in just a bit. Maybe had some better team communication. We saw, I think, every goal except for the one from Reticence from the Heavens, you know, was an assist play. It was nobody really running away with the series. So definitely Akron as a whole, great team coordination and communication. And let's see how far that carries them in game 3. But Luigi, my man Luigi's got something to say about this. He said, hey, you casters are talking a little bit too much about Akron. Let's show you what Ball State really has to offer here in game 3.
I swear I'm a psychic. I said it was going to be that game 3. Things are going to kick off, and people are going to come awake. Ball State, it just takes one. It takes a single moment for your team to flip that switch, to say we need to get it going. And now it's on Akron. Akron are activated currently. They are activated. They should be challenging and scoring a little bit.
Man,
just like that. Alrighty, we got a game of Rocket League coming out here in game 3. And instead of Akron going up 1-0, they're chasing Ball State's score.
Yeah, and you know, there's kind of this phrase I made up, right? And maybe it even applies for real sports. I don't pay attention to real sports that often, I'm going to be honest with you. But I always call it the esports factor, right? Where a team waits until kind of that final hour, that last opportunity to really kick it up to 11. And we see that so many times across all games, Rocket League, Overwatch, and so many others where this team will be, you know, they'll have an unfortunate run, but as soon as it comes down to that final minute, that final fight, that's when this team really kicks it up. And we've seen Ball State do just that, a 9-second goal. They've already got a tie-up here with Akron in game 3. Let's see if they can give us our first game 4 of the weekend.
They're definitely going to try here. But again, you activate once, you got to keep it going the entire time. It's not a little burst of energy. It's not that, hey, it's one and done. You got to keep it momentum-based, and I'm surprised. They sent 3 defenders there. If anyone had followed up with the second shot from Akron, that would have been a wide-open goal.
Yeah, that triple defense there, the triple commit, can't say I'm a fan of that personally. That's a communication error. That's everybody trying to be the hero, trying to keep the score tied up. But like you said, anybody from Akron, had there been a second player there, that was a free goal for them. So Ball State, they've got to be really careful, and they've been leaving their goal open a lot as well, kind of that open goal. We saw that happen twice in the previous game. It almost happened once in this one as well. So Ball State, they really need to be consistently keeping somebody in that back third, and it feels like we've got a lot of what I'd like to call spotlight players. You know, and those spotlight players want to be on the offense. They don't want to take the defense, and I think Akron has noticed just that. Will, with a great pass coming through into himself. Great play. Akron going to find themselves up 2-1.
That is the equivalent of a bicycle kick.
Yeah,
I will say that
truly.
because it is such a nice, gentle tap. And the fun part about it, it offsets the defenders just enough. Again, you are predicting where the ball is going to go, and Will, with a gentle tap, is able to completely redirect it. So very well done on that goal. That is one of the more simplistic ones we've seen thus far, and I highly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 2 minutes off the clock. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead. Ball State, I mean, they really kicked it up to 11 at the start here. The only goal we didn't get to see was the one Ball State made, but what have I been saying? You know, that open goal, it is really starting to be the nail in the coffin for Ball State.
Yeah, and again, I will appreciate it, though. Ball State, you went for that goal. You sent it as hard, and I respect the heck out of it. Just again, the gamble didn't pay off this time, so good try. Now you got to get 2 in 3 minutes. They got 1 in the first 9 seconds. Ride that wave, right? Ride it all the way to the end of the game, but it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. Akron getting 3 in a row very, very quickly.
Potato farming a highlight reel clip right there. Immediately past Deister, goes past the second defender. That is Luigi as well. Rolls it right in, seemingly effortless toward the end there, just lets the ball roll itself into goal. This was 2-1 25 seconds ago. Akron, they have just, I feel like I've used this phrase a lot today, they have turned it up past 11. We're at 12. We're at 13 right now. This team, they're pulling absolutely no punches. Reticence finds that 5th goal for Akron here in game 3.
Yeah, it looked rough, but we said it right. Activation is key. And I was always worried. Game 3s are where these teams will make or break it. Either it is closed out at a 3-0, or a team will come back, the momentum will crumble, and we'll get a Game 5 possible reverse sweep. Akron looking like they're keeping the status quo of 3-0 series here. Yes, Ball State was able to get one, but Reticence racking it up. I thought it was going to be a few more, but they are crushing it now.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're looking pretty close here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're getting danger close to what is often referred to as a Brazil coming out here, a 7-1 here for Akron. It'd be the first one we have over the weekend. So I want to see if that is definitely what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know what? Brazil fans won't exactly appreciate that. That is a sore memory for them, I think.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not Googling what is a Brazilian Rocket League right now, just to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. But yeah, it is a 7-1 in reference to the 2014 World Cup. So we're going to have to see what Akron does here. If they can find one more, they can give us a Brazil. I just really wanted to make sure, you know, I had to be sure that I knew what I was talking about. Now, only 120 seconds left. Akron, you know, I hate writing teams off a little early, but the reality of Ball State scoring 5 times in 2 minutes is incredibly difficult.
I'm still so frustrated at the fact that you pulled that one out, and I'm just, oh man. But
I
yes,
exposed myself too. Nobody would have known I Googled it. I said it.
I just want to make a joke about it, but no, this is, I agree with how it's moving. So far, it's a great save, but Akron are always ready. They're starting to get a great handle on a ball reads, where they're going to move, where those shots are going to go. Either Ball State's starting to get predictive due to desperation, or Akron are just getting a little bit better. Neither is wrong. Just the fact that Akron got online a bit faster, they're now warmed up and they are punching it here. They're wanting to punch their ticket into the finals, and I think that is a great way to kick things off. 1 minute left. You just have to play good defense or a pretty solid offense, and you're set.
Yeah, and you know, definitely something that I think I've noticed as well from the side of Ball State is they are incredibly willing to use their boost, right? I feel like every time we spectate one of the players, they're sub 10 boost, if not at 0. And Akron, they don't seem to make that same kind of judgment on how often they want to use their boost. They're always around 40 or higher, right? They always like to have that boost available. And I think that's kind of where this game has been separated, is Ball State, they haven't been able to keep up in terms of literal speed. And that's why a lot of these goals have been found for Akron.
Yeah, with the last 30 seconds coming down here, you can see Akron, they're just starting to juggle the ball a bit, and I agree, right? That is the thing that, again, we talked with some of the teams about. It's controlling those boosts. Sometimes it's not even their fault. Sometimes it's the fact that when they're landing, they can't get to a boost point in time. They're looking for another one, but yeah, Akron have done such a solid job of maintaining that dominance of the field. 7 seconds left, and it looks like Akron with the pinch right at the goal line. They're looking at it, almost in. It's going to be cleared out. Dicer, just listen. He's like, just come on, get it on the ground. Let's go ahead, finish things off. Akron just dancing it all the way through.
Akron wants that Brazil, but no. Looks like we're hanging out in Indiana here today. No.
Quicker. And with how short these are, it is going to be those first 2 games. It takes probably about 10, 15 minutes to actually acclimate. So, again, both these teams should have that stance now. And we're going to see how quickly these teams are going to ramp things up. Again, Northwood in that blue. And
hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. We have seen now 2 matches go by in Pool B here for Valorant. And like always, it's Paulie Hype alongside the handsome host Los on the mic. And Los, you know, your name really does it justice because you are one of the more handsome commentators. I have to give it to you.
Thank you, Paulie.
Chosen name.
Thank you, Paulie. You know, I'm having a competition up here with you. It's 2 handsome guys. You're fighting me for the title right now, you know. So
no, you can have
it. Thank you so much. But now we're gonna see who's gonna have the title of strongest squad within this group. I mean, we already saw UCI, we already saw Weber before. Now it's time for them to try and bring up their own victory today. UCI came out on top of San Jose. Now they're going to have another chance to increase that lead and maybe walk out with a 3-0.
Right, and I mean, we've seen the matches so far. Weber is reliant on this win here. They needed to come out of the pool. Actually, are we going to have a 3-way tie if Weber wins this?
I think that'll be the case.
We have to check. But the map comes out here on Ascent, And we just take a look right now. It is Nibbler on the Joy. Stormtrooper 86 will be playing the Jet this time. Flo will be playing the Brimstone. Kyle over on Sova once again. And Cowpie back on the Reyna. Over to the attacking side, Los.
Yeah, so this is going to be another time we're seeing actually an adjustment. It's Kaizoku who will bring that KO. We saw them on the Rays, and they were doing a lot of damage back on Bind in the previous map, but this time they're going to opt for that initiator role. I mean, Rays, admittedly, is a bit harder to use here on Ascent, so on the flip side, we do have KO, which is such a strong pick going on to Ascent. Those 0 points can be a lifesaver, a round saver, a round creator, really, if they're used efficiently, especially with how much KJ is abused on this map.
Yeah, and she's just she's a strong pick no matter which way you really go, but especially here on Ascent, Cowpie start out this one just sitting in the smoke, but slowly backing away out on Cat, returning back to Garden. As it's a slow push, nothing too crazy. Jet over here for the blue team has encroached into the middle, so it does look like A site is kind of the focal point at the moment, but it's crazy who does find Flo. Flo getting taken out quick, and now it's a one-man advantage. It is a Cat push. Cowpie with one rebuttal, and he does get taken out by Calzoku. So 3 on 4 here. This bomb is looking to go down, Los.
Oh yeah, and that it will. Kyle will send out a shock dart. It doesn't make a connection. We'll swap over for the Ghost. Might have a better time in terms of this, but MC still from the attack. They're creeping around from Catwalk, so that'll be an issue if they go for the swing. The second that we have Kyle trying to make an investment, but Nibbler from Heaven already removes Fizz, and even a second one coming through. If they close that door, that's the free defusal. They can walk right out right now.
Yeah, and there's going to be the identify. They know exactly where she's coming, and Kyle sitting in perfection. MC's going to get taken out, and defenders are going to get this first one here. Well done, as this first round goes 1-0 over the blue team.
You know, I gotta say the honorable mention of Flo with the shorty right in the beginning of A main, right at the front, hoping to get a shot. Crazy, good for it though. I enjoyed it, but really, it was well played by Nibbler, being able to take that site essentially by themselves because we did have Kyle. They were looking toward Catwalk for a majority of that retake because they knew someone was there. And having that knowledge and dropping the door the second you go in for the retake cuts them off completely.
Yeah, it was just a precise play here. SJSU has looked great on the day. And this one is UCI on blue and Weber on red. I would love to know if we're going to have a three-way tie here at the end of this one if Weber takes it. Spike goes down quicker this time, though, for Weber as the first kill goes to them as well. And now UCI looking for the counter take. Stormtrooper does find one. Cowpie trades off for 2. And this is great in their favor. The long-range buyout over. And just like that, only 2 members alive. It was a well-fought contest by Weber, but UCI going to get this second round once again off the push round.
So yeah, not bad. They did get the plant again, so they got a bit more cash flowing, and they did get 3 frags. So 3 guns removed. Isn't that crazy? But Flo, they were double saving. They brought the shorty in 2 rounds in a row, and they have so much money saved up from that rainy day. At the bottom, they're going to bring the operator to look down B main, and that is going to be a big ticket issue. No one will be expecting that over from UCI, and I certainly would expect a round 3 op, but that's what they're going to have to deal with. The question is, will they even buy into that? Because there's 3 getting ready for A.
Scanning ahead.
And just like that, Stormtrooper winds up connecting with the Marshall shot on Leaf up the middle. So this is the round 3, and it looks like to be the first full buy round here for Weber. A quick shot does take it out, and they will buy out as we see the kill feed right there. Fizz, Rain, and MC, each with a kill. That's going to cause a rotation here from the defense. But this bomb still located in the front of B. Killjoy is looking to find a way in through garage. Kyle's not going to pick up anything on this Owl drone, Los.
Okay, wait a minute. But they can bring out that lockdown if they decide to bring it because they have all those orbs. And this will be a perfect spot for the execute because they'll be trapped. It's all up to Nibbler to somehow get out of there alive. There's the 0 point, so it removes anyone or the possibility of anyone out from market. So they just got to wait for this time to run out.
A cloud burst does come out from the jet. That will block some of the vision, but Sova gonna look to seek right through that, and I think found 2 with MC on the site. Sova holding a quality angle there through the wall as Crazy gets taken out. This bomb will finally go down. Killjoy Ultimate was used as well here for Weber. As Kaizoku finds Kyle, and this could be Weber's first round, and it will be on the back of Kaizoku, KO, and the Phantom. That
Great
Killjoy
pop flash.
Ultimate was a great part as well, helping get Weber into that site for the bomb plant.
Yeah, and the fact that MC was able to survive running through all of that destruction was impressive. If they weren't able to get onto the site, being denied would have such a big issue. You don't put the pressure on to UCI. If you don't have the spike in play, if they can't get that play going because Nibbler had that survivability, that would have been a major issue. But in the end, they broke the economy. They lost out on the op-infested.
Flashbang here into the site as it was a jump away. Kaizoku, though, he's just playing with aggression. Does grenade right in, but he's blocking as Kai Flow winds up going through. MC flanks through Garden up top into Heaven. Bomb is going to go down once again, but it is a 2-on-2 affair with Kaizoku still alive. Does take out the Owl drone. Here Low says it's a push in through Heaven, and this is what KO brings to the table in terms of utility.
That flash drive was so critical. It allowed them to escape because this Odin would have been the set piece for them to win it out. MC ready for the swing, ready for another one potentially, but they were called reloading. Kyle gets the job done in a 2K clutch.
With the Odin in hand, the big boy, Los. I mean, he just walked in like he was Sylvester Stallone in the what's that movie with all those superheroes? Not the superheroes, the action stars.
Oh my god. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The old man Expendables. I can't think of it right now. Whatever.
The Expendables, yes, yeah.
Expendables, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Walked up with the Odin, just like fuse of Rambo and Sylvester Stallone, and Kyle gets the double kill. Amazing play here. This damage is coming through. Winds up finding Crazy through the wall. Isn't it? That like always works, Los. Even in like casual bronze ranked where I'm at, that always works.
And isn't it frustrating? Even MC is feeling the pain because, yeah, that's just 2 more for Stormtrooper. With his reign, they took 1 shot with the Sheriff and decided, nope, not my fight. I'm not gonna take it. But Stormtrooper says, no, you will face me. And they lose control of the spike as well. So now, even though Kaizoku has managed to earn a frag over on A main, what can they do in the 1v4?
Not much at all. Right here, UCI, they are saying we are going to get to the semifinal match tomorrow for Pool B. We're not going to let Weber go on. It's nothing personal. But UCI is coming out swinging here as it's already a 4-1 lead. The money is the rich get richer, especially in Valorant, Low. So there's not going to be much that Weber can do besides raw outslay, get a kill here. This 5th round is going to be a big one. The 6th round, excuse me, is going to be a big one here for Weber.
Yeah, and Stormtrooper at first was playing around with the idea of an op. Will they commit to it? No, they just go straight with the Sheriff. They won't even make a commitment for a rifle. And they're creeping on up through B main. Not to find anyone, but even so, not having this critical hardware throughout the round is going to be a major issue.
123 left in this round. When both teams have Sova, the double owl drone is just hilarious to watch. You know, as once again, we're still following alongside Kyle. He does have Odin in hand. Ultimate online, Hunter's Fury. Who's he going to hit? Here comes his owl drone. He's going to slowly peek. Looks around to get some intel. Does find the KJ. And he's just going to back away, playing it safe. No, both teams here, Los, are just kind of holding their ground. Looks like a standard slow play round here as both teams just trying to pick somewhere. But a slight encroachment from Weber into center, into the middle hall. Will give them a slight advantage here over B if they can find this pick.
It all comes down to what Kaizoku can bring to the table, and it's a kill. They're good for it. Leaf does lose their life, and that's a rifle in the hands of Stormtrooper, so now they have some information. Now they have the potential flank around because mid has been taken control of. This is the response. It's actually so many ultimates being brought out right now, Paulie.
He's gonna hit that one right there. Kyle winds up taking out Fizzrain with Hunter's Fury. 4-1. It's gonna have to be a force. Oh, the bomb is actually not down. So well placed here. That shock dart's gonna hit Crazy. Crazy has no idea up top, and the bomb will not be able to get down. Defenders once again are gonna find another round, and Kyle rips Crazy once again through heaven. Jeez, I mean, Kyle is still holding that Odin the entire round. Has just been nothing but advantage here for UCI. Los, well, what's the synopsis here? Weber's having a hard time.
Oh, they certainly are, and they're going to have an even harder time going into round number 7 because they're all sheriffs all day. Crazy will be running with the Blade Storm at the max, so it is possible they could bring it through. And they have some ultimates that can change the favor, but the second that they walk through B main, they're going to get ripped apart by the Odin from Kyle because he's still sitting there. He's waiting for someone to show their face. And even Flo is waiting on mid, ready to take these fights. And these fights are going to go absolutely the way of UCI.
Yeah, and Stormtrooper's just having another field day once again. Stormtrooper picking up his 3 kills. It's now 3-1. It's about to be a 6-1. Jumping around is the Odin, and Kyle is just playing around. But I mean, let's switch off Kyle. Let's watch Storm. I want to watch Stormtrooper this round. I want to watch. He has been getting 3 kills per round. He had Blade Storm a couple rounds ago. Winds up connecting there. He winds up finding another 3 that last round, and just 6-1 here is UCI coming out swinging, and just making it look effortless. Call it maybe quite warm up from SJSU here, Los. I don't know.
I mean, I also want to talk about the acrobatics of Stormtrooper, just flying all over the place. Love to see it. I mean, you know, Kyle, watching them find success with the wall banging Odin just makes me mad because it's happened to me before.
Right. And, oh, this has got, you know, maybe it's because University of California, Irvine, UCI, you know, it's got to be the weather, right? They're in the 70s, they're in the 80s already here. It's nice. I know all these teams here from the West, but doesn't get much more beautiful if you go down by Irvine. So small locational advantages. Nibbler winds up finding another 2. Cowpie picks up 1, and it's now 7-1 despite the bomb going down. It is all advantage, smooth sails, clear skies, just like in Irvine, California for UCI.
It's starting to look like a game from the previous group where it's just all going the way of UCI. Maybe it'll feed to that storyline where every single match in Group A ended in 13-2. So we might have a possibility of that one here in Group B, Paulie. It's entirely on the table.
Yeah, this will be the final match here of Pool B for the day. It has been such awesome action. Los will be back again tomorrow for the finals, which will see teams like Hawaii and possibly UCI here, SJSU most likely, depending on how this one plays out, competing for not only that $1,000 scholarship fund, but also the qualifying bid to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in Atlanta, May 7th and 8th. Tickets are on sale now at CECC.GG.
What was that?
Flo finds him 2 is what it was.
Why did MC not keep the knife out? Why did they go for the knife? They had the chance. I thought they were going for a little bit of casual BM, but they just decided to pull back. They brought out the rifle again and just said hello. They just walked right in front of Flo. What was that?
Yeah, and you know, something I'm noticing here as, you know, Los, as that round just came to such a quick finish, is that Weber, they haven't been getting off those full round buys. There's always one person that's saving or in a sheriff, or this round, you know, we see one of them with a even a pistol as we follow alongside Kaizoku and over to Flo now. And, you know, it's really hurting Weber because they're not getting those full advantages. Nice peek from Flo. Kaizoku with the push here, and great job to take out Flo. Weber finally getting around where they can get some aggression in their favor.
And this is exactly what they needed. They have control of the tree, but Cowpie is sitting right around the corner. Here comes Alir. It'll cut off their vision, but it wasn't for themselves. It allowed Nibbler to walk on through, finding one with the judge, and they backed off. Maybe Cowpie wants to go for a re-aggression into that look, but they back off.
Yeah, and I like this play from Weber. It's actually great stuff. Stormtrooper, though, always one step ahead as he kind of notices nice cloud burst there swirling around, but he notices the rotate early, and there he goes. Spots the Killjoy. That's going to be taken out of MC. Crazy, though, does trade. Crazy has been the spark igniter here for this Weber team as they will dash to get into the site, and this will allow the bomb to go down. Once again, these bomb plants are keeping their economy alive despite being down 8-1. The game is never over until 13 rounds have accumulated for one team.
Comes the retake. Fizz expecting somebody from Marketplace. That won't be the case. Yeah, Cowpie definitely expecting that. The logs placement has been cleared. Crazy, however, moves out. They want to catch the rest of the squad off guard, and there's one. Crazy turns this into a 3K. If they could pull off the 4, the clutch to save the day, but it's a bangable spot. They can shoot through, but they're too busy trying to check the different angles, and it gives Cowpie the chance to get the shot and deny the clutch. It's 9-1 against Weber.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. There's no way around it. It's just a great play, and they're just playing confidently. They're all getting kills, and at some point, Weber just getting stifled economy-wise round after round. They're only getting one full buy opportunity every 2 or 3 rounds, and this at this point, it's where this is one of the games that just has gotten out of hand, and in a best-of-1 series, it's just unfortunate because this one's going to be extremely difficult for Weber to come back from being down 9-1.
Without a doubt. Deck is so stacked against them. See if they could try and bring it back here this round. They have that lockdown. It'll keep some players at bay. And what can they do to push the advantage? Sure, they move someone around, but look at all those smokes. Here comes the flash drive. It allows them to maybe cause a bit of chaos, but that lockdown essentially did nothing except force the rotation because the real execute is over on B.
And both teams with 5 apiece still alive. Quick peek though. Flow calls Leaf out right away. And this is going to lead with Kyle into the Owl drone. As Weber winds up Stormtrooper. Nice blast there. Nice wall bang. While Stormtrooper also switches to the classic right into Bladestorm. Updraft onto the site.
Oh
4
my
kills here
God.
for Storm into the defuse. Stormtrooper 86 off the back end of Bladestorm. Going to share the love also and give that, rightfully so, give that ultimate point over to Nibbler on the Killjoy. But man, Stormtrooper 86 just going off with that Bladestorm, switching to 2 guns on top of it, picking up 4 kills. And this is going to be a devastating game here for Weber, but a great one for UCI.
Stormtrooper is smurfing the server right now. They are making it look so easy just from that last round. You can tell they're having a blast. They're destroying everyone on the side of Weber, and it's fun for them because they have so much freedom to do wacky plays when you have a massive round disparity. But everyone's playing it close here on B main. It might be able to change the tide.
Flow, though, Kaizoku calls the bluff, and Flow walking in with a judge. You don't always see it. Fizzrain does finally take him out, so right here, it's Weber's chance. They need to find a way in. They have to get something going here. But Stormtrooper, 86, Cowpie, Kyle, the collective of UC Irvine has just been impressive all day long. I mean, they barely lost to SJSU. That was the most competitive game of the day. And right now, they're just showing that we're not going anywhere. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, what an angle for Cowpie 867, who winds up finding Fizz. Oh, these guys are firing all flows on all cylinders.
This is just, it's a slaughter. It is an absolute slaughter. UCI not taking any hits anywhere. I mean, the one loss that came through was into that anti-rifle round. The one time where there was even footing between the two teams, that is the one moment that Weber was able to create a successful play. This time around, I really don't know if they're going to be able to take it on the pistol. If they can, it creates a spark of hope, but otherwise, it's just seemingly so difficult. But with the placement of the Killjoy utility, it's kind of more focused around Generator, so it does provide an option for them to rush into A main.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this one's going to be simple. I mean, obviously, in Valorant, it's a heavy snowball game, right? These pistol rounds lead to free secondary rounds, being able to buy, which usually lead to possibly third or fourth. It's going to be a Russian, though, from Stormtrooper. UCI is what I noticed. The reason why they're having such an easy time, it's their flow, their movement. It's just Stormtrooper landing headshots here. They're playing so aggressive, overwhelmingly aggressive, and that's exactly what we're seeing in return. But Fizzrain says, I'm not going anywhere. Sneaks past the smoke. It's a quick kill. And this is going to give Weber an opportunity, because if they're able to get this round, maybe they get the snowball here in the second half. It's possible. Not likely, but possible.
Dodging the flash drive, we still have players dancing around Dice. Kyle holding it down from underneath. And Nibbler finds two, but now it's turned into a 1v1. Only one bullet will be enough for them to lose this round out. They've got the frenzy, and they're just dancing around. And even while you do it, time is running thin. The clock strikes. And so does Kyle. They clutch it out in the one-on-one. They get the job done and bring us to map point.
Stormtrooper once again coming through for UCI on the day, especially on the map. I mean, just ruthless in the Jet play. And Jet's just one of those characters that is not going anywhere, has been in meta since day one, has never left. So much utility, so much aggression, especially on offense, which is half every map. And UCI is just, they're looking so impressive right here. It's pretty scary. Stormtrooper just updrafted with the Bucky, shot through the window. Bucky double kill. Stormtrooper is a monster.
And what a way for this to all end here for Weber. It's all over. The Bucky at any range is deadly as long as it's in the hands of Stormtrooper. This was a stomp for the ages, for the group, for the CECC West. Wow, Paulie. What a match.
Yeah, Valorant's what you love to see, especially on a Saturday afternoon. Look at the econ rating. 3 first bloods for Stormtrooper, 24-9 on 2 assists, and 13-1 is the final score. Weber, they tried their best. They played very well, but you got to give credit where it's due. UCI just came out swinging. They played fantastic, and there's not much more you could say to that. Their whole team firing off. 4 in the top 5 players were UCI.
Yeah, what a great finish for them. And we got to talk about just the rest of the squad being able to support Stormtrooper. But I mean, I don't want to talk about Stormtrooper all day, but we got to talk about Stormtrooper all day, Paulie, because they have done so much work throughout the match to take the space, to take fights that are just so overwhelmingly aggressive. It makes you think twice about what is even happening. Getting so close and denying any setups on the side of Weber when it came to the offense was just so easy. It came naturally for this squad, and rightfully so. They win it out 13-1. I cannot wait for them to compete in the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, me neither. But when we come back, we'll finish out an interview here for the 3rd game, and then after that, we'll be switching over to our next game title. And so when we come back, some more Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup action, West Invitational. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So far, already putting up a pretty good challenge here. Again, Northwood is the team to look to beat here. Pretty crushing there. Northwood with a really close first shot.
Yeah, buddy going for that double tap there. His name always makes me laugh, because that's the one thing he's not. When he's on the field, he's not your buddy. I mean, he is nothing but your opponent here. So he's really trying to, he went for that double tap early, less than half a minute was off the clock at the time. Northwood trying to set that precedent, right? They want Akron to know we are looking for nothing but shots on net. That is kind of the primary goal, so to speak. And now Potato going to be able to find a little bit of momentum. They get the ball kind of shuffled a little bit, ends up right in front of goal, but Northwood, they're able to separate it, go for a double tap of their own, falls a little bit wide. Nothing going to be happening quite yet. Just a lot of back and forth. It's truly, for the first time in a long time, felt like that feeling out period, but as quickly as it came, it has already gone. Pirates going to find that first goal of the winners finals.
Yeah. As you go through the tournament, the feeling out period gets shorter and shorter, right? Because feeling out period is more for the opponents in general, get a good grasp of how you hear. And the Northwood at this point have already said, listen, we know that we are a strong team. We know that we can play to anyone's tempo and force them to play to ours. So for them, it's not so much feeling out, it's how quickly can we score on the opponent. That's kind of the game plan. And the way Akron can actually combat that is you take some of those harder battles, you try and aim for some of those scenarios, you don't allow them to get that aggressive. But I love the combinations, and it works again. This is Northwood showing off a bit here. That was a triple attack coming out here, and that is what you like to see from a team. Nice little tipper right there, drops it right in the middle.
Yeah, an alley-oop at its finest. I mean, truly just a great scenario there. We saw Northwood looking super strong, able to find some great momentum already, not even in the halftime yet.
It's going to be moving through those paces and very slow lob all the way into Akron's side of the field. And thus far, again, one of the things I really have to give props to Northwood is they do not single shot it. They do not wait for only one of their teammates to go for it. They always have a game plan, and it's something that you will notice very, very often. A really difficult thing for defenders to do is obviously position. It's very hard to redirect yourself in this game. So you have to send multiple defenders at points, or you try and throw one at a time over and over again. That was a close one. But Northwood always have a second or third shot lined up already in the air flying. So I really, really appreciate that from this squad. They always try and ensure that they will have multiple clean shots on goal.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Potato is going to be able to get demolition. That's going to open up the goal just for a moment here, trying to find at least a sub-primary opportunity. Hockey goes for that double tap, and the alley-oop comes through once again. Pirates hitting a hat trick here in game one, still not even in the second half.
I'm telling you, this is exactly how you want to see teamwork to a T. The rest of the teams all had a star coming out. That's what we had over and over again. Akron as well did the same, and I think that was, I'm not sure if that's a vehicle that I thought it was, but that's pretty entertaining. But Northwood, they're a team of, I don't want to say superstars, but well-coordinated stars. This is something that it's very difficult to pull off because generally there is one person that excels at certain things. This is a team of all-rounders that have ascended to a much higher level of play.
Absolutely.
And it just turns into a phenomenal style where it's just, you don't worry so much about a single individual player. You just know for a fact they're all going to show up at one point or another.
Oh my, did you see the backspin on that thing? Potato caught it, but just didn't have the momentum to steal it away. Watch, we can watch this happen here, kind of in slow motion. Catches it, just a little bit of tap, and the backspin brings it right in. Nobody's there to get in time. 4-0 currently in favor of Northwood.
Yeah, it's only going to keep moving forward, and if you are Akron, you have to start realizing this is going to happen over and over again. This chances of the double shot, the triple shot even, if you will, it never ends, and you have to rely on breaking up that chance. Start forcing Northwood to only take one shot at a time. Try and bake up their constant combinations. It's a difficult call. It's so difficult to be able to do, but they're working off the fact that it's combinations. It's the fact that they are allowed to line up three of their players and be able to continuously take shots from midfield over and over again. It's never stopping, and I love it so much. So Akron going ahead, flying up, and that's going to be another goal. And Potato this time takes it home. Look at this ramp up. That is going to be a flip off a little bit of an execute, and off the top wall is going to aim it straight in the center. Splash indeed. You know what? Game one, great way to start coming back a little bit in this game. So Northwood goes ahead and says, all right, you want to play hardball? Let's play hardball.
Absolutely, they are ready to play hardball, and we can talk about it as well. Even if Akron loses this, they found some momentum, they found some opportunity, they found a goal, more than some teams have been able to say up against the powerhouse that is Northwood. But now, 1:30 left on the clock, 30 seconds of goal. Akron could tie this up, but my goodness, would that be quite the feat? Going to be able to get it out. Reticence there, who's got the closest name to my own that I think I've ever seen. It's really caught me up quite a few times, but Reticence is going to be able to get that block, keep the ball out of goal. However, they're struggling to get it out of their back third. Going to have a great setup toward the middle, and a phenomenal shot from Pirates. Now, I didn't catch if Pirates was able to, or was the one to find the fourth goal, but I know they found the fifth, so I mean, that is well over a haul at this point. The hat trick, looking for a second one at this point. I mean, this is amazing.
He found the treasure trove and kept it all to himself is what he did, and it's not stopping at all. And there is a vehicle here that I saw that I think is one that is not used very often, so I'm very curious if Akron, is that the one that I think it is?
I don't know the name of the vehicle personally, but I know that it is, I don't believe, it's not that traditional. It's not the Octane or the Dominus kind of default, if you will. It's, I don't know the name of it. I'm not sure I've ever seen it, to be honest, but to bring it out here in a grand final, certainly making a statement, or excuse me, in a winner's final, certainly making a statement. So we really want to see what Northwood, or what Akron, excuse me, kind of brings back from that, what they can turn around with. Will we see a different vehicle in the second game, so on and so forth. It's going to be kind of trying these new momentum shifts, but unfortunately will be demolition. So it's going to be a great block from the man himself,
Yeah.
returning from the dead, able to find that block, keeping this scoreline at that 5-1. Now 30 seconds left. We're looking at a score per like, I don't know, like 6 seconds here to keep this fight alive. But Will able to pick up that second goal for Akron. Talk about momentum. That is the lion's share moving into game 2. Akron finding 2 goals here. Probably the last one of this game as well.
Yeah, that was a shot of shots, and I have to give props because they went for a double challenge on that. They went ahead and just slammed it home. So being able to manage that is going to be a little bit of an icing on the cake. It's nice to have in your back pocket, of course.
Right.
Still Northwood up miles ahead.
Of course.
And they have, again, there's a reason they are the favorite. So 10 seconds left here in this round. It is not going to stop. And so hopefully they will be able to manage here in game 2. But this is a great start. Akron being able to at least not go out, zero goals. Making it 5-2 to me is a very strong telling show against Northwood specifically, who in their semifinal quite literally shut people out in the first 2 games.
And this would be so hard to explain to anybody who doesn't play kind of like an esport already.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. Paulie Hype alongside Los here as we are with player Stormtrooper 86 from UCI. Stormtrooper, congratulations on your win against Weber there. You guys played fantastic, especially you dropping 24 kills. What was the energy kind of like among the team despite a hard loss against SJSU?
No, we actually won against SJSU.
Right.
So
Sorry.
coming off of the win, I think it was honestly a really big win because San Jose, both teams, I'd say we have a lot of respect for each other. It's kind of just we both were having fun, and we kind of carried that energy over to the next match.
Awesome. I mean, you definitely carried some energy into this one. It was a much wider gap in terms of round differential going up against Weber. So congrats on that big win. And you're headed over to the semifinals tomorrow, where you're going to be going up against Sacramento State. Do you have any thoughts on them? Like, what are your expectations for that match?
I'm not really sure. We've never actually played against them ever. This is going to be our first time, if I'm right. But I think hopefully we're just trying to have the same kind of energy and playing our game, not worrying too much about others.
Well, excellent answer. Yeah. And so we have the semifinals matchup coming up tomorrow. That's going to conclude day 1 here for Valorant. Appreciate Stormtrooper for tuning in with us. And tomorrow we have the grand finals day, which is going to be 2 semifinal matchups, Pool A and Pool B, as we will be Paulie Hype alongside Los once again casting the day. When we return, 4 p.m. PST, we will be switching over to Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, which will be commentated by Lyric of Wisdom as well as Psy. So when we come back, we'll have some SSBU action. Don't go anywhere. More Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. We'll be back.
Like it's still 3 points both ways, but the fact that you're able to put 2 points on the board, like you said, so many teams haven't been able to do that this weekend. Northwood has been, 7-0, 6-0, so many teams. So Akron, signs of life in game 1. Great progress already. The Lions share moving into game 2 as they found the last goal. I'm really curious to see if Akron can take a game off of Northwood here. This could be the start of a seriously insane matchup if Akron can continue to play to that par they brought out right at the end of game 1.
Yeah, it's the climb up Goliath, trying to take down Goliath. You don't really have a slingshot now. You got a short sword and a little dinkly handle on there, and you're trying to make it work. Yeah, that's the momentum. That's the feeling that you get, and it's honestly, we talk up all kind of the underdogs, because everyone was an underdog, but the Giants reign supreme for a reason, and I'm very, very fascinated at this fact. So again, Northwood coming in here, so far sitting at 1-0. In this best of 3, and so far still on the aggression. So right now they are ramping it up. Great demolition right off the gate. That was a little bit of a rough one. If you
one call to make sure they're coordinated. We're getting ready to hop into map number 1 though. And we're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well. Arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it. Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looks like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler. Both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big
it's
J! Northwood! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and booped off. That has to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Show they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with them, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
A symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but as Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, landing in the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now, Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it. Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player.
It is.
The movement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more hyperspheres, though. And now, Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point ticks over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though. In from behind is pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Grob looking trying to equalize things on Soldier 76. Drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte appealing for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remake not available for the Diva. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was a little more ready for it. You know, it felt kind of like, okay, I'm going to E, and then they already had. So there was no reaction from Bethel, but Northwood able to take Ruins 100 to 50. Bethel, they've got a moral victory under their belt.
Yeah, I was going to say, they won the Torb 1v1.
They won the Torb 1v1. I mean, that's...
We need a trophy for that.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. A bigger trophy.
True. A bigger one made out of gold, you know, maybe. Like, it was a good Torb fight. It was great. But now moving into Lighthouse, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Lucios, on the supports, and Tyler on the Pharah as well. Anything with that boop ability, right? Anything that has the capability of taking somebody off the map. I think those are going to be our star-studded heroes for Lighthouse.
Yeah, Tyler swapping over. Jake's got a lot of work to do. Big swap from Bethel, though, getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quibsy is going to be the one to man it up, and they've got a whole mobile composition. Brandon and Jake, though, I see as big targets for Northwood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I remember talking to Bethel yesterday kind of about the Pharah v Echo discussion, and we kind of all agreed Echo is just kind of a Pharah with better mobility to some extent. So we're going to see Tyler versus Zach, which one of these folks really kind of comes out on top, if it's going to be due to the DPS engagement or maybe some other role entirely. But as Brandon falls early, I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that Pharah all the resources they can. Zach's being forced back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about early on in sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap onto the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her teammates, but when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel two places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zen. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, with Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with landing out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. One up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But, yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement. Picks up Momo as well. A fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel. Immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. And I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off this Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for this Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement on the Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that road
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman, a nasty Hog, actually, amongst Hogs. Season's out. And I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to muscle this one through. Another one for him. Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one, Tyler seems to find two.
You know, two.
So maybe just a little bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon again taken offline by that Pharah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. Maybe a Baptiste as well could make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's two fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is two fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Pharah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel. I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a Squirtle, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it. Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brendan is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh, my. Look at the jungle. Look at
there she goes.
Relax. Relax it. No. Oh, my God. That was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map. And Northwood wins it. Now, remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1-point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
Yeah, I mean, the standard 1 seed across both game titles here on the weekend, Northwood going against the number 2 seed across both game titles as we get here into Overwatch. So it's going to be Akron versus Northwood here, and this is the grand finals, everybody. Do not hold your applause or anything. Let's get as loud as possible here, and let's just make some noise because this is going to be an amazing game, Door.
We're kicking things off, going back over to Oasis.
Yep.
This is Northwood's pick in the best of 3. I'm real curious to see what we get here. Northwood already locking in a double bubble of their own. A little bit of respect being given over to Akron. You can tell they're taking this one pretty seriously off the bat with the composition, especially after that game that we saw out of them last. Ooh.
Yeah.
I expect Northwood to come out swinging.
Yeah, and you know, it's almost weird. We talked to a lot of the Akron players a lot over the weekend, and it just seems like they all kind of just say Northwood is the standout #1 squad, but I want to see some fight. I want to see some vigor. I want to see some attack coming out for Akron as we start this one off on Oasis.
It's about confidence. It's all about, they know they can play this. They've been practicing so hard for this match, but they can't get intimidated. They can't let it get in their heads. They'll start the engagement off fighting for the high ground. It is dive versus double bubble. Very classic competitions for either side. Northwood being forced back slowly but surely as Nylon searches for that Baptiste. Will get a whiff of him, and as the Immortality Field misses, it's a Baptiste going down in just a moment. Northwood looking pretty good for this one. 4 versus 4 as the high ground is reclaimed by Eric. Neither team has a main tank, but they've got Stun Ape on the high ground, and that's the big deal here.
Yeah, and he's actually over on the Soldier here, so a little bit of hit scan coming out from Big Boy Soldier as we now follow alongside Tyler. And, the first point's going over to Akron, so far, Dor, they're doing the right job. They're going to start this one in the lead.
Making the right moves, but first ultimate up looks to be Nylon's Pulse Bomb, oddly enough, not Landon because he got picked off so early in the last fight. You'd normally expect it to be either Landon or Tasmino, but the stun is going down pretty early here from Cowman. There's a lot to worry about. Akron want to trade it out, and they need the Trace to do so, but Nylon just can't get enough done. 2 players being traded out as we get a pause in the server. It's Northwood coming back in with the point.
Yeah, right there. G-Rob winds up finding another, and there goes that pause. So we'll see what happens here and what we have to fix. But, this is what Northwood's strength is. They play so well, period. They just play so well, period. It's like Akron starts out getting the first point, getting the first round, playing very well, and just like that, Northwood takes it back easily. Amazing stuff there. It's going to take a Goliath to stop the mountain known as Northwood.
Yeah, it's all the individual skill of Bethel with all the team play of Akron. It is very scary. And I think for Akron, that means you really need to find that pop-up player. You need to find an equalizer. We saw Big J5 do it in their matchup against Bethel not too long ago, and it was a very effective tool for getting them through King's Row. Akron, we know they have the skill on their team, right? Stun Ape, an incredible leader for the team, and you've also got Nylon, who's looked really impressive a lot of the time. This team has all the tools to get there. They just need 1 or 2 people to really step up to the occasion if they want to do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy feat, no doubt about it, as we wait for this pause to resume, but, what's going to be the key here? You got your little black book full of info and notes and treasures and all this.
Too many.
Dor is amazing. He has been marketing to the players all weekend, talking to them, finding all the little tidbits of information. I've seen it. What's going to be the key here? Does Akron have a chance against Northwood?
I think it's all confidence. I was talking to him, and again, it's one thing to be preparing for a team all weekend. It's another to just let it get in your own head. And like I said, they have all the ability to do it. So if they can come in with confidence, just not allow Northwood to get away with anything they shouldn't get away with and continue to play their game, I think they're going to be more than all right. I think the big question comes between this matchup, actually. It's a question for Northwood as well, of compositional diversity. We know Northwood can play virtually anything. Seasons and Cowman are incredibly flexible as a tank duo. Tyler and G-Rob have looked fairly flexible as far as we've seen, and Landon and Lep, I don't think there's any questions that those 2 players are incredible. But if Akron can find one composition that they feel like they're better on, whether it be Brawl, whether it be Rush, whether it be Dive Maps, whether it be Double Shield, they have to push as hard as they can. But the problem is, in a best of 3, there's only so much time to figure that out, right? And we're going to a map like Control. I actually think it's pretty good for them because it gives them 3 sub-maps, 3 opportunities to try and figure it out. And yeah, it's like the most time you're possibly going to get to actually see which of these compositions is actually working out for you, because Akron are very compositionally diverse. I think that's one of the best things that they've shown us so far this weekend. They're very confident on Rush, Dive, 6-man, no matter what it be. They've played it and played it well. And so if they can find the right composition, I think that's the key for them.
Yeah, the problem is, like you said, it is only a best of 3. We actually had asked the players if they want to do a best of 5. They kept the best of 3, which is all cool. But that does not give Akron a lot of time. Yeah, you're right. You do have the 3 points to potentially test comps and to see what works for your team. However, if it doesn't work, you lose that first map, and now you have the back against the wall, and now you're going to be feeling that pressure, and you're not going to have really any leeway to make any more mistakes. But we'll see how it plays out. We're still early in this one. What are you liking from the 2 compositions as we just look at the starting compositions here in this one?
Yeah, it's funny. They actually look very similar, right? You've got a Zarya Monkey on one side, and on the other side you've got a D.Va Monkey, but they play very different.
Right.
The Zarya Winston is very much meant to play neutral game for a long time, chip away at you. You jump up, the Winston places a bubble, the Zarya places a bubble on top of it, you rotate out, you wait for the cooldowns, you do that again, you poke away until you get your ultimates up, and once you get all your ultimates up, the ultimates roll one into another very, very nicely, and you can continue that. It contains a lot of momentum once you get it working.
Very momentum-based team comp.
Exactly. Well, once you win that neutral game, which it does take a long time sometimes, but if you do it, puts you in a very, very good position. From the other side, though, it's very standard dive, right? We're probably Rush, actually, I think it was being played. I'm not quite remembering. I think it was
the Winston.
Yeah, and it was a play with the Lucio Moira. So a Dallas-esque 6-man, normal, what we're expecting. A balled-up composition, and if they can't win the fight early, right, they have a very aggressive composition. The Moira is coming up with the ultimate, likely first in a lot of these situations. I don't think she did in this one, but in a majority of situations, that's kind of the point of it. And then they can find that dive target with the 6-man composition, get on top of him, and shut it down, which they did in the first fight. That's why they won, right? They found the Baptiste early, they shut him out, and immediately you win the fight there because there's no more sustain with the double bubble, right? Once that neutral breaks, you're already out, and you've missed your opportunity to get those ultimates up.
That is Akron's downtime here once that double bubble fails. But however, it could also be their strong suit. That Zarya's ability to soak damage and charge ultimate can be the difference maker. But don't forget, D.Va could soak it up as well.
That's right. We're getting right back into things here on City Center. It's a fight 1 for Northwood to remind us where we left off. Both teams coming up on ultimates here. Nylon with the first, but plenty more to boot. That's an interesting TP from Grob. Does he get it off safely? There's not really anywhere to go. He's going to have to regroup with the team. Great tack visor to get them in. Stun Ape with a 2-piece. Doesn't even need to move his mouse to do it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Stun Ape is going to be the one for me for Akron. Yeah, we've seen great things from Nylon, but let's see that tack visor go off. Actually, let's see how Nylon plays it as well. He does have a sticky bomb, though, but Eric's going to go down here, but it's Nylon who winds up cleaning up Cowman. Great stuff here. 32% in Akron. Now his ultimates, and they get the point.
Yeah, Northwood spends a lot there, right? Ant Matrix, Death Blossom. Right. We got the Pulse Bomb out of them as well. Akron held on to a lot. They're going to have 2 support ultimates and a Pulse Bomb going into the next fight. It's very hard for Northwood to fight this because as much as they want to play a sustained game, Akron's the one with the ultimates to do exactly that. And by taking out Landon early, they probably won't even need to use those.
Right, and now there's 4 online for Akron, but it's going to be Tasmino who activates his on Moira, as well as Seal for a nice little wombo combo here. Akron is smelling blood in the water. Seal going to find Lep, and it's 60% and running.
Yeah, the fact that they had to use both support ultimates to do that, they were trying to push out in the spawn to get as much value as they could out of the previous fight win, but they used both support ultimates to do it, which now Northwood come in with a sound barrier of their own, which is pretty uncomfortable to play at if you're Akron. So Akron, I actually like what they're doing here and keeping this fight going and trying to force out that sound barrier early so they can maybe find a regroup on this point, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it out. Lep is too good of a player to let an ultimate like that go in a situation where he shouldn't.
And I just love what I saw from Northwood there. Tyler on the Tracer was just all over the place, wound up picking up 3 kills and secures Northwood the objective here. Now, they do have a bit of percentage to make up. However, Akron has used their ultimates, but a nice grenade on G-Rob is going to give Akron an opening.
That's brutal. You have to understand when the teams are this good, that one pick virtually ends the fight in a majority of situations, right? It's about a 70% win rate after you find that first pick. And Stun 8 being pushed off is nearly equalized, but is peeled for. Nylon's looking for one more in the backline, but they've gained control of the high ground, and that's the big thing that we're looking for. Force that Winston off. He's already under critical HP. Seasons is taken down eventually, and now Akron with that one-man advantage, turn it into 2 and start the push back forward. Landon buys a little bit of space for the team with the Implication Matrix, which will give time for that initial Reaper pick to come back online and at least play as 5 versus 6. But the Coalescence re-engage from Akron is well-timed. Just as the Amplification Matrix goes down, they're back in. Grob tries to make the difference, but this Reaper's just struggling to get anything done now. With the bomb being thrown in, Akron are struggling to turn this point over. Cowman equalizes, and they've given Northwood too much time. Northwood regroup, come back with 6, and immediately wipe over Akron.
That is so unfortunate. Akron had pre-won the team fight, but they were unable to get Northwood off the objective. Northwood comes back, picks up 3 kills, and they were also stacking percentage points the entire time. Northwood has just now surpassed 92%, and Akron's only going to have one more chance at this one. Akron had the lead, though, Door.
They would love nothing more than to get on this point, and I think they're going to be successful in doing so. But CECC is doing a great job here, right? Separating away the players. Akron with a good dive, though. That was actually a really good job getting past the ulting Winston. They get onto the point of 6. As long as they touch for this overtime, they're going to be all right. Sound barrier out from Pixeled Star allows them to stay alive for a little longer. Gives them the release on life that they needed to get in this one. Sound barrier out of Northwood, they're committing as well, knowing that this could be their last fight, forcing that ultimate out to try and win the fight, but they were already down players, and Tasmino's got another sport ultimate. It is Amplification Matrix versus Coalescence with the bomb coming over top. That is the meter to tick over Akron and get this point going in their favor. We're just still in last fight territory. Northwood coming up on only a pulse bomb. Akron on next to nothing, but they're going to have some nice ultimates to make this stagger work. Tyler.
That's an opening for the pulse bomb!
Everything doesn't connect it, though. Both D.Vas out of mech and no damage mitigation left on the field. It's up to the DPS, who are now completely open to farm each other. Deadeye out. Nothing found. There's a slight lull in the fight as the ball looks for a re-engage. Seasons is in on the back line, but it's a complete trade back and forth. But they found Landon, half HP, booped away. Great peel by Left to keep his main support in it, but Nylon's finding picks nonetheless. The main tank's out of the way now. Is Akron are fighting for their lives. This is the one they wanted, but it doesn't look like they've quite gotten it yet. The health bar's so low. The pool running out. Eric went down without using the self-destruct. Overtime's ticking down, but it's Northwood who are probably going to be running this point right back over, and that wick is going to burn so fast.
Yeah, and there goes that capture as it does go in favor of Northwood. Akron is not going to make it back. Wow, that was an amazing first round map right there. That was impressive stuff. I mean, Akron had the game. Akron had the game not once but twice where it was right in their grasp. I almost feel like they gave it away, but Northwood could have taken it. That last fight, but Northwood was perfect.
Yeah, gave it away is not something they did. They fought tooth and nail for it, inch by inch. It came down to the tiniest of individual plays there in the final moments, and you can't put any blame on Akron or leaving everything out on the field. They're making Northwood do the exact same thing, and that is absolutely wild.
Akron had 2 picks in that final fight first to start things off, but was unable to transition it into anything. However, if that's an indication of how the match is going, that's an amazing job from Akron to start things out. Don't give up on yourself, but look at this. Stun Ape now over onto the Pharah with the Mercy. Let's see how it plays out but Northwood having that Ashe on G-Rob.
Both teams locking the Farm Mercy.
Right.
It's a little awkward for Seasons.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like
Gonna
this.
get up?
He gets up.
Very nice. We got booped off just like that.
Oh, no.
That was by Pharah. That was Stun Ape.
Akron, what a punish. Goes up. This is aggressive. Grob's still there to take you down, but Akron still, by all means, are in the lead in this fight and should be able to seal it out. Northwood are going to come back. They'll get a recontest here. Following the point take, I believe. They might be able to contest this. Nope. Tick over to Akron. Grob finds an opening pick, though, and they will at least get a re-engage here because there's no shields in their way. There's nothing to stop Grob from just picking player after player off. And with that, Northwood take before even 10%'s back.
You just got to love what you see from Northwood. When they smell blood in the water, they take advantage every single time, and they have the accuracy to back it up. Their frontline, Cowman and Seasons, are just a problem all day long. They will get the first objective. Akron now trying to find a way back in. We might see some swaps come out.
Patience out of Akron. Compositional swap Stun Ape. We've seen this Doomfist before. Wreak some real havoc, and it's a good pick for the composition that they're running into. There's no stuns to stop it from really going off. Reinhardt's now in the back line, though. Health dropping low for Seal. Got to be a little bit careful here. But Nylon finding the opening pick on his feet. There's nothing left to really mess with this back line. Nothing to corrupt them. But with Tyler and Grob being on opposite sides, they've got this beautiful crossfire over point, which is allowing them to just pick Akron apart.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Akron thought they can just get on the point. Cowman was holding it down. You have G-Rob on the right. You have Soldier on the left. And more importantly, they're hitting their shots as Northwood, which makes this composition just so insanely deadly. It's been working, and G-Rob on the Ashe has been a problem. They've got to find a way to get back to him.
Yeah, Akron swap comps at pretty awkward time, too, right? They gave away a lot of the ultimate charge that they had built up. Meanwhile, Northwood are sitting on 4 of their own. If they can budget these out appropriately, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. And with Stun Ape down, I mean, already a 5v6, they're going to try and fight this, likely to try and draw ultimates out. Maybe they can get one. They'll hold their ground at the very least, but it's a pretty ugly look for Akron right now. That application matrix could be what get them back into it, though. It'll deny them from peeking that opposing high ground with the Soldier and Ashe. It's just a matter of when do they use it. Dead end by space. Amplification matrix out. Insane grab out of Cowman. Oh, he's so creative through the wall, and it's an easy finish off. That's the plays that only Northwood make.
Oh, that was genius stuff there. They wombled it with the Bob right there from the Ashe. Wind up connecting on everything. Tyler gets a bunch of picks, and they actually, Northwood used 4 or 5 ultimates on that, but it was worth it because now Akron has back against the wall. Northwood with 78% and pressing, and Stun Ape just got trickled out.
It's everything they can want and more, and now they get to continue to hold that high ground. They know they can separate those players a little bit more safely as well. Tyler and Grob can spread themselves out, knowing that they can just continue to play ring around the rosy on the point. Akron now for the next recontest. Just walk right past the amplification matrix. Good stuff, staying calm. Now they've got to find a target to engage on, though. That Soldier's on the left side, but you're never going to catch up to him with the speed he's got. And every member of Northwood just calmly backing away, not giving him anything. Seasons gets taken down, but at the same time, the Reinhardt's dropping so low for both sides. Northwood healthy, though. Both their tanks fully in one piece. Tyler finishes it off. I'm convinced TacVisor is actually worse for Tyler than his actual aim.
Exactly. The DPS of Northwood is fantastic as they take the first map here. They're amazing. they were not touched at all. I mean, you can credit it to their front line or not, maybe the positioning of the DPS themselves, but I mean, it was just perfect. You couldn't dive the left side because you had Soldier on the right just blowing you up. You couldn't dive the right side because you had Ash on the other side hitting you with dynamites. It was just amazing stuff. Northwood going to get that first map here in the winners finals.
Yeah, and just a bit, we are going to be jumping into this in just a moment. I'm super excited to see this because a lot of these players, I've gotten to talk to both these teams a lot actually. When I'm looking at these names, I'm like, wow, I think I've spoken to all 6 of these folks. So this is super exciting. This is going to be for all the marbles. It's going to be just kind of like we've been calling it a show match. It's time to, you know, put their money where their mouth is a little bit, go up against their designated scrim partner and just bring a lot more fun to the LAN atmosphere. Keep the game going, keep the momentum going. And of course, after this, we will have those winners finals.
Yeah, this is for bragging rights. This is 100% for bragging rights and be like, yo, we beat you and it's recorded right now. Like, you do not have
we beat you on main stage and it's recorded.
Yeah, you don't have a choice. You lost to us, maybe 2-1, maybe 2-0. Either one works. And you can't say anything about it until the next actual show match that we ever play, or like the actual inter-tournament match. Like, that's all you can say. So it's going to be a good time. And again, these two teams, I think they were in the lower bracket at that time. Both teams, unfortunately, lost in their first rounds. I think Louisville lost to Northwood 3-0. And then Kentucky also had, unfortunately, fallen to
Akron?
the University. Yep, yeah. Akron. The current 2 that I believe will actually be facing off in the final. So this is a pretty good indication, I think, of just the general skill that's come out here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is super exciting as well because we touched on it a little bit. We unfortunately didn't get to see them play a lot because they, like you said, lost their first game and then the second game was played off stream, or as the roster, that's the word. The bracket got moved around a little bit. So yeah, I'm glad we do get to see these teams making an appearance here on the main stage, even if it is not, in that general roster bracket situation. Still, they're going to be having a grand old time, having a ball, if you will. It's going to be Louisville versus Kentucky, these scrim partners, these good friends, as far as I've been told. So I really want to see, is this going to be a little more BM perhaps a lot more demolitions than normal? Just, are they looking to kind of, have some fun with it?
I will say yes. I want to say they are going to chance for a Rule 1, which will be hilarious. There's also there's not really that many other rules, but Graydon goes ahead and takes the first goal and is, of course, going to get all the glory for it. Yeah,
Graydon there really gets that prime opportunity, if you will. It's going to be coming through, able to find some great value, and it was almost like a double tap. You know, it was like you blocked the one defender, and then you were in the exact spot to catch the ball again, so you got it through, almost a quadruple tap, if you will.
So this is another facet of Rocket League that you don't normally see in any of the professional matches or any in the tournament. There can be BM in the chat.
Yes.
It's very, very entertaining. So for those of you that are just tuning in and maybe don't watch Rocket League as much or play it as much, there are quick emotes or quick lines that you can kind of post in the chat. There are about 3 that will regularly get you flamed back and said, don't ever type that or don't ever put that in the game ever again. But it's very entertaining. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of what a save.
Yes.
What a save.
Yes.
What a save. I think that's always funny, especially when it's in the middle of something, nothing important happened, and somebody's just, what a save. I always get a kick out of it. I think it's hilarious. But now Kentucky finding themselves up 1-0, half the round already gone, and this is a best of 3, so they only have to win twice, right?
Yep.
Even if they win by a single point, that's going to be a great startup because 1 point makes all the difference. I said that a lot yesterday. We'll bring that back today. It's going to be that 1 point is all a team needs to walk away. So Kentucky could very well win this 1-0.
Yeah, and in your famous words, it's a first to 2, right? It is a first to 2. It is
never gonna live this down.
No, you're not. No, you're not. This is listen. We are in a show match. This is the best time to flame you, my casting partner.
True.
Here. It's great.
Very
it's
true.
great. We love it so much, and we might have some choice words in the parking lot after this.
Maybe, perhaps. We are leaving at the same time. Don't forget.
Please don't fight it. All right, but we are getting underway, and I will say, for all the battling that's happened in that 1 goal that did occur, Louisville and Kentucky are actually putting up a lot of beef both ways. It's so much fun to watch because they're going so aggressive. At any one point, all 6 players are on the exact same location each time, and it leaves so much open for the rest of them.
Absolutely. There's another demolition there onto Riley, and the goal left wide open. Oh, psych. There's come Matt around the corner, able to find that block for Louisville. So it's going to be that 1-0, 80 seconds left on the clock. Louisville constantly 1 goal short, just one even half-decent play away, right, from finding that goal and putting that first point on line, forcing perhaps our second overtime of the weekend.
Yep, it's a chance of it, and it would be very, very interesting to see that because, again, the first overtime that we had, it lasted about 43 seconds, and it was almost an immediate goal into the top corner. And normally when you see that, you get one of 2 things. You get very aggressive teams that send it all or nothing, 30 seconds, or you get teams that also play still very defensively. They don't want to make that mistake in the overtime. The pressure kind of builds up, and we can see it. Oh, this is a dribble. This is a long dribble. It's going to go. Rylan! Oh! Goal to goal, Rylan!
Clean
This
as
is
a whistle.
style.
Oh my god, right down midfield. Juggles it, goes up. Rhino there to catch Graydon out. Unfriable Apples cannot catch up fast enough. Rylan, it's a show match indeed, because Rylan's just putting on a show single-handedly. What a save indeed, Rylan. Absolutely. Coming through here, 44 seconds left, and Louisville, they are all of a sudden back in the swing of things. It's going to be tied up, only 40 seconds to determine if we jump into an overtime here. But honestly, what a play.
I love it. I love it so much. We're gonna see all this BM start spamming through, and it's so good. Whenever Rhino, come on, Rhino. No, okay.
What a save!
Don't actually do it, please. Don't do it. I'll get in trouble for it. Ah, dang it. Okay, we're getting it. Anyway, again, a fantastic goal from these two, and both. I'm loving it.
I've created a monster.
We both have. It's so funny. But both of them, honestly, were able to showcase. Again, I want to go back to Rylan's goal. It's very difficult to pull it off. I want to stipulate how difficult it is to be able to run from. All right. Now they're just.
Now they're just setting each other up for greatness here. I mean, absolutely amazing. That is incredible. And I do want to try one more time to jump back to Rylan's goal here before something else happens. We're going to try one more time. But there was that intelligence to knock the ball up right at the end there to get past that first defender, because if you had just walked forward, you would have slammed right into somebody from Kentucky. But Rylan's game knowledge, their awareness to just bump it up the slightest bit made all the difference for a very clean-looking goal, a very great goal for Louisville. And this game was 1-0 45 seconds ago. And now we are tied up 2-2, almost another guaranteed overtime here. 3 seconds to make all the difference. Let's see what happens.
All right, they're going to go for it here and just bounce it off the wall. And it already hit. So overtime. We're going to have some fun here. And again, these guys are going at it. This is crazy. I love the fact that in a show match, all inhibition is basically taken away. There is no feeling of rushing. So you're feeling free to go for these, and that's it.
Never mind. There's a rush.
8 seconds. Rhino said, I'm charging straight through. You can't stop me. Oh, man. Look at that setup.
Rhino living up to the name. Like you said, charging in. 8-second overtime goal. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal performance there. This was just been quite a match. Louisville was down almost the entire game, and then they clutch it up in the overtime. Such a phenomenal performance coming out from them. They've only got to win one more, right? This is a best of 3 first to 2. So they only have to win one more game. I had to go through, I was walking through that more for myself than anybody else, I'm going to be honest. I had to do the numbers a little bit, kind of get that figured out. But yeah, we're going to be jumping right back in just a minute. They've been insta-queuing these games pretty quickly, so I assume it's going to be only a couple of seconds. But that was a great game. Super close, super entertaining.
Oh, yeah, and that's the best part about it. That's how crazy the action can get. But the reason that we saw this match kind of go off the rails is that's actually how players want to be able to play. So there is something, if anyone's played in any competitive setting, it's the same feeling you get once you step on that field. It's totally different than playing in practice. It's totally different than playing in a certain style. And I just want to highlight that these are players that are looking to be in that competitive scene. These are teams. These are teammates. And just like that, Invader says thank you very much.
Yeah, Invader invading Louisville's goal there with a phenomenal shot. I think it was a pass as well, but I didn't catch the player that passed the ball for Festive there. Just a great start for Kentucky, feeling reminiscent of Game 1. Right? Kentucky finding themselves up a point early. And honestly, I love the fact that we're getting at least this one show match in, because it takes away kind of the nerves of that competitive edge, right? So these players, they get to play a little more at their own speed. You touched on that earlier. They get to play a little bit more comfortably, and I think that's really been fun. It's added a lot of unique dynamic here so far. They've been able to really enjoy the game that they practice so hard every day for that competitive nature. Now they just get to play what they love and have a great time while doing it.
It's not just that. Again, in this tournament format, every team was already seeded, so you don't really get a chance to play against everyone like sometimes a round robin would occur.
Right.
So being able to face off against someone is like you were looking forward to it. You really want to play him, but you can't do it. So having a chance to do this in front of people is always such a large blast here. But again, Kentucky with that early goal is going to feel pretty nice about the setup here. So Louisville are now going to try and bounce back. So now we're starting to see a little bit more competition, though, and the challenges coming out in the midfield are helping out a bit. Matt, so far, is going for the arrow, is going for the long, but can't find it. Festive is going to take that one away and is now going to try and bounce back. Open goal, but that's a little shot too wide. Bouncing right back, this ball has not really touched the ground, so it looks like they are going to go for a little bit more of a mid-range battle, which I really, really like. I want to see someone hit that top aerial ropes. I want to see someone maybe pinch against the ceiling. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see a little bit more aerial gameplay. I definitely agree. Take the ball way higher than you need to, right? Go for a bit of a flashy play. I think that'd be really fun. A reticence, if you will, from that goal we saw earlier today. Taking it way high up, be able to find some great shots. Now Matt trying to look for a shot there off the top. The double tap from Rhino knocks it right in. Going to be able to charge it in with Louisville, tying things back up 1-1. 3:05 left on the clock.
Oh, plenty of time to make some crazy plays. And look at that spin. Great angle to have. And something that I haven't pointed out the entire time, and it's been tough too, is some of these goals are also optimized to the fact that you have a blocker jockeying everyone out of position, which is a lot of fun to see. So it's going to be a good time. So I hope we get to see a bit more of them. And still, in these last 3 minutes, is going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely want to see what Louisville is going to bring to the table. This is going to be difficult to see. You know, they were able to keep things tied up for just a moment, and it's going to, you know, they keep it tied up. They were able to find the win in the overtime last game, but now 1-1, 2.5 minutes. We're not even in the second half yet. This is going to be a difficult scenario. If Louisville takes the lead early here, it doesn't guarantee them a round win the same way that last overtime goal did, because Kentucky, they'll still have X amount of time to find a goal of their own.
Yep. It's anyone's chance at this, and so far it's been pretty much dead even. Graydon, unfortunately, not being allowed to boost any longer. It's going to come down. I don't think these teams are aiming too much for a ground game anymore. They're really trying to clear it every single time, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to go for that aerial bout. You know, two strikers trying to aim for the same ball and just kind of going at it tooth and nail. I think so far it is going to be Kentucky getting a few better angles on it and keeping it on their own attack. And there they go. So a management game of sorts is going to come out here until someone gets a firm handle or an open goal comes about.
Absolutely, trying to find that opportunity. It's going to be Rhino setting up the team, going for the double, tries to turn it into a triple, but Graydon will be able to find that there. Matt disrupting all momentum, able to slam Graydon, find that physicality when they needed him most. Here comes Rhino toward the midfield again. Ryland tries to find it, dodged out by Unfriable Apples. It's going to be Festive Invader all day long, setting it up for the goal. Here comes Graydon, but no, the double defense block from Louisville keeps them alive, tied up 1-1. 83 seconds left on the clock, and an open goal for Louisville, picking up that second point, giving them a lead with only 82 seconds remaining.
That is the perfect example of you went a little bit too far and you paid the price, but I think it's well worth.
Yeah,
I think it was well worth. They came so close to scoring one of their own that you're okay with that. You're absolutely okay taking that chance, and I want to see more of it again. Louisville, though, up currently 2-1, up in the series 1-0, and it's getting close. I expect Kentucky to try and maybe I would say in about 30 seconds. I think that's when they're really going to try and turn it on and really try and push a little bit further into the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got 55 seconds. Kentucky, they're kind of getting to that racing against the clock more than they are racing against Louisville kind of moment. So we have to see what's going to be brought to the table. They're really going to have to pedal to the metal, maybe look for a bit more physicality, some demolitions. Ryland trying to find some great ball control here. Festive Invader goes for a shot of their own. Unfriable Apples above the goal with a double block. Once again, Rhino and Matt, right place, right time. Here comes a tertiary attempt, trying to make an appearance, but no, unfortunately, no reaction coming out quite yet. Ryland able to save the day. Here we go. Graydon has ball control, 30 seconds left. This is a now or never moment for Kentucky here in our show game.
Yep. Getting close to what could potentially be the end. And just off the back ropes and a nice little slow tap. A challenge at the goal line and a nice clear out by one of the Kentucky members. And they're chancing it, but that's the goal. Rhino goes ahead, finishes it off with 11 seconds left. That is going to be a rough chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, Louisville, they were trying to find an end, but Kentucky fighting for that new beginning, right? They want to force us into that overtime and try to take it all the way to a game 3, but with only 11 seconds remaining, we need an immediate kickoff goal and then another one immediately after. An incredibly difficult thing to do. Festive does get ball control, but it's immediately torn away there. Matt, the one to do it. It looks like it's going to be here. Kentucky might find a goal. 4 seconds left. The dream is still alive.
That is a crazy fast one, and that came off the fact that there was a demo right off the bat. They couldn't set up any of the middle territory, and it ended up with the goal being open. Ryland zipping right in. And that, just one more. All you need is one more goal, and you can force it. 3 seconds left. They're going to roll through. They're going to make it.
Oh, it's going to be up now in that garbage time. The second it touches the ground, it's over. Unfriable Apple's able to find the ball. Rhino goes for the spike, but can't find it. Graydon picks it up, but no one's there to catch it. Around, up onto the corner, past the goal. Here it comes. Oh, there's the first tap. Festive Invader goes for the catch. It's going to be on Graydon here to not let Louisville find the spike, but no, just not fast enough. It looks like Louisville will walk away from our show game victorious.
Yeah, May and Cowboy a lot of the time. Snipers really do start to come out on this map where they don't really in a lot of other places.
Sure.
I know Tyler and G-Rob are both ecstatic and really happy to lock in a Hanzo or a Widowmaker. So this really is just whatever you want for both teams.
And that's totally fine with me. Leave it all out here as we are potentially in the last map of the CENC Midwest Invitational. Akron has got to get a win here if they want to bring it to a map 3 as we see the opening compositions potentially coming out here.
Yeah, I like this from Northwood. I actually really like this from Northwood. You're putting G-Rob on a comfortable character. Tyler is a very, very good aimer, right? You're talking like an old school 4.5K hit scan player, now a Valorant player, I believe.
Yep.
This guy just doesn't miss. And in the hands of a Widowmaker, I think this is a pretty deadly setup that they've got going for themselves. Hog Sigma as well seasons a very, very solid Sigma we've been seeing at the entire event. Cowman has probably the scariest Hog in contenders, which I feel like is like a really weird accolade to hand out, considering we don't see Hog that much. But if there was one, definitely Cowman. Lep and Landon can be throwing in lots of poke damage as well. This is a very hard composition to approach.
All right, well, we'll see the composition here for the other side. Akron, you got Hamster here on Seal, Tracer from Nylon, and Sunapes on the Hanzo. So interesting stuff to play it out, and you got a nice little support composition for Zenyatta as well as Brigitte as well. So it is now Akron here on the offense trying to push out, and we have so far Tyler on the sniper, but Cowman once again getting that first pick over on Eric, and that hook landed perfectly and wound up connecting.
Yeah, I'm expecting composition swaps likely from Akron here. What they wanted to do was try and isolate those DPS, right?
Sure.
You were talking about disabling them, taking a lot of the tools out of their hands. And so they're trying to dive them with the tanks and then poke at them with the snipers.
Right.
But those tanks can't really get in. Seal and Eric can't get past the tanks that Northwood have set up. The Hog and the Sigma are so good at holding them off. But since they got the early pick there onto G-Rob in the fight, they're just following up, right? These are default picks that you would expect them to get following an initial pick. It's a question more so of how far out can Northwood get, because if Cowman goes down here, it's a pretty deadly stagger.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Akron needs. And Nylon going to wind up finding G-Rob, though. Nice snipe shot, and the position here for Stunape as they do get this payload finally moving. 250 left. Go ahead.
G-Rob's a majority of the damage here for Northwood, right? That's a huge pick. It's why they lost the last fight. It's why they have to respect them right here. They're going to back away with an Ant Matrix to buy a little bit of time. And with Cowman still coming in on the flank, Akron have to be sure that they actually do respect that.
As Tyler and Cowman each find one, it's just as soon as Akron gets going, it's just Northwood immediately comes back. Landon winds up getting a kill, but so far Nylon for Akron on the Widowmaker has been fantastic, hitting a couple of shots here and landing some kills. That's always going to be in favor of Akron here, but Northwood is just staggering them perfectly.
It really is the staggers that are doing it. We've seen the Widows go pretty much 1-for-1, but Cowman's been problematic around the sidelines. This is something that you see him do in contenders. Just like, how does he get away with these ridiculous hog flanks, even at the highest level? It's so hard shutting him down. It looks like he's just like no brain flanking, but there really is a lot of thought going behind it when Cowman's playing, and we know he's an incredibly smart player.
And he's just reading the rotations perfectly is what it gives him the flanks. He's understanding the way Akron is playing, and that's what's allowing him to walk around different areas of the map. He's also getting out of the fight, as we see right here a little bit. And look, right here, he comes in, he doesn't miss the hook, but still gets some damage off, and he uses that beautiful bottle to get his life a huge sustain here on the Hog.
Yeah, Tyler diffs Landon, but Tasmino trades it back with a diff on the Landon. You hate to see it. Widowmaker is still up, though, for Northwood, which is a big problem for them. The sight lines are so long, and Tyler just gets free reign. One more onto Stunape, and like we said, this Widowmaker just doesn't miss. If you're given the sight lines, Tyler is going to take advantage of them. Now popping the sights as well, can pretty safely peek that spawn if they want to, because Cowman's up there, and there's no chance that anybody really denies him the space. And even if they don't get the picks, they're just holding on to the cart. It hasn't moved in forever. We're down to a minute left on the clock, and Tyler's just picking them out.
Yeah, and this is that chokehold. This part of Hanamura is that chokehold where it is almost Havana, which is almost impossible to get through when Tyler is just hitting snipe after snipe down this long hallway. They have to figure out a way to get to Tyler. Either Nylon's got to shoot him or something's got to happen, because Tyler has just been picking off member after member. Widowmaker will activate here her vision on the side of Akron, and 2 ultimates here for Akron might be able to get him in. They need something going here,
I'm really looking at Nylon right now. It feels like the answer, right? It would take all 5 other members
Okay.
to get on top of this Widowmaker otherwise. But if Nylon hits the shot, it only takes one person. It's a tall ask, but he hasn't quite done it yet. Tyler's found another pick. The Reign of Terror continues to rain upon him and tries to go for the 1v1. Tyler's just too good. A third shot out from the Widowmaker, and all of a sudden the Hurric's hurting him even more. Cowman's going to finish off with one more. I mean, there's 15 seconds left on the clock.
That's
Those
right.
spawn timers are brutal. They're going to be coming back with just 5 seconds left, and those players are pretty slow.
Yeah, Stun8 just got taken out in the late side trickle as well. Nylon, though, does find Landon, so this might be the one opportunity. 4 seconds left. It's not going to be a big one, but they've got to find some way to get on the card as that overtime has now ticked in. Can Nylon hit another? And he will! That's exactly what they need. I know it's late, but they still have an opportunity.
Out goes Baptiste, chunking out the Sigma as well, which allows Tasmino to pick up that last one. Despite Tyler being pretty quiet in the fight, Nylon shows up for another! The Widowmaker wins when the clock strikes noon.
That was a beautiful shot by Nylon, and he got going a little bit late, but going late is better than never going at all as it winds up connecting, and now Landon's getting some kills here as Stun8 does fall, but either way, Akron is starting to find their footholding a little bit. They're playing fantastic. Ultimates come out here. Door.
And it's a gravitic flux, so critical from Eric. Everyone's down to half HP. Same thing goes for the Northwood side, though. Seasons chucks it out and is far more successful. Low HP, though, on the Northwood side.
Wow.
Not quite enough. It looks like Akron's out, and it looks like Northwood's finding not a... Wait. Cart crossed?
They got the car crossed.
Oh my,
car
wait,
crossed.
just in time.
Just in time. It literally moved over in the overtime meter. It'll give another 2 minutes and 13 seconds for Akron. The grace of the Lord has given them some help here as they're actually in this one. But you know what? There's a good in here because Nylon has started hitting some shots. He's starting to get going.
He's feeling good.
And that's exact. Akron needs a little bit of momentum here in their favor because Northwood has just been stifling that the whole game.
Cowman's just in their spawn. He is in their spawn with a whole hog right now. And this isn't cockiness. This is just Cowman being smart. He knows he can do this. Uncontested. Akron have, rightfully so, backed away to try and hold a little bit further along the side. Cowman hasn't been dealt with yet. The hog's still there. He's just sitting by their spawn. Eventually goes down to Eric, thankfully enough. But Tyler's got a nice little off angle here that they've got to worry about. And that Orisa, very chunkable. You know what? I am very surprised you got that res off. That is not often that Tyler misses a shot like that.
I was going to say, that was...
Akron, and thanks to the reprieve that they've gotten by Tyler missing that shot, they make their way forward. This is not as good as dead. Yeah, he's out of there. Cart continues forward, and Akron are going to get the high ground for that.
Yeah, and that was a great actual... Normally, you don't want to see the off-tank go out and peel too much, but to pick up a support, that's more than worth it. So, Seal doing a great job, and that's going to lead to Eric and Stun8 finding another 2, and it's G-Rob and Tyler. When the DPS are down, push that payload. Akron starting to find their footing a little bit here in this one.
You want to keep finding these picks. You want to keep looking for these players. They have to know Cowman's coming from the solar left side. It's Cowman. He's playing aggressive. He's taking off angles left, right, and center. Just stay safe with your shields, and you'll be looking all right. Don't lose anybody to the Widowmaker. Nylon holding their own place, just backing away calmly. Should probably regroup with the tanks pretty soon here. Otherwise, Eric getting picked off. Tyler charged one up, but just not enough charge. Landon's the one to finish it off, though. His bomb goes up and over top. Trying to buy some more space here for Akron, but it might be too little too late. And Implication Matrix used just in time alongside Bongo to really amp up that damage. And it's just enough to get Akron through this fight. Lep is giving it the beans right now. Oh my god. How long is Brig gonna live? There's no way.
He's got so much.
He has taken it upon himself to win this fight.
He's still in there.
There's only... Brig can't out-damage any of the supports on that team. There's no way it happens, but damn, he was trying.
He was fully committed, no doubt about it, as we're now seeing Eric. And Akron is actually getting a little bit of momentum here. Tyler does find Nylon, so the better of the 1v1 there again, but the res might be coming out. Mercy does get Nylon up, blocked out by the shield, and now it's pushing along. This could hit the second payload, and they're in overtime once again.
And the hook misses. Deadeye is available. Stun8 wants to stay on the cart underneath this Widowmaker so they get picked off. Nylon again at the 12th hour shows up. Landon pulled off the high ground. A huge one out of Seal. Leaves the Baptiste up and available, but the picks are coming out for Northwood. Deadeye over top looks to end things. Huge defense matrix, though, just before the mech gets knocked out. Eric comes up with a big one, but they need more picks. They need to finish this off. The spawn is closer for Northwood, and the whole hog's going to push him off just to the end of point B. But Akron put up a pretty good fight, considering that point A was so rough.
Right. Point A was rough for them. They had a hard time crossing it. They almost get point B as well. But again, it's G-Rob who's just in the perfect positioning, sitting up top, being so difficult to take out here on the DPS. And we're going to have to see if Akron has the ability on defense to stop Northwood. If they can pull this map out, we will go to a map 3 and they will have a chance. Don't forget, this is for the grand finals of the Overwatch division here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational, presented by Army ROTC.
And you know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there. It really has been the high ground, right? We talked about it in the map prior. on how they were struggling to deal with the high ground on all the maps, and then here you come and you're basically surrounded on all sides. And Akron, the one fight they did win, they continue to roll it because it allowed them to continue to take control of the high ground. But the second they lose it, it becomes that hard for them to actually get it back. I'm curious to see whether or not they go for the spawn hold. I think they will. Akron are, yeah, lined up. No surprises here. I like this from Northwood, though. We're getting everything we want and more. I think Tyler actually will probably stay on the far out to try and find an opening pick for them to break the spawn hold.
Sure.
But if you're Northwood, you've got to be expecting what's coming on the other side.
Yeah, you know, it's so weird. Northwood just plays this mind game of mastery where they send Tyler on the Widowmaker, actually staying low most of the map. But then you have Cowboy up top with G-Rob. So normally you would see the Widowmaker always in a high position, but staying on the ground and making that dual level of attack really was kind of difficult. Akron did a great job, though, as we start here in the second round. Payload, let's see if Akron can D it up. I love the May pick here by Stunning.
Yeah, Northwood haven't really swapped anything. And the far, like we said, if you're running a Reinhardt, if you're running things to get you out, is going to put you in a good position. But right now, compositionally, Northwood aren't really fit to take them on. They might look for a pick, and you know what? Landon's going to give them at least one. And I think that's kind of their game plan here with this, right? If the Hog can find a hook, if Akron aren't playing perfectly cleanly, all of a sudden this hold is over.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a lot of room for error as the hook does come out, though. But Hog getting iced out. Nylon finds another one. Nylon is my secret player for Akron. If he can get the Cowboy online and get this damage out with his accuracy, it's going to go in their favor.
That's not looking good, though. They lost Tosmino and Stun Ape. That's the BAP and the May gone. All the sustain that Akron's composition was offering up isn't really there. And you can try and disengage this, but it's always going to look a little messy. Northwood break the spawn hold after just about a minute.
Yeah, that was looked convincingly easy. Tosmino does have ultimate as well as Nylon, so 2 in favor here for Akron. However, they will trickle in as Akron's just Cowman on this Hog is just all over the place. This guy is like secret agent spy Hog. Comes out of nowhere. Yak sets up a pick.
Yeah, I don't know how he hides that much man.
He's literally like crouching behind desks and like you're not seeing him. He's hiding behind doorways. Amazing stuff here. And Farah, Tyler just firing these rockets from the back line. It's playing perfect here for Northwood.
Yeah, I like this by Akron though. Use that AM Matrix to regain a lot of space. The card hasn't really progressed to that point yet, but they do use it to establish a couple people up on the high ground here, which is good. Regarding it though, they back away to try and peel off for the barrage, but it still managed to get one. Trying to carry all the momentum they got from that first fight in. Northwood know they have an ultimate advantage when they're trying to push this point because the May swapped off. There's no chance of being blizzarded here, and so they'll take the man or two advantage and continue this card moving forward. Akron really need to be careful though that they don't give too much because those staggers are going to hurt, and it might actually just completely rob them of the opportunity to contest this A.
Yeah, they just lost 3 there, unfortunately. Minute 59 left on the clock, and this 8 points going to go easily over to Northwood. Right here, we've got to find some sort of stop. Northwood has played so fantastic, but Akron does not have much road left. A little bit more push here as we have 4:15. Northwood with a lot of time.
Tough hold for Akron, trying to play aggressively with the brawl composition, but Tyler's in the back line. It's a matter of whose team goes down first, but with Stun Ape out of the way and Cowman playing the flank, Tyler still hasn't been dealt with, and despite Seal trying to push forward for Akron, he's pretty much flying solo. There's not much help here. It's them, a McCree, a Diva, and a Lucio just desperately trying to get out of this, but Northwood spawn is closer. The far in the backline completely wiped the supports for them, and it created a lot of problems.
Northwood now, Tyler with an ultimate as well as landed. G-Rob just got his Deadeye on the line as well. And Akron has not used Nylon's or Tosmino's ultimate, so they're saving onto that amplification matrix. They're saving onto that Deadeye of their own. However, they don't have too much time left. You're not getting any resource of value if you're holding onto them.
Yeah, and it's almost time. I mean, we're talking winners finals. This is it. It's now or never for Akron. It's their one fight away from the end here. Nylon just in time again comes up with the goods. A Deadeye drop, but will be traded out 4 seasons. Now without one tank, Landon's starting to fire away from that high ground, making that DPS did not look so much. Barrage in on the back. Tyler's looking to end things right here, right now. Catch up another. The pick's continuing to go Northwood's way as the Hog just beats on the Reinhardt shield. 21 HP to his name. Seal is cowering in a corner, trying to help this team regroup, but it's so difficult. They want to stop the cart, but Landon's giving him a mouthful of metal as the push continues for Northwood. This cart looks unstoppable.
Yeah, they're playing great here. I mean, Northwood now sitting on 3 ultimates. They just used the Hog to push even further back. Nice stun, though, by Nylon, but he gets taken out. Landon, Tyler, Cowman, they're all finding it. This could be the game. 3 meters and approaching.
Oh, and it's all there. Northwood 2-0. Take the finals and take the whole thing.
Wow, let's give it up for Northwood University. 2-0. They played dominant the entire time across 2 different games. Door, that was amazing stuff. Let's take a look at the play of the game here by Tyler.
I mean, it shouldn't be going to anybody else. Absolutely locked it down on this map, and you can tell there's a very clear idea for Akron coming into this. They want to shut down those DPS, they want to dive them, and then put pressure on the rest of their team by running that double sniper.
And fun to see these teams still come out, play with their hearts on their sleeves, and be able to show off a bit more of maybe what they couldn't prior in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love both these teams. We've seen both these teams really show up today, just this weekend in general. Oakland trying to really find some goals here. To Sonic Boom back in action here, one of the star-studded players, arguably one of the highest individual scorings this weekend. But it's going to be Mega who finds that first goal for Oakland here. Only 17 seconds off the clock, and things are spicing up already. Oakland finding themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, Kentucky, you know, they won the first one. Someone's probably like, all right, maybe we should kick this up into high gear. And I want to see them be able to show up what they showed in Game 2 as well. Some crazy aerials, maybe some chances at those open goals if they can. So going ahead, getting a few bumps. You can see along the wall, Kentucky is riding that pretty hard on the left side of their goal, and that's going to might cause some problems. No, clearing it out pretty easily. Invader is going to go ahead and take that one over.
Oh, yeah, we see Oakland going for a defensive block. They had an open goal, so it really came down to Matthew, kind of that final defender, that final opportunity, and they were able to find it before getting immediately demolished by Festive there. So it's going to be that 3v1 so briefly, and as Matt respawns, the Sonic Boom will despawn. Get demolition there, taken offline, but it's going to be Matthew who does pick up that second goal for Oakland there. A bit of a back and forth between Kentucky above the goal, but Matthew, the opportunist, as always, finds that goal.
Yep, and that's the importance of clearing properly. That is the unfortunate scenario. You have to practice that a lot, and it's very difficult to get down properly, I will say. So very well done to capitalize on that, be able to make it to a 2-0 with 4 minutes still left on the clock. That is plenty of time to still manage a couple more goals. And chances moving through here, again, Kentucky, they're on the back end, and that was a great defense. They need a few more of those if they want to start pressuring for their own shots, because honestly, Oakland's been on the aggressive side the entire time.
Yeah, and honestly, I think my favorite thing about show matches, I touched on this a little bit during the first game, is that competitive edge is still there, but the competitive stress isn't, right? You're no longer fighting for a spot in a bracket. You're no longer competing for X amount of prize pool or a position somewhere. You're just competing because you all have a mutual love for the game. And I think that's my favorite thing about show matches just like this. And I'm sure Sonic Boom's favorite thing about show matches is racking up these scoreboards here, trying to go for, I think, probably his 5th or 6th shot on goal in just shy of 2 minutes. A great dodge there from Unfriable Apple, sends the ball high enough to disrupt Oakland. This is a best of 3. I may have misspoken. I was just informed by Pod, which usually means I did something wrong, but it is going to be a best of 3. So Oakland, if they win this game, they'll only have to win one more. Could be the blink of an eye, 2-0, but Kentucky, they're fighting tooth and nail to find this some great ball control, some great momentum up to this point.
You know what you probably said? You probably said first to 3. You know, that was probably what you said.
I probably did. Oh man,
I'm beating the beating the horse with that now. But I do agree it is a best of 3. And my favorite thing is also this is the time to try out all the things that coach said you couldn't do.
Yes.
So it sounds bad, but there are some things that coaches say you probably shouldn't do because it's not good to try and do that in a game, right? It's just too risky. It's too
All right, everybody. How's it? Oh, Lyric, you look so cute. How's everybody doing today? What's up? It's Sai, being joined with Lyric, aka Lyric of Wisdom. Welcome to the CECC West Invitational. We are now going to be kicking off the Smash portion of the event. Lyric, how are you feeling today?
I am so excited because every single time I cast Collegiate Smash, it's like a box of chocolates. You really never know what you're gonna get. So honestly, Sai, I am super excited to be casting with you for the first time, especially as well. I know we've seen each other at some events, and now we're finally get to casting together, which is gonna be awesome. I love the cat in the background as well.
Oh, he hopped up there right on time. Yeah. He's
Perfect.
so cute. Yeah.
Paid actor, by the way.
Right, paid actor. But yeah, Lyric and I have done the equivalent of passing each other in the high school hallway for casting for a long time. But we're going to be getting right into this. So we have Sac State and Newmont. Again, I was looking through the player data. There weren't a lot of players that I recognized right away, but I'm excited to see this go down. We've got Plant and Rob. I never have any thoughts on a Plant player. They're either going to be outrageously good or they're going to be still kind of like learning, but there's no middle ground. I've never seen a just okay Plant. It's either somebody that is extremely dedicated or they're like, oh, this character's funny. And it's weird.
This character is funny is definitely a lot of people's mindset for Smash Ultimate. I feel like, there's no such thing as like a 100% cheese-free character, right? It's
No.
Ultimate, it's naturally cheesy. And especially with Plant, who is actually pretty heavy. I like to say that there's a lot of soil in the pot.
Yeah.
Heavies will actually have a lot of an easier time with a character like Rob than anything else, but it looks like Sora knows a little bit about some of the gyro combos, getting a nice little snipe right there. We saw it a little bit before with the fair and potentially going for the rotary arms off the side. So far for Sac State, this is looking pretty good, but I do think Piranha Plant can bring this back. You do have to charge up a little bit more of like that acid cloud, but I do think if you don't really know Piranha Plant's neutrals, like neutral special or just the general neutral, this matchup could be hard, but so far Sacramento State playing it pretty well.
Yeah, I think in my professional opinion, he landed almost every move Rob had in that first stock. So Scruffy's gonna. Oh no! Scruffy getting tagged by that dare. Gyro at the ledge is so tricky for a lot of characters to deal with. Plant's recovery isn't bad, but in this specific matchup, he's really susceptible to those early gimps as we're seeing. And these Rob combos.
God.
He's desperately just trying to fly away and find some answer. If anyone is just tuning in, by the way, this is a crew battle format. So the stocks lost are going to carry over into the next match. But so far, it looks like Sac State is in a prime position to take this first game without losing any stocks unless Scruffy makes a miracle comeback play right now.
Yeah, the down throw I'm going to have to disagree with. I actually feel like the back throw would have been a little bit more of a guarantee. Patui not going to be able to connect there. Do like the down special though, at least just trying to bait it out just a little bit. But they're both looking for the same thing. They're both looking for their back airs because they're so good. Back throw's going to be that option there. No follow-up with the Patui as well. So now here we go. Sac State, honestly, an up throw at this point, or even that up smash is definitely going to take a Piranha Plant. While heavy, okay, going to be able to live that trade.
All right, he does win that trade with Patui, and that is one of the things, even though Piranha Plant's disadvantage is really weird, Patui at a disadvantage is probably one of his best, he's dead, is probably one of his best options in general for that character. Like, it's not quite Snake Grenade, but like, it's one of those things where you do have to respect it. And in that high percent situation, it did net him that one stock, which again, even if you can only take one stock, it looks like that Raw player was really talented. So, hey, that one stock could mean a ton. And people run crew battles differently. Some people like to put their anchor forward and start there, a lot of momentum. Some people like to start with like do it the opposite. You never really know what the other team is thinking. Hopefully for Newmont, that was their anchor. I'm not sure, but yeah, that started off pretty strong for them. And I know we're only gonna get to see a few of those stocks, and this is pool, so it's round robin. So we're kind of just seeing like a glimpse of these players. But Plant has a lot of tricks in his bag. I think that character. I don't think they're amazing, but they definitely have like utility. Like you were saying, it is a very cheesy game. There's always something, and Batui being one of those things. The Poison Cloud has a lot of potential against Rob because they do like to linger around the ledge, and you saw him. He did try it, but then the Rob player was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna get on faster. Not really. Yeah, the Rob was just playing really, really, really well, and I don't think he could adapt to that pace.
There was a very specific combo. It was gyro toss nair. He did it literally across the stage, and especially on a character like Rob, that's going to do a lot of percent. Now, granted, once again, we were talking about this. Plant is a much heavier character, is going to live a lot longer than a lot of the princess weights might live, but they all weigh around the same thing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep. So, the Zelda just popped out, huh, Lyric?
Yeah.
But
what makes you say that?
Right. But no, you're totally right, because he got hit with a rotor at like 130 at the ledge. But Plant is one of the heaviest characters in the entire cast, so he lived it. And I was just like, most people died right there. Like most people, princess weight for sure. That was a stock loss.
Yeah. For sure.
But yeah, I will say one thing I noticed when I'm working these collegiate events. Rob is so popular, which isn't different than the real meta anyway, but like Rob and Cruz is just so outrageously good. You have a character that he actually might be one of the best Cruz characters. Now I'm really thinking about this because I see him so much, but like he has crazy zero deaths, but he doesn't need them. He's super heavy, so it's hard for him to lose those stocks. He's got crazy frame data, so he can like box with the people that will like rush him down. Gyro at the ledge sets up for like a lot of surprise lost stocks, like even because I think he died at like 80, which is not a percent you normally see a Plant die at, but he got tagged by like Gyro Dare. Rob gotta be a top 5 Cruise character free at this point because
Yeah.
he just does everything, but he also lives forever. So it's just the best of both worlds in this exact format.
Yeah, the crew battle format I feel like is actually like died out throughout the years in terms of like its popularity. And now it's
Yeah.
only collegiate that has really kind of honored it, which is very odd because the Smash community really kind of started to get its popularity like back in the day off of crews just being formed like between players, and then crew battles were, super popular with between regions, and then it just all kind of fell apart. Now, this character has been kind of the talk of the town lately in the Smash community, especially the Shotos and, of course, the fighting game representatives. I actually think this is a great pick into Rob, even though Terry is a little bit more susceptible to being edgeguard. I think you need a character that's going to hit hard at this point, especially when you're down now a couple stocks.
Yeah, I agree with you, but this character, so we were saying that Rob is really heavy, but Terry has a lot of knockbacks, but he also isn't really shy in the damage department too. Like, if you get tagged by like one of those jabs or one of those down tilts, you're gonna be eating 30 like every time, and if he's able to survive past those really early kill percents with like gyro drop, nair, and a side B, like if he's able to get out of that window and actually gets him to go, that could be really good in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I do think Town and City may be a better pick for Rob than it is
Agreed.
for Terry, just because of the rotary arms off stage. We already saw that Newmont, the Rob player here, can really just kind of take and kind of run with those rotary arms off stage, and especially on a smaller stage like Town and City, this is definitely not where you want to go. You're going to live the high ground, but Bird Knuckle almost going to take that stock there too. So far, this pick is working out, but I'm waiting for Newmont to kind of land here and start to get the onslaught. The Rising Tackle is actually going to take it, so our Sacramento State looking really good on this game too.
Oh yeah, I love the Terry play we're seeing so far. I like that situation where the Rob is being pressured in the corner and he did 2 jabs and just kind of waited and backed off. Like, you can tell he's really good about not overextending his advantage state, which is a rare find in an FGC character, just because you really can just go dumb and just do whatever, and a lot of the cast can't punish you. But the fact that he's actively looking at me like, you know what, I don't want to get punished for this, or especially that up B snipe he caught earlier, like, he's very aware of what his opponent wants to do, and he seems like he's pretty good at conditioning. Oh, and then he just threw that up smash out. But anyway, it seems like he's pretty good at conditioning.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sure. Yeah.
Whoa.
The power guys are not going to be able to connect here, but you know what Sacramento State is looking for. Go for it again, unfortunately. So now let's see how they're going to be able to recover. The down air was there, but just not in time. Rotary arms, though, going to pick up the slack. And now, honestly, Sacramento State just has to find a way to land. There it is. The up tilt power geyser. And we're evened right back upside. This is why I love collegiate crews. You never know who you're going to get.
You never know. You were perfect. It is a box of chocolates. You do not know. Nougat, caramel, peanuts, Terry. I don't know what's going to be in here. But that Terry was really, really, really smart. And the Rob player was doing a really good job of like pressuring him and like keeping him near the corner and trying to find a way to kill him. He had the right idea with the side B. It was just facing the opposite direction. I think he would have taken the stock and been okay. But may have been spot dodge cancel power geyser or up tilt. I can never tell because they look so similar.
It was up tilt geyser.
It was regular up tilt? Okay.
Yeah. It's just because up tilt sends you at like such an angle, right? And especially if you don't like immediately jump as soon as possible right out of it, it just confirms, because power geyser goes like, the hitbox is like this, man. Like huge.
Like, it's like you see that big animation, you're like, dang, and then it might be like a little bigger than that. Like, it really might be more than that. Like, it's crazy. They said all the DLC is located right here. This is the area where the DLC, that's where we put it. But yeah, they even things back up really well, and it's crazy how big the gap felt between the Rob and the plant player, and then the Terry made it look like there's a big gap there. So are we just gonna keep seeing like our players just going to keep coming in with like multiplied skill levels back and forth? Are we going to see some PGR stuff by round 3? Because I love how like the skill gap is just rapidly increasing. We're only 2 rounds into this.
Yeah.
Also, to go back to what you're saying about crew battles, you're right, and it makes me sad because I love crews.
Yeah.
It should be at more majors. Like, when we were at Collision, was there a crew battle thing that happened at Collision? I don't think so. That sucks. I love crews. I love crews.
The last crew battle that happened on a main stage was pre-pandemic at Let's Make Big Moves, which was like one of the last majors, and it was Tri-State versus the World at that point. And it was a lot of players from like the South mixed up with some players from Europe and some players from Japan. And that was the last time we actually saw crews. I actually think crews are just like an eensy-weensy bit more popular in Melee, but I still think the collegiate scene right now is dominated by crews. It makes sense because you want as many players to play as possible. Doing that in a tournament setting, in singles at least, is not exactly, that great. But here, like you were talking about, we get to see so many more players and a couple more strategies as well. So I love sending in Rob first, like you talked about. Very, very kind of like stable gameplay with like the ability to stock tank, the ability to kind of like steal away stocks. And I feel like a lot of the times people don't think how deep crews can actually go. I know for me, at least, in some regions in Tri-State, they like to run crews as like a side event for like a post-Arcadian bracket, which is kind of funny.
Oh,
like,
that's super. That
yeah, it
sounds
was really
so hype, actually.
It is kind of hype. And then like some side events at other tournaments, and just picking people based off of the characters that they play is very interesting, because the last time I saw a crew battle, I saw Beast pick a Toon Link, a Byleth, a Min Min, and and another character. Yeah. And it wasn't, they weren't the better players, which was very funny. For me, it's just like you didn't go with like the Steve player that usually like gets top 2 at this tournament, and he's like, nope, I picked the best players for a crew battle, and he ended up winning. Okay, Robin, a character that we have not seen on a stage in too long. Si, what do you think about this character, where Robin is in the meta right now?
I actually have like a way more information about Robin than I should. My static doubles partner, he lives in Florida now, but he's a Robin main, and then so I played a lot with and against him for the years he was up here. And also, we saw Angel popping off at, maybe it was Coinbox, I think, like Coinbox 7, whatever one I was on. So I happen to know a lot about Robin. I think this character is underrepresented, but a lot better than people think. That's my thought process. Not a lot of people know the matchup either. Granted, there's some characters like, even like Terry, for example, where they can straight up be outclassed, but Robin is, I would not sleep on that character. Like, Levin Sword Neutral Air is such a crazy powerful edge guarding tool that people don't know until they experience it. They're like, oh, I'm actually like dead right now because I got drop zone nared at like 55. Like, this character has a lot of crazy stuff going on. Their neutral isn't super duper scary once you understand it, but they're very tricky. They're very tricky. Oh wow, the book coming in.
Yeah, speaking of tricky, the book actually coming in and separating. I love the rising tackle to kind of poke our friend Omar off, but the landing fair with the Levin sword, once again, as you were talking about, side, this character is much more complex with the dash attack, just the run in. We are even right now in terms of stocks, but now here comes Terry. We know what this character can do. It's very interesting about Robin, because I feel like Robin is a deeply complex character, but I feel like Robin is such a pain in the side for a lot of heavy characters just because of that arc fire bridge that you can essentially do. I call it the stairway to heaven, how you can essentially just combo like 3 arc fires in a row, going for the down air there, which would have been sick, but unfortunately for Scruffy here, Sacramento State just not finding it. I also love the tackles overneath over the PK fires.
Oh yeah, they're definitely playing around their neutral really, really well. They're putting on a lot of pressure. Omar is just barely living this. It started off really strong for them, especially being able to kill them before go was a problem, but they're way behind now. Oh, but that Nosferatu is going to be huge. The crazy thing about that move is, of course, the bigger the gap in your percents, the more you're going to heal and the more they're going to take. So even just one of those made like a 40% window that they didn't have before, and now they're already just about back in the game. And they also lived that burn knuckle that they would not have lived, 15, 20% higher. So despite as well as it was going for the Terry, things are pretty much even once again, but a burn knuckle, down tilt burn knuckle is going to come through, and now this is where it gets dicey. Terry's not at super duper high percents. He's got go on lock, and as long as he plays around Robin's neutral tools, he can get a ton of damage in just 1 or 2 exchanges. Even that failed combo still gave him like 27%, and he's dead. Holy crap.
Doesn't matter. Jeez. I love how Sacramento State came down from the Angel platform, and they were like, okay, like, let me just try and get something. So they accidentally turned the power geyser to the left side, so it didn't end up working, but they picked up the combo once again and then just completely shattered Newmont, just sending them all the way down. And at that angle, even with Robin, who I think has a decent recovery, not the best one in the game, but it still gets you a lot of height. There was no way you could have predicted the DI on that one, and there was no way you were coming back.
Yeah, it was really just the perfect storm. I think had that match continued to go at a slower pace, it could have definitely been lended to Robin's favor. Like if there was, this isn't fun for the opponent, but if there was like a lot of camping going on, that could have been tougher. But because Terry stayed really aggressive, as you pointed out, Terry did a really good job of playing around Arcfire, which is the main tool where Robin gets scary, is Arcfire, like both in neutral and at the ledge. Like there's a lot that comes out of it, but Terry was kind of just barreling through it, literally with that shoulder charge. And then the last stock was just, it was just a zero death basically. It was just 2-3 exchanges and they were just gone. And it wasn't even from like a go specific thing. It was just like, oh, I got this read, bam, like you're done.
Yeah, you're done for.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in that matchup for Robin, but Gary Terry didn't care, so it just didn't matter. Like,
yeah, very, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. So if you guys are watching for the first time how these crew battles work, it's essentially 3v3. So it's a best of 1 3v3. So 2 players have already gone down. So there's 1 player, 1 anchor left. It is also a best of 1. So the winner will proceed on. And the loser will unfortunately not be in the qualifier to go on to Atlanta tomorrow, which is super exciting. Once again, thank you to Esports U and CECC for giving college players, especially, the opportunity to even travel for Collegiate Smash. Because once again, Collegiate Smash is not something I feel like gets the, how do I say this? The proper support for how many people are actually like involved in it. Go with Marth. Oh man,
Marth as the anchor is really interesting. This is, I'm not gonna say anything about this player's skill until I see them play.
Yeah.
Or really just generally, but like if your Marth player is your anchor, I'm expecting to see something insane because Marth is either like super, like you'll see a player like Ignace do some crazy stuff. You're like, oh, is this character relevant? And then you'll see like 5 minutes of Marth not working. You'll be like, nah. But like Marth being the anchor lends a lot of faith that they're probably gonna be pretty well rounded and pretty well researched with this character.
Yeah, for sure. I think Marth is like one of the lesser talked about characters right now. I think it's always been a conversation of, quote, how good is Marth, right? I mean, his counterpart, his Echo Fighter Lucina, has always just been better in terms of meta, in terms of hitboxes. But, you know, there are some people that really, you know, sing the praises of this character, that Marth is high tier and that Marth can do some certain things. So once again, we never sleep on the Marth players anymore until we kind of see what they're all about. And so far, what I really like is some of these Nair jump-ins. It's very Melee-esque, right? Like just the spacing game, but the rising tackle is definitely going to take it. So far, honestly, our friend Scruffy the Terry here has been the MVP, but definitely not impossible for our friend on the Marth here.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he started to panic a little bit. He went for a little bit of a wild up smash there, and then he got rising tackled for it. There's been 1 or 2 opportunities where I think if he adjusted the spacing a little bit, he could have like cleaned up a stock a little early. Ooh! Great up B, great reversal on that edge guard attempt. That was absolutely mandatory to keep his team alive in this.
Yeah, I think also you just can't let Terry run around with Go Meter just, you know, having a blast and doing whatever he wants to, because honestly, it's so deadly, but it doesn't even matter. Down tilt into grab, going for the burn knuckle too. So smart from Scruffy here. Gonna be able to crack shoot right on in, but I love how Jami's not giving up. I mean, it's so hard, especially as Marth, because Marth really isn't a KO early type of character like Terry is at this
They're either
point.
going to kill you at 40 or 170, and you don't know which one it's going to be.
Not even. And now, honestly, it's just a battle of who's going to be able to get the confirm first. Tipper or Go Meter, back air, not going to be able to take it. Here comes Scruffy. Let's see what the option is. Going to play it safe underneath the platform, going for the dash attack, not going to be able to find anything else.
All right. It looks like Jamie, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. Oh, dang. He's at 1 last stock, and Terry's got go. This could all be over if he's not playing perfectly right now. But it looks like he does a good job of adjusting to Scruffy's spacing. We're seeing him, like, kind of, like, run backwards from crack shoot, and it looks like he's anticipating where his opponent's going to be, but he's not calling it out with hard enough punishes. And that's something that Marth, that's somewhere where Marth can be terrifying. Great F smash, though. Gonna keep Sac State alive with just one stock left. They're gonna have to take the next 3, and with Marth again, unless you are playing like crazy, I am in the Matrix level perfect spacing. This is kind of a big uphill battle.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that even in that situation where it's like both players have, high percents when it was 2 stocks apiece.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, if Marth spaces something really well, he can get a kill now. But with Go, you don't need that kind of accuracy.
It's
You
true.
just have like really scary moves that confirm from really safe up close scary moves.
Yeah.
So like,
Honestly, it's so true. It's funny that you're talking about like Marth making a comeback because remember MK Leo played Marth at one point. Just
I would love to see Leo bring the Marth out. Actually, I would love to see Leo try that again.
I mean, he did it with Corrin, and some people say that Corrin is worse than Marth. So maybe a Genesis play.
Corrin versus Marth, who's worse? Let's have a mid off. Let me see. Corrin versus
It's
Marth.
so true. I actually think Corrin is better than Marth. I think
Really?
just not to even like detract this away. I know Corrin's been on like the minds of everybody in Smash Bros right now. Corrin's up air,
super good.
Insane. Corrin's
Super
back
good.
air, insane. KO's super early, has a ton of knockback. Corrin's Nair as well is a huge hitbox and it goes in a circle while Mart's kind of goes in like a back and forth type beat. So I don't know. I think Corrin's got that just because of hitbox wise, but once again,
I can give it to Corrin.
Tipper's so good. It's so good.
It's like Tipper is the main thing that we're afraid of, but we don't see it often. I don't see it often enough to stay afraid of it. That's what it is. Like if I were seeing a Tipper every other match, even just one Tipper every 2 matches, I'd be like, dang, okay, that's something to worry about.
Sick.
But like you just don't. And then Corrin, you're right, their neutral might be a little bit safer. Like Nair, I think is only like -4 on shield, which is really, really good considering how much like air drift they have when they're doing it. Like if they're spacing it well and they're spacing away, you have like literally 1 frame to do something about it, and you're not gonna win that. So yeah, I didn't get to watch. It was Delfino something, right? The tournament in Mexico. I didn't get to watch all the matches yet, but I just want to say I've already tweeted it, but I'm gonna say it again. I love that everyone was trying to come for Leo's neck, being like, "You need to pick a top tier if you want to keep winning majors." And he said, "Okay, I'm actually gonna pick a much worse character and then win a major."
Yeah.
Like it feels like he's playing worse characters out of spite because he is that good.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how top level Smash is going right now because I feel like there's such a tug of war for not even who's 1 or 2 or 3, because I feel like we got that right. We have Leo, Spargo, Tweak in some order. Some fans will say otherwise. But then it's really all about the top 10. Oh my god, my favorite character on the planet.
Hero's your favorite character on the planet?
Hero. Hero is such an interesting character, especially as an anchor. Yeah, because Hero's so goofy. Like all of the DLC side is goofy. Like
They're all goofy.
They're all goofy, and while some characters are cool, inherently their playstyles are all goofy, but it doesn't even seem to matter to Jami right now. Just already pushing the hero to the side with these fairs, which are spaced very well. But speaking of space, the Zapple is going to be a pain in the butt. F Smash already going to come out. The oomph is here too. Honestly, one more of this and this could be over. Now, here's the question.
Oh no, that's
Who do you get
guaranteed if
back?
it hits. Okay. All right, threw the thwack away. I don't know if he was looking for like a mix up there, but I love that both these characters are gambling, but
No! Okay, he made it back.
Not Metal Slash. Oh no, not the Metal Slash for no reason. Oh my lord, he is swinging.
The meter. It's just all meter. Just what can I get off the meter here? Back throw is going to be the option though. Okay, going for the thwack again, going to be able to find it. And that is going to be Newmont taking it over Sacramento State. With 1 player left. Once again, Hero's so goofy, so funny.
I have so many thoughts on Hero, and none of them are even remotely kind. But I think it's funny to put Hero as your anchor because it's just like we're just gonna see what happens.
That's
I don't
the
think
Wheel of
anything. It's really the Wheel of Fate. Even though Thwack automatically killed him, I would say that by Hero terms, nothing crazy janky happened that match. But they were definitely both just like, all right, we're just gonna roll the dice, see what happens. We got like the diet gambling, and we have like the full on let it ride. I bet the whole mortgage on this character in Hero. But I think Hero's an absolutely insane character. I love his the pressure he's putting on. Like there are all those smash attacks and one metal slash, which is just funny to me. There was all that pressure going on at the ledge, but as soon as Marth had to kind of like float back in and Thwack was on the menu, it's just like I don't know what the play is here because
Yeah.
Thwack is enormous. You can try to be like, let me just drift towards the ledge. It will still hit the ledge. If it
Yep.
two frames, you die. And if you're air dodging in, it's pretty active. Like that's a rough move to like that being the last stock in the last situation that decides if your team is going to go on the crew battle, and you're looking at a Thwack and you're at 130. GG, shake my hand. Like
Yeah,
that's
the
just
sweat.
that's just oh my god, that's unfortunate. But that was Newmont. I'm so sorry.
Yep,
It
that was Newmont.
All right.
It was Newmont taking it, and they are going to be advancing on. Their round 2 is actually the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So I think that's the team. Correct me if I'm wrong, production, but I'm pretty sure that is the team. Let's talk about Hawaii, like as a region, because Hawaii has given kind of birth to one of the best Smash 4 Ultimate players, I think, of all time. And that
You
is
could
Void.
argue one of the best video game players of all time.
Yeah, it's very true. Void is very talented. And their roster, from what I can see, is absolutely massive. And once again, I'm just going to bring it back to the North American Smash players only care about their like sub-regions and their just like entire regions, and then they don't really care about anything else. But I heard that the Hawaiian scene is absolutely huge. Is just so big. So there's a lot of players on this roster. If I could like quickly count,
Oh my lord!
like
you weren't
over
kidding.
10, like over 10, which is great. So once again, I'm excited to see because I actually don't know any of these players. So I want to see exactly what's going to be coming out because we already saw 2 DLCs and a Rob. We saw Piranha Plant. We saw
Hero.
Robin. We saw Marth. It really just kind of it could go any which way possible at this point.
And that's the cool thing about this game. Like, you have your characters that off the top of your head, you're like, I know they're meta relevant, but even the least, quote, meta relevant character in this game has something. Like, as we just saw with Corrin, who I don't think wasn't meta relevant, but like, due to popularity, wasn't meta relevant, you know? So it literally could be a huge gamble, but I'm excited. And also, I don't know if Hawaii's going to start running big stuff again. I know there was a
I want them to. I
want them
them
to?
to.
I know there was a huge disaster event a couple years back that wasn't Ultimate related.
Classic. Some of our offline events have the worst lore. Can I just say, like, as somebody who's been in this community for such a long time, we have been put through the gutter when it
You
comes
know what?
to some events.
Lyric, I just remembered something. Were
Yes.
you at Apex,
Apex
2015?
2015.
I was
How
there.
did I know?
We were both there. Yes. That
What a
was the first
bonding
time we met.
experience.
Yes.
What a bonding experience for anybody in the Smash community at that time. For those of you
Oh.
who may not know, a lot of how do I say this? A lot of FPS, a lot of, FPS majors, they have some amazing production. They're played in Madison Square Gardens and, specific events, and Smash players, we just, find the biggest venue that is willing to at least have us. So in 2015, here's some fluff time for you guys. This is how you fluff as a commentator. You tell some stories.
Sister.
We got a hotel, right? As most Smash majors were at this point at hotels.
I would use the term hotel loosely in this case. but
Yes, very true.
Technically a hotel.
I'm gonna tell this story from my point of view because I actually think my point of view is really funny. So it's the morning of, day 1, and pools usually start at like 8 a.m., right? Which is a very firm, like Smash time, 8 a.m. pools. A lot of the times, we get started, right? So I play my round 1 and I lose. And then the fire alarm starts going off. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then the fire, like, I am in the venue. And then the fire chief, like, comes into our room, like, the tournament room with, like, maybe, like, 25 people there. He's like, you all have to leave. And I'm like, okay, I'll go back to my room. And, I was, like, kind of, like, saying it slick. I was, like, walking by him. I was like, yeah, I guess I'll just, like, go into my room. And he's like, no. You gotta leave the building. I'm like, my stuff's upstairs. Like, I'm not going. I'm not going with my stuff.
and there is a full blizzard. There is a full blizzard.
Yes, there is a blizzard outside. And because the blizzard was outside, the parking garage actually
Collapsed.
closed in on itself. Welcome to Smash Majors.
From the room I was in, because we got there, we drove 12 hours each way. I do not know why we didn't get on the plane for this. But we took a 12-hour drive in a buggy. I'm 6'3", crammed into a buggy with luggage, just like bent over like a croissant this entire drive in a blizzard, going up mountains to go to this tournament, right? Now, your pool was at 8. Mine was around like 10. And I'm in the room. I haven't even woken up yet, and I hear the fire alarm go off. I'm like, what in the world? So we're waking up via the fire alarm. We're like, all right, I guess we gotta go and stand outside in the cold. One of the walls for the tournament was a lot less wall and a lot more just garbage bags. You remember that one?
Yes!
There was a wall that was just plastic.
God.
So we're at this tournament. The building gets condemned after the fire alarm goes off during the tournament. So like everyone has to like evacuate the premises entirely. We have stuff. We're all like, we don't know where to go. I think this is like the first big Smash 4 event too. So we're like
the first big one, yeah.
Yeah, so we're like, what do you mean it's condemned? What are we doing here?
Right.
So you got hit by the fire alarm in pools. I woke up to it.
Yeah.
And everyone's just scrambling, trying to find stuff. Like, what are we supposed to do right now? This was one of the worst tournaments ever.
But then we moved it. I think it's one of the worst tournaments ever, but one of the biggest triumphs for the Smash community ever. Because we ended up moving that tournament. It was a team effort to move every single setup out of that one hotel and move it to the New Jersey Convention Center. And thanks to a certain content creator who shall not
we can't talk about, but also that person gave me a room, so shout out to that person for that.
And shout out to that person for renting out the space for us. We were able to like put that tournament back together. Now, just a reminder, I was playing pools when this happened. I lost my round 1. And then they were like, all right, we're just going to restart the tournament. We're going to do it all in Saturday and Sunday. And then I beat the guy the next day. And he was so tight. And he was so tight.
I feel it though.
Funny. Yeah, that was a nightmare. And honestly, Smash Majors have been getting better ever since because the bar has never been lower.
The bar was low. The bar was low, you guys.
Yeah.
Like literally seeing a giant like cater in the top of the parking garage during this blizzard.
Yeah, it's like a crater of just snow.
Because there were cars up there too. So I'm like, are they gonna be able to get down? Like, what is this gonna be?
Bless our hearts. Well, that's enough for story time with Lyric and Sai. We are actually going to throw it to a break while we get the next match queued up. But when we come back, we are going to be able to see Newmont once again now go up against Hawaii. So stay tuned, go grab yourself a snack, and we'll be right back.
Be right back, guys.
Try that random thing that I learned back in practice tool like a couple hours ago maybe, and you want to try and show it off. You want to get that crazy highlight clip that is the main stage on the screen. And if they do try, you know, there are some crazy flicks. There's also a couple pinches that you can do that can send 150, 160 balls screaming towards the goal. So
yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you know, kind of doing what Coach said not to. I am a little sad they're all still playing with the traditional vehicles, right? No Scarabs, no Batmobiles, no battle buses, right? We're definitely sticking with the known and loved vehicles, the tried and true, but Unrival Apple's getting us something brand new. Going to be able to find that first goal for Kentucky. Oakland going to be up by 2-1. Kentucky fighting for their lives, trying to tie things back up here in game 1.
I mean, they're doing it, right?
Yes.
That's the thing. Remember, the first 2 goals from Oakland came all the way in, I think, the first minute and 5. And here, remember, it's only a goal every 2 minutes that they really have to accomplish. And now, you can go ahead and tie things up. If you want to aim for that goal a minute, you will be able to take it without going to overtime. So, plenty of opportunities still left. Open goal right now, and that's a roller. Invader just rolls it right in.
Yeah, that was a completely free goal. I mean, Best Invader from beyond half field here, going to be able to just send it. Like you said, open goal, rolls on in. Mega couldn't do a darn thing. The angle they were approaching from, all they would have done was knock it in a little faster. So that was a goal, a guaranteed goal for Kentucky. They have tied it back up, feeling like the last series all over again, tied up 2-2. It's funny, the show matches, they're probably the closest we've had all weekend. They're the ones that don't matter for the bracket, yet they are the closest that we have been feeling up to this point. And Kentucky, I mean, it'd be great to see them walk away with a Game 1 victory after falling 2-0 so early on.
Yeah, it's like a Messi who just went out on the pitch and was like, yo, show us the coolest trick that you can do, and he just runs it. That would be what that is, and that would be so much fun. It's so awesome to see, but a couple shots are going a little bit awry right now for Oakland. This is, you know, even in a show match, you still don't want to lose. That edge of just, listen, it's show matches for fun. I still want to beat this opponent. And it's going to possibly happen again. Both sides challenging each other, a couple demos left and right. The ball bouncing between Kentucky, having a little bit of trouble maintaining that position. So Matthew going on the defensive, might pop out with that setup. A little bit of aerial battle there. Apples tries to lay it in, but can't finish it off.
Yeah, Festive Invader here, going to go for a little bit of action, but passes it right on to Sonic Boom. 43 seconds going to tick away here. Both these teams fighting for their lives, right? Fighting for that victory in Game 1. But, you know, there's always that chance of an overtime. We've got a lot of those today. Absolutely zero of them yesterday, but they seem to be a real popular feature in the world of Rocket League today. 30 seconds left, only half a minute for one of these teams to walk away victorious in Game 1.
Slow movements on the edge here. It is going to be Invader once again going a little bit on the offensive here. A nice dribble into Flick is going to possibly set it up for the clearance, and Graydon is going to try and challenge here on the edge with 10 seconds. The prep is there. Okay, so this prep is actually good. Oakland is going to run it out, and that might be another chance. Oh, shot on goal a little bit too rough, and now playing with those last couple seconds of extra airtime.
Yeah, Sonic Boom goes for the pass. Wasn't quite able to land it there. It's going to be 2-2 tied up. Overtime, that clock going to start ticking up instead of down. Let's see how long until the first goal makes an appearance. What was it last time? 48 seconds,
yes,
give or take? So yeah, around 48 seconds. Let's see if they can get it any faster, or let's see how much further they're willing to take this overtime in Game 1.
Yeah, first overtime was, I think, no. We've only had one overtime, and it was like the 43 seconds, and then there was a very quick goal on another set. So chances are there.
Oh!
Onside in the shot. Nice block coming out here from Matthew. Being able to pinch it. Another shot by Graydon to Sonic Boom, making sure that no one gets the explosion at the end. Now that's going to be a challenge to Sonic Boom running open. It is an open goal, but can't get control of the ball, so it is going to bounce out.
Now we are encroaching on a tournament record here in overtime. I know it's really not that crazy. It's only less than a minute, but we are going to be passing it still. I wouldn't be surprised to see us jump perhaps into a minute plus. These teams have both been what feels to be very defensive-sided. We've seen some great double defenses, some great double plays in a row, but now somebody's got to put that point on line. It looks like Kentucky is going to be the one to try and do it. They're going to be able to get a little bit of action. Ball bouncing out of the corner, sending toward the goal of Oakland. It looks like they're going to go back in. Graydon past one defender, not quite past two, finds the demolition, perhaps a second or two late, and it looks like it's going to be Unfriable Apples with that tertiary attempt. Mega finds the disruption, and all of a sudden, Kentucky finds themselves on defense. An open goal, just barely going to be caught out by Unfriable Apples. Sonic Boom with the second try, not able to find it either thanks to Festive Invader. Here comes Matthew, great setup onto Mega, and no, it will be Graydon. All three defenders have made an appearance. Unfriable Apples for number 4, but number 5 going to go a little bit wide. Kentucky back in the driver's seat.
Jeez, that was a quick exchange of blows, and no one's able to score. That is a textbook defense and offense right there. That's it. Matthew, out of nowhere, is able to take it home. They go ahead and take Game 1 of this best-of-3 show match here. Oakland stepping up 1-0 over, I want to say, the uncrowned showcase champions here of Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky doing a great job so far, and Matthew being the last one to score is actually a great lead into my next point. There's way too many people here named Matt. I have to say, there's a Matthew on the Rocket League team, there's another Matt in Rocket League, I think there's a Matt in Overwatch, and then my name is Matt also, so it was really unsettling to like hear them calling like Matt on stage and stuff, and I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to be up there right now. But it has definitely been something either way, whether we share a name or not. Matt looking great there. Honestly, very strong. Oakland really waking up, reminding me much of the Oakland team that we saw yesterday.
Yes.
Very strong. I don't think they were scored on a single time yesterday, and if they were, it was once. They really were strong. They seemed unbeatable at the time, and they really seem to be giving us that same energy here in this show match.
Yeah, it's one that, again, it's releasing that tension. It's that scare factor that's gone. And they also, as they lean more into it, that level that they had before raises higher and higher that they can go to. And one of the things that I really hope people don't do is like, you know, some people are like, oh, why weren't they playing like this before? Again, it's the pressure difference. And especially the players, you can't go back and automatically replicate what you just had. It takes time. It takes, you know, patience to be able to get to that point. There's a reason it's called the zone. Sometimes for some players it's not readily accessible.
Right. Yeah, sometimes you can be in it just as often as you can be out of it. It's never something you can intentionally put yourself in. Just sometimes you're having a phenomenal day, and that's just how some of these teams have been, whether it be yesterday or today. But now, the show match, it looks like things are going to be strong here. Going to have some great action. I believe Oakland is up 1-0. It says Kentucky, but it is actually Oakland. So
I was looking at that. Are we going off of who doesn't win? And that's actually how the show match works.
They are looking to take a great victory here. They're able to pick things up over Kentucky. Oakland is already getting a little bit aggressive, but it's Kentucky who puts away that first goal. They're going to try to tie things up, take us all the way to that coveted Game 3 of this show match.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid one. Invader getting that beauty of a shot off right by the defender there on the right side. So again, they have those angles. That's the thing, is the angles are there. It's just the defense is much better. Normally, if the shot just goes awry at the beginning, you're like, okay, it was a shot, missed shot, of course, but these are blocked shots, vastly different than your standard I just missed. The goalpost is just too thick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely want to see kind of the answer that Oakland has available. You know what I mean? So we see Kentucky coming out super strong. They find an early goal, a little shy of a minute, and I want to see Oakland really kind of step it up, meet that level to Sonic Boom. Probably one of the strongest front runners I've seen as an individual on a team. So I really want to see them pick up like they were able to yesterday. Those passes from the remaining Oakland players really making a world of difference. And I also want to call out, I appreciate that Festive Invaders player banner has Christmas lights on it. I thought that was very nice. It has those holiday lights available. So that was, I like that they're on theme. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. There are some people that would get very upset and say you're skipping over a holiday in there, and there's like 2 or 3 that, you know, before hopping, October 31st and all that stuff, Halloween, someone's getting upset about that. Why are you saying that? Your literal tag on Twitter
I didn't say anything, Orbital. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're the only person that knows what just happened, and I'm going to refuse to admit that it did. So
listen, I will radio broadcast the fact that you did that to me up here.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just made I just am not a biggest fan of Halloween, but that has nothing to do with the current discussion. So let's get back to Rocket League. We're going to jump right back into it here. Oakland, they are still trying to find that first coveted goal. The first half of the game already coming to a close here, so they want to be able to pick themselves back up, tie it again, and really run away with that. Festive Invader, though, I've got to say, feels like they've flipped the switch here in Game 2. They've really turned it on. They found an aggressive goal, and their defense just as strong. So a very impressive, well-rounded player, and let's see what they're able to do. Speaking of the devil here, going to be able to get ball control, and as I say it, going to lose it. Matthew will get demoed, but still, Graydon picks it up. Kentucky trying to go for the setup here. Another demolition, and that leaves an open goal. Festive Invader, the man of the hour, finding that second goal for Kentucky.
Yeah, and that was on the back of some great demo plays coming out here, just being able to clear out that side. And honestly, I don't even think he was expecting to hit that one. He went a little bit too far under. I think the tail flip at the end was actually what gave it. So if he was planning that, perfect execution. And it looks like they are going to go a little bit ham here, 2 minutes 30. And something I also wanted to kind of talk about is the fact that, again, with such tight defenses from both of these squads, with how much they're challenging, each goal actually means a lot more than in the other ones.
Right.
So if you watch teams and just like that, Sonic Boom goes ahead and gets a freebie in there. So that's a solid play right there. You see what I'm talking about here. It's not so much about these setup shots. It's not so much about those opportunities. When you're facing 2 impenetrable shields, it's not about how strong the attacks are, how coordinated. It's about where did that crack come from? Where did you slip under and get that shot in? And so far, it has been just these monumental, openings that have been found, challenged, and worked upon.
Yeah, so this feeling maybe a little bit like, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Both these teams expected to be that front runner, that outcomer, if you will. And so far, we've seen some incredible individual play. I also want to comment on that last goal that we saw from Oakland. All 3 players participated. It was Matt onto Mega, right into the hands of our boy Sonic Boom. So it was really a great play. Now they're looking for another one. Going to fall a little bit wide. It's Festive Invader that picks up the action off the back of it. Now it's going to be in favor here of Kentucky all over again. Mega struggling to Sonic Boom as well. They want to flip this back. Only 90 seconds remain to tie things up, force an overtime, and maybe take the series 2-0. But they've got to really pick up the game because Kentucky, they're pulling no punches.
Yeah, and that was a near miss on that pass. And remember, once it starts slipping, once you start getting a little bit nervous, it gets a little bit harder to pull some of these complicated maneuvers off. And these patterns that you run in practices aren't always going to work for you. You have to always be ready to overcome, to adapt, and take your chances. So now, once again, Oakland, 1 minute remaining. Where are they going to move to? Matthew watching that ball skyrocket straight to possibly an open goal. A little bit of a wide, and now Festive is going to go ahead and grab it, flip it right back, but Sonic Boom is going to go up to challenge him, and Apple's waiting on the wings. Is going to keep it on Oakland's side of the field.
Yeah, unfriable apples, like you said, trying to keep it on Oakland's side, but as they go for it, Graydon misses that mid-air interception, trying to steal the momentum away from Oakland. And I don't mean momentum mental, I mean the physical momentum of the ball. They were really trying to stop it there, kind of clip the wings of the flying ball, but now Oakland only 30 seconds short of actually ending up in a Game 3. This will be the first time somebody doesn't get something owed this entire weekend. So let's see if they're able to take us to that map 3, that Game 3. And 16 seconds going to be the one to make the difference. Oakland going for a goal here. They've got probably one more solid attempt, but Festive Invader, right place, right time, and open goal, a little bit wide to the right. Now it's going to rely on the shoulders of Matthew, or perhaps the shocks of Matthew here, all 4 wheels in the air. Sonic Boom goes for another attempt. Here's Matthew for the tertiary. Let's see what comes of it. It's going to be up high, above unfriable apples. Mega finding that shifting, finding that momentum, possibly in overtime, in the garbage time, and there it is! Sonic Boom puts it away, forcing a 2-2 overtime into the garbage time. That was a 0-0 on the clock, but Sonic Boom, the man of the hour, arguably the strongest player individual that I've seen all weekend, keeps the game alive, forcing an overtime. Let's see if Oakland walks away with a 2-0 victory.
Sonic Boom, I don't know if he forced it or not, but he forced the defender to actually go for the ball instead of sitting in that goal. It's so difficult to pull off, and it made it work. Beautiful job to get that one in. And again, both goals so far, I think, have been scored by Sonic Boom in this game, and that's going to be a challenge coming in. So now we're starting to see a lot of these midfield shots. They're just going for it, and that's it.
That's it. It's over. Unfriable Apples able to pick up Game 2, and for the first time all weekend, I think across both games, I think this is the very first time somebody is not getting something owed. Maybe there was 1 or 2 lucky ones in there, but either way, we are definitely seeing a Game 3, a Map 3, whatever you like to call it. But either way, we're getting more Rocket League action here in the show game before the winners finals, which will be coming up next. But of course, I mean, we've got to see who walks away from this. I was so positive Oakland was going to take it after that solid performance in Game 1, and then all of a sudden, I mean, coming back to life, Kentucky just chef's kiss performance there. Unfriable Apples cooked to perfection there, really carrying the team in that final overtime.
It's the only way to play, right? This is how you play. This is how you watch all the action unfold. And again, it comes down to the fact that each goal means a little bit more.
Yeah.
There are some games where you see a run up of like 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, whatever you want to say. And it just feels like the goals lose their meaning after that. After that point, it's quite literally, oh, I just got a point or something like that. But these ones, everyone feels like a hard stab into the chances of your own team. And that's why I love teams that can play defensive, but also those minuscule goals that come out give so much credit to these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be 4:35 on the clock now. I want to see what kind of comes from each of these teams. Does Oakland try to take an early lead? Do they get a little more hyper-aggressive, trying to find it? But no, instead it's Graydon who has the answer for that. Going to be able to pick up that first point for Kentucky. Feeling very reminiscent of Game 2. Kentucky, it feels like they've really found their footing here in this matchup.
All right, Kentucky, the Showcase Kings here, getting a little bit upset. And they're like, look, we came too close the last one. I know you guys won one series. We still got to take it home. We still got to take it home. So they're trying to move a bit faster here. 30-second goal is great. But again, Sonic Boom is the one we want to keep eyes on. I'm wondering if they're going to start targeting him and start just trying to demo him pretty much anytime he gets close.
Speaking of demos.
Yeah, Graydon got the short end of the stick there.
Yeah, Graydon got disintegrated. You know what I mean? Just absolutely obliterated there. Sonic Boom picks it up, finds it, and oh, Festive goes for one of their own, but Sonic Boom coming in at the same speed. It's going to be exactly there to catch that ball when they need it to most. Great aggression now from Kentucky, and just an open goal. Mega hands it to Sonic Boom, and that is a soccer equivalent of a slam dunk if I've ever seen one. Just effortless there, completely clean across the field, immediately in the back third. Picks it up, ties it on the minute. 4 minutes left in the game.
That style right there, that was a long haul ball into a clip, and it's like you said, it's that dunk, it's that slam dunk going in, alley-oop, whatever you want to call it, and it's tied 1-1 again. 4 minutes. These guys are not going to let up at all, and we're starting to see some stylish wall clips, and I want to see them play with all of the facets that they have available to them. Both sides of the walls, the ceiling, everything, bounce it off of anything to get that right angle, to find that opportunity that you need. Matthew, of course, playing a little bit back defender, trying to clear it out from Kentucky.
Absolutely. And Matthew, speaking of trying to clear things up, trying to clear up that scoreboard as well, trying to give Oakland that 1-point lead. Unfortunately, caught out by, I think, 2 of the 3 defenders on the side of Kentucky. Sonic Boom finding ball control with the ball, moving crazy slow, no momentum available. Goes for the double tap. Let's see the follow-up. No, it's unfriable apples with that disruption there, giving Kentucky ball control. Mega with a disruption of their own. Here comes a cleanup crew from Matthew. An open goal currently in favor of Oakland. They just have to get over there to find it. To Sonic Boom meets Graydon in the air, steals the ball away. It's going to be unfriable apples on the pickup. Oakland doesn't have the boost, and they're incredibly lucky that went a little bit wide, or they'd be 1 point down. Oh, they very well still may be.
These are close now. These guys are playing very, very aggressive now. So the teams at this point, the 2 teams that we are looking at on the defensive stance, have pretty much given up on the defense, right? These are teams just going hard, going at it, and they really don't worry too much about who's in the goal. If you can get back to the goal, great. Don't worry about it so much because we can challenge in the midfield. We can challenge when they're going for the shots itself, and it's that man-to-man defense almost. It's that, listen, the goal's there, it's whatever, but if we can catch them in the air midway before they even make their shot, we'll have a better chance.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They really will have a positive opportunity here. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Do we see another overtime? That would truly be the icing on the show match cake, right? I mean, just they're giving us all we could ask for and more. A little sad I still haven't seen a battle bust, but I get it. There is honor on the line, so we don't want to go too far. But I definitely am excited to see which one of these teams walks away. Oakland, they have really been trying to keep the momentum, but Kentucky, they have been answering with the perfect aggression every single time. The offense and the defense, a very strong, well-rounded team that we've seen in this show game so far.
And Apples, he was actually trying to set up for his team right there and unfortunately ran out of boost. So that is one of the scenarios. Dodges one defender but can't find the other. Invader is going to get locked out. A little bit of a tap though. Tried to throw the defender off, but Matthew is going to be able to find that handle. Now in the mid, it is going to be another defensive knockback. And Kentucky so far have done their job. They've done their due diligence, but it's slowly eking out onto their side. That nose down is not good. Apple was trying his best, but it gave a little bit of control right back over.
Yeah, so I've got to say, Kentucky's defense, very notably strong, right? We can definitely see their defense is their comfort comp, if you will. It's where they really like to be. But I always say, in a game of Rocket League, a strong defense is great, but you will never win without a strong offense. You have to score to win. You can't just bunker down and try not to move, right? So Kentucky, their defense seems like they've really kind of got it figured out. They've got the momentum. But if they can figure out how to channel this same energy into a consistent offense, that'll take this team from good to great. I truly think so.
And it's about getting that experience. It's about learning how to improve yourself in these matches. Like, what do you need to work on? Oh, maybe it was our defense, or maybe it was our read of the opponents. And you take all this information back, you get a little bit better, and from there, you manage to move up in the power rankings. So it's going to be better and better as time goes on. But with 30 seconds left again, we still have to figure it out. It's 1-1, 1-1 all the way through. And 30 seconds left. Sonic Boom, he's looking for it. His teammates want to set him up for success. It's the question of, can they get the pass off? Can they get the right shot?
Oh, and it's going to be great and going for, honestly, an open goal from Oakland, but Mega has plenty of time to get there. There's no immediate follow-up, so now it's going to be cleared to the back third, back to Oakland's back third here. So we see Graydon going for the setup, still tied 1-1 overtime. Seemingly inevitable. Graydon goes for a goal, but Sonic Boom picks it up. Here comes Graydon once again, but he spikes it right into the ground. Mega able to catch it there. Ball touches the ground. We are back into overtime. That is twice in a row. These teams are taking us all the way. They're taking us the full mile.
Yeah, they're taking us the full mile, and they might already run like 0.9 of it because, again, some of those goals have come right off the kickoff. It's not going to happen here, of course, but it's come so close, and I love it. Seeing those kind of like, oh, well, yeah, game's over, we're packing up, let's go. We didn't expect that either. So bounce up in the air. Mega is going to take that chance. Sonic Boom can't find the angle. That could have been a potential shot. Double tap, not going to angle the way he wants.
Yeah, unfortunately. I want to talk about as well. We always keep talking about, oh, this isn't necessarily competitive. It's not the tournament bracket, but this is great for VOD review, right? This is great just for practice to improve as a team, both in and outside of a tournament bracket. They always say the closest games are the best for VOD review, right? The ones you just barely lost or the ones you just barely won. And I mean, look at this, second game in a row out of 3 that we are going into overtime. So it really does not get much closer than that. But Mega from Oakland is ready to tie it up and put a little bow on top and ship it out for my favorite holiday. That isn't Halloween. But that is going to be Oakland walking away 2-1 victorious on the series. Our first game 3, which I'm super excited about. And they just, chef's kiss. A phenomenal series, really down to the wire. And
these teams have been so entertaining so far. We got the Torrid 1v1 in the last one. Let's see how this map starts out here as Bethel tries to take on Northwood, who did pick defense first.
Yeah, good call on that one. And I got to say, I love that a lot of teams have gone into this. Northwood's kind of the boogeyman of this event, so to speak. But everybody's given it their 110%. There's been great sportsmanship, great camaraderie, and that is truly what I believe esports is all about. So that has really been something that I've enjoyed very much.
That's one of the wild parts. Like Northwood, for as scary of a team as they are within the collegiate scene, like those guys are so chill.
They're homies,
They're
for
so
sure.
Chill.
Yeah. Oh, no way. Oh. I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get my hopes up yet. I'm not going to get my hopes up yet.
I am. They're on defense. They walked out of spawn. That's a confirmation. We thought this would be coming from North.
I'm so hyped.
Only one of them can teleport onto the statue.
Oh, yeah.
There's only room for one Bastion up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Big J is on Hanzo for the time being, so maybe they TP somebody else. I don't know why they would, but I don't know. Maybe they're going for something real funky here. Maybe Big J's going for, oh, never mind. Zach on the Widow. He's going to go for that King's Row Widowmaker. That's something we see so very often, but folks, Northwood, even as good as they are, they still love to put on a show, and I think we're going to get a show right here, right now.
And there's the TP. Put the top hat on the robot. There you go. All up. Oh, the bubble.
The bubble!
The Sigma did get the shield up, though. Will quickly be broken, though, by Big J5. The Hanzo's actually really good for trying to counter this. Because they can take down that Bastion so quickly, you can see he's getting chunked out. He's also getting all of the healing.
Yeah,
his health bar has not moved.
The BAP is just dumping all healing into Zach. I love the Junkrat swap. Junkrat, my personal favorite hero in the game. I love to see this coming out. Does the most damage, rips shields apart, and might be able to find some damage onto this Bastion. However, completely uncontested Momo. She is at the mercy of Tyler right now. She's not able to engage. He is going to get healed up, gets to live a little bit, but this is going to be one of those slow fights because Bethel can't do much until that Bastion falls.
They can force him to TP out. They can put him in a pretty bad position by playing underneath him. It's hard to get
the
there he goes. On a Big J5, angles it down, gets him with a Storm Arrow. Now the push is in. Bethel with a huge damage advantage. Pop an Amplification Matrix and double that damage advantage. But a nice anti-nade out of left actually opens up the door for Northwood to get back in this fight with the flank.
How did Big J have dragons already? Holy cow, he's bringing those ultimates out early. G-Rob, though, on the sim. Microwave is plugged in. Oh, but Jake does pick up that kill. I think we're at a 4v4 for the time being.
Far better for the attacking side because the spawns coming first. Cowman's doing a great job of holding the line, though, and disconnecting those spawns from the rest of the team, so it will be Northwood coming out ahead.
Not even a tick. Yeah, wow. So close yet so far away. When you don't get the full tick, it will tick all the way down to the previous marker, which is, of course, 0% right now. That was tough. They were very close yet so far away.
And the ultimates are starting to come online, not for Bethel, but for Northwood, who, oh my goodness, have a veritable pantry of ultimates. Their economy is more like a trust fund. Tyler goes down, though, and that's what they're looking for. Diving to the back line. Seasons has that primal. Like we said, Northwood, big ultimate advantage.
Oh, no.
Every last one of them to win this fight. It may be a bit much, but it certainly will let you win.
We asked them to put on a show, and they were doing just that, popping 5 ultimates in tandem and taking the fight to win it. Like you said, they won the fight, and that's all that matters. Half the time bank already gone. Bethel, they might get a Diva Bomb in this next fight.
And, I mean, that's all they're working with.
Right.
The tank transformation from Tyler would be nice. Big J5 doesn't mess around on this Hanzo. He is low, though, and he should stop messing around because Tyler, rightfully gives it back to him. Now down a member, Bethel. Do they go in 5 versus 5 here? Do they want to wait for that Hanzo to get back up? Huge anti, though, from Lep. I'm not sure if that was angled or if that was a set nade. I think it was actually a set nade.
I think so as well. I was just about to comment on those nades from Lep. They have been nothing short of hyper impressive. Perfect timing, at least 3 every time on that anti-nade. And Tyler looking for some ults, but the shields lasting just long enough. Zach finding Lep, so that's star-studded player.
That's what you're looking for. Main support out of the way. A lot of that healing now gone. You still have to deal with the Bastion, though. The Shatter will do just that. Looking to take over the point versus Northwood. The swing's through, and I think that's a point A. Give it over to Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel pulling a Northwood there, using 5 ultimates to win the fight, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive. It might be one more re-engagement from Seasons, but he is ripped apart before he can even hit the ground.
This Bethel squad is doing a great job. You got to give your hats off, right? The tanks and supports are staying alive, and the fact that Zach and Big J5 are actively finding just as many picks as the Northwood DPS are is amazing. Though catching a mouthful of metal, not quite part of that.
Yeah, Zach has recognized that full volley headshot. Unfortunately, not good timing. G-Rob there is going to be able to find a kill onto Big J. Tyler now on the Doomfist.
He got remeched on while in Immortality Field, so actually it's like 50 HP when it went away. So immediately taken out. Northwood still do get to hold the choke, though, with the Gravitic Flux. Looking like pretty likely to... Oh no, Cowman, low, 30 HP. What Gravitic Flux, says Quibsy, sets them right and sends them packing.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Quibsy, that left shift, I don't know if y'all heard, I gasped a little bit because that was such a bold thing to do at the HP Quibsy was at, but it worked out. No idea is a bad idea as long as it works.
Hey, if it ain't broke, Don't fix it.
Absolutely.
Do it again, Quibsy.
No, don't do it again. Don't listen. Don't listen to Dor. He's throwing. He's throwing.
All right, Bethel line up for the next fight. Quibsy looking a little bit lost. Where do they want to engage? Because G-Rob's trying to aggress on the high ground, but another pick from the DPS of Bethel. They just have not been missing their shots today.
No!
Quibsy, he listened. Quibsy fluxes out, and he's in the middle of the back line. Immortality Field will save him. It's well timed by Brandon, and the fact they got that pick earlier is making this a lot easier for Bethel to come back in. Now swapping on to a lot of picks of their own, looking to get the end of point B in just
Another
one
one.
fight. Shatter, just to guarantee. This is an insurance policy, Seth Dillons. They want to make for sure, for certain, that they get this point. And with it moving forward, they just have the Winston to contend with.
Calman, yeah, Calman goes down there, takes himself out, actually. Seasons is going to be the sole survivor, sub 100 HP, 50 left, 50's going to turn to 0, the bomb from Momo. That's the insurance policy, hopefully. And there it is, folks. The number 5 seed taking the second point of Kings Row against Northwood.
There's no way they get a third, right?
Oh, they've got
no
3.5
way.
minutes.
Oh,
they just
got
might.
so much time. Ultimates are coming up for both sides, and with Big J5 Dragon in tow, Northwood have to tread carefully, looking for the right opportunity, but it's these early fights where Bethel have been coming ahead, so I'd be watching my head if I was Northwood. Leppin landing in the backline, just poking away, lining up, no shatters online, so it is purely stancing for both these teams, trying to collapse this season. Who gets punished again? All the damage going on, and Quibsy connects another charge on another headshot out of Big J5. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has come to put on a show.
Big J5, why is he on anything but Hanzo ever? This has been incredible. Another one! Another one! Big J5 is just ripping Northwood apart. I mean, oh my god, Big J5 head. He's hitting headshots he didn't even know he's hitting.
Oh my goodness, the huge picks time and time again. You know, he was doing this yesterday on Hanzo, getting that 7K I was talking about. And I think a lot of us think there's no way he performs like that again. That was the absolute maximum effort. He's doing it again.
He only plays at maximum. He is only giving the shatter.
Perfect. It's a good dragon. The dragon peeled for the shatter, though. Forces landing off. But there's just enough follow-up coming out of Grob. Northwood fight their way back in. You know what? I don't think they're playing around anymore. They're coming back.
Yeah.
They're coming back with full force.
You know, that's almost a compliment in its own right. You know, Bethel, they worked hard enough. They did well enough that Northwood's like, all right, turn it back up.
Gloves off.
Yeah, come on, gloves off. We got to go. We're slipping a little bit. But yeah, no, actually, Bethel, this is the number 5 seed. And I've got to say, they're giving Northwood a run for their money right now.
It's good to see, but let's see how they fare against Northwood when they swap on to the Reinhardt Diva. A lot more to work with, and with that Transcendence online for Northwood, it's all about timing. First pick out to either side. Calman's out. It's the main tank down.
Big J got solo shattered.
Feels bad, man.
Does
It's
feel
tough.
bad. Definitely feels bad.
This is still a fight that Bethel can win. The spawn's a lot closer for them. If they speed out there, they could be looking all right. They will at least get this corner for it because the main tank is gone. Rightfully making their way forward. Not enough heal coming in for him right now, though. They're forcing the Immortality Field out just with so much damage going at the shield of Quibsy. It's really hard. Big J5 again, though, finds the pick they're looking for. Deadeye's open here, and will just be using space. Still finds Landon hiding behind the cart, and you're not winning that one today. Trying for a flank charge. Calman is going to get punished. He gets away with it.
Zach's collateral. Zach is completely collateral. We saw Quibsy step out of the way, and Zach just did not get the memo in time. Now, this Reinhardt, Calman caught in the back line.
1v1.
G-Rob returns to point. Let's see who walks away.
1v1 on cart. Hanzo, Big J, G-Rob around the side, regroups with the rest of the team, connects 2 arrows, and the Reinhardt's back. No longer 1v1 Big J. Looking to take out the flankers who have quietly taken out the rest of Bethel's squad.
Yeah, Bethel's got one more chance. 44 seconds left on the clock. They've got dragons, they've got a bomb, and they've got a dream. They have made it all the way to 2.5-ish of Kings Row, and they are ready to try one more time.
Flank shatter.
Ooh, Calman's about to rip their dreams out.
He flashed the shield around the corner. I don't think they saw
They didn't see it.
His shield was poking up. They bait her on the first. They have to know Calman's
They have to.
Bethel are too smart of a team to let this shatter go off. Calman makes the charge happen anyways with 20 seconds on the clock. There's a bomb over. And a bomb does get an Immortality Field out. That is pretty good value. Bethel will have a way back in with a bomb and a dragon of their own. Calman, the one under pressure, does have a shatter to his name though. Drops it. It doesn't find much. It's Bethel winning the fight away despite the best efforts of Northwood to end it early.
The Dragons, the bomb, it's everything they needed and more. Northwood, I think, got a little too confident using 4 ultimates at once. Bethel has finally got the wheels of the cart moving once again. Northwood making a couple of swaps. Landon coming out on the Ana. Zach buying as much time as humanly possible. They want to get as close to this third point as they can. Bethel, they're trying to take Northwood all the way to map 3.
Quibsy, you've got one shatter. Make it count. And he just catches a mouthful of shield. It's not what you're looking for. Stuck now on the Reinhardt. Quibsy's down. Calman gets the better, but not before Lep goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but main tank's down is not good with the overtime. Wick burning off. Big J5 comes up when you need him most.
Let's go!
Make it 3. This Hanzo's on the warpath.
They did it!
And he gets him across the line. Drags him through King's Road, through fire and brimstone. He makes him get there.
Bethel is putting in the work right now. This team is fighting tooth and nail every single time. Northwood is pulling 0 punches, and Bethel is hitting just as hard. Now they have to do just as well, if not better, on the defense.
And you know what's crazy? I don't even think that was over-aggression from Northwood.
I don't think so at all.
They just needed to win one fight,
Yep.
so they went for it early. They tried to catch Bethel off guard, but they calmly backed away into their spawn. And I'll tell you what, I don't know what Big J5 ate for breakfast. We got to get this man on a box of Wheaties or something. It is too much sauce, though, that he's dropping on Northwood. And now Northwood have to equalize, which is something that I didn't think I'd be saying this morning.
That is, I mean, I'm so flabbergasted. I'm so dumbfounded that Bethel, this team has shown, win or lose, Kings Row, they have shown an insane amount of potential. They just showed that they have so many cards we don't even know about. This is the beginning of what could very much be a very strong team.
And I don't mind the composition they're locking in here either. I think this is pretty good, right? You're trying to leverage those pokey DPS. You're getting so many picks from them already, you might as well lean into it, right? Run the double shield, give them the best opportunity and the most time that you can, as well as the most distance to actually find those picks. But Northwood, back to their old stuff.
Now, what I don't like about Bethel's comp right now is I love the comp itself. They need to be playing as a team. They're separated right now in 2 groups of 3. This comp is more of a poke burst-ish scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally acceptable. With Momo on the high ground, it's more to control. You make sure they can't teleport up there. You can see they're controlling so many of the high ground. It really is kind of the modern way to play Kings Row, and even with double shield.
Oh, there it
now
is.
they're going to have a lot more angles. They can't shield all those angles on the Bastion. You see how much harder it is for Northwood to actually deal with, and now they can wrap around on point. They don't have to worry about that high ground anymore. And now at the halt, looking for more picks. Bethel, the one thing they don't have is speed to get on top of this. So despite finding that first pick, it's very difficult to find much more without doing it manually. Lepto, he's doing what he does best. He's on the Lucio in the back line. And despite Big J5 finding the main tank, Northwood has spawn cam now. Oh no.
The spawn camp begins. Bethel, they've got to turn this around, and Zach might be just the one to do it. Finds left with that headshot, and that might be just enough to scare Northwood back into spawn.
Northwood are still in their spawn, I think, actually. Yeah, there are still Northwood players back here. So Bethel have to fight their way back on the point, but the fact that they got the picks on point, this is incredibly awkward. Ultimates are going to be what clear things up, though.
Of course.
We're looking at the amplification matrices to come up first, as well as Big J5 working his way towards that Dragon Strike. Bethel have regrouped on the high ground, though, and the turret's going to town. Zach, over from the side angle, has wrapped them entirely. Northwood have managed to regroup with the rest of their team, and it's very unclear how they're going to push with the Hanzo on the high ground. With the Sigma, the Orisa's going to be staying alive for so long. She still does have that Fortify. Tyler trying to poke Big J5 off the high ground. He's probably going to challenge him around the corner.
Wow.
Key pick coming out, and Zach gets a little too over-aggressive to drop the Molten Core on the point. That's 2 for Northwood going up. J5 still alive, but that's not going to do it for him.
Yeah, that was going to be a great opportunity. I think Zach got a little bit overzealous there with sub maybe 30 HP, decided to commit that Molten Core. Brandon bringing out the Amp Matrix, trying to make up for the missing Torbjorn. Just not ideal, so to speak. But Bethel, they've got plenty of chances left. They actually capped with more time than Northwood just did, which is Bethel's still in the technical advantage.
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff to work with. Northwood making a quick push forward, looking for the Shatter. Quibsy is the one pretty far out of position because the team's been taken down behind them. They didn't group up as 6. It forces the Immortality Field out, and it's just so uncomfortable. The Tracer's in behind. Big J5's doing his best to play security guard for the rest of the team, but Northwood just don't stop moving forward. Trade out for Cowman, though. Without a main tank, it's a lot harder for Northwood to bully Bethel like they are right now, but you hate to see the Transcendence go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Transcendence is something, an ultimate that Bethel's definitely going to want back, especially with a Shatter making an appearance, a Gravitic Flux making an appearance as well. And they have an Immortality Field for one of those, but now they don't have a response for whichever the other one is.
Could be a bit of a problem. Big J5, though, has got a Dragon. They've got Bongo to work with, and they've got a decent position to work with as well. Zach up on this high ground. Look at him. Tyler. Just catches a whiff of him around the corner. Is able to recall out of the way before things get too bad. Quivsy drops down. Immediately the Bongo's there. Dragon Strike separates away the Reinhardt from the team. Excellently played fight so far from Bethel, but it's not over quite yet. It never is against Northwood. Grob catching out Big J5. Quibsy's got to find a way forward aggressively at that. This Tracer has not been removed from the high ground virtually the entire time. And around the corner, they completely just hide. Quiver in fear at the thought of walking into that amplification matrix, but that's the right call. They just need to be finding those picks. You're looking at Zach, you're looking at Big J5, who's coming back from spawn in just a second to try and make them happen. With that cart nearing the end and Seasons on the flank, they're running out of time to do so.
Momo goes for the heroic play of the Gravitic Flux, and unfortunately that's an ultimate that Bethel is most certainly going to want back. Now they have an Amp Matrix to hopefully make all the difference, but Northwood there going all the way to the spawn door.
And they've got a sound barrier that no longer needs to be saved for Gravitic Flux. More importantly than anything else, Lep can pretty much pop this whenever they want to make the engage as successful as they want. Cowman's in a... I don't know if you're supposed to be there. Either way, Tyler into the back line he goes. Somehow gets out on Tracer, but Bethel with that main advantage is going to be coming ahead. Shows him a little bit of why he shouldn't be back there. And Cart stops here at the beginning of C.
Big J, he just finds those headshots so effortlessly. Like
it's graceful.
It truly is graceful. They're so calculated. They're cool and calm as well. Bethel, they are able to stall. They need to get rid of 4 more minutes off the clock. That is roughly between 6 and 8 fights available.
Well, that's a start, Zach. Catching out Season, throwing a right click his way, and now they want to push their way in. An attempted shadow by Cowman doesn't find much. Sound barrier coming out though by Lep. They're trying to make this fight the one to end it. Charge all the way into the back line for Cowman. Not much support for him back there, but with Big J5 out of the way, there's not much damage either.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's going to be 3.5 minutes coming through, and Bethel, they're going for what they're going to call a tactical reset in these final moments. It's going to be 3.5 minutes available. I would say they've got at least one more solid attempt to re-engage, especially with Big J finding that Baptiste.
That's a big one. Sports out of the way. Deadeye from the side from G-Rob.
Amazing.
2-piece
Never
to
mind.
him. Now looking for one more. Momo. How long can you know? Not long. Not long at all.
I mean, they burned maybe 10 more seconds, and we can hear these dragons actually getting quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Seasons doesn't fall soon enough.
And you know what, Bethel? It's drawable, if anything else. I'm curious to see whether or not that Bastion comes back in. It has been pretty well shut down by Bethel. They're not taking Northwood messing around at all. They're making them swap to competitions. They're making them play some proper Overwatch if they want to win this thing, and they're going to make them burn themselves out before that winner's final. Let's see if they lock in here, though, to try and make that second push happen.
I feel like Northwood's not going to go for the same bold choice of that Bastion, right? I feel like they're going to come out with something a little more consistently. Bethel has taken them all the way to the edge. 3-3. We are in overtime, extra innings, so to speak. So I want to see what's going to come out here. This is a lot of interesting choices already.
I'm hearing that Bethel is about to put it all on one player.
Yeah.
Do they? It takes Brandon's got to go all the way back to spawn, so it'll be a second to see whether or not we actually get.
Oh. Mercy boxing, perhaps?
They're going for everything. Momo's got it.
Momo is on the Diva, unfortunately, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any Mercy from her.
DMEC counts. No Ana 1v1. Wait, what? Agree on something. Bethel, Northwood, get it together.
Ana 1v1,
This is for the whole Chalupa. This is for everything.
The Chalupa's on the line. I mean.
Right? Northwood, though, are the ones.
Torb 1v1 for map win? Big J's putting it all on the table.
Where do we do this? I think it's back to the Ana. It is the Ana on point A. Couple of pot shots being taken. G-Rob.
G-Rob decided he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to put his faith into Torbjorn again. It didn't work out super well last time.
Northwood. Oh my goodness, are they faking him out? I think we're just playing regular Overwatch now. Question mark. Quivzy finds Seasons though, and that's what you're looking for. Freezing him up on point. Bethel do have a different composition than they brought last time to try and make this hold happen. With G-Rob having that high ground, that Ash is all the harder to deal with. Quivzy though, main tanking it up on this point. Doesn't have much support to help him out anymore, unfortunately. It's going to be a hard time staying alive on Reinhardt right now.
Yeah, if you lose your main tank at the beginning of an engagement, you're going to have a bad time, and nobody's going to be able to touch. Northwood does take the series in 2-0, but my goodness, did Bethel give them the fight of a lifetime.
3 Cap Kings against Northwood and the Torb 1v1 winner.
I mean, we've got a real winner. We've got a moral winner. You know what I mean?
Look, Northwood looking credible, though. They're as monstrous as ever heading into that winner's final. Give it up for both the teams, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Northwood, I mean, just living up to the name of Northwood Overwatch.
Yeah, and I mean, the ways that you can play this map, you have dive, you have double bubble, you have ball compositions, you've got Winston Diva. There's a lot of different options for the dive here that we could see them go to. Maybe they play the old Irish dive, Symmetra Reinhardt, which is an old reference. If any of you get that huge shout
getting through this first choke point.
Yeah.
Symmetra also on defense used to be a massive pick here on this map. We haven't seen this map that much today.
No, I mean, most teams here haven't really liked the dive all that much.
Right.
But Escort really has been the highlight. We have gotten Dorado a couple of times alongside Havana. So Gibraltar just not the map that people want to play. It is the most pure dive map, I would say, in the game. For Ball State, it's not what they want to play at all. And considering this is their map pick, it's not too surprising. They're going to go on the defense, lock in Orisa Hog, try and get some nice picks off. On the defense, totally acceptable, totally good composition. The questions arise on the attacking side, but for now, I think they're going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, I like Ball State's composition here. I mean, it is a traditional comp for this map. You have the Symmetra, you have the backline flank here from the Sombra as well. You have that massive front line here and kill potential with Hornbach on the Roadhog and the shield there from Penn Park, and then the overdrive as well. Go ahead from Zangbi.
Yeah, I'm actually, this might just be for a first pick. I think I'm wrong here. I misread that they were on the attacking side. So there's the Hulk.
Okay.
No hook comes out. Tanks, do they go back or do they stay? There it is. Swaps in for Ben
Very
Park.
wise,
Hornbach
very
probably
wise
going
indeed.
as well. They're going with the classic dive, and the Symmetra's going to be going away as well. Escorted this time by Zanebeast on the Ana, which is something that we really did think was a highlight of City Center, and they'll start charging their way up towards that first Nano Boost here in a second as Bethel forced back onto the high ground. Poke begins, and Ash is under pressure, so Zach can't really get too much done here for a second. Backing away calmly, and again, this is about charging up those Anas as best you can for both teams. For Bethel, it's about getting the Nano Boost online. For Ball State, exact same thing. So far, though, Brandon about 10% ahead in that charge. Big J5 just pressuring them back in the meantime.
Yeah, this is the great stuff here. Big J over on that side, controlling that health pack, and Quipsy's up top on the monkey, and he's doing a great job here, electrifying 3 members, but he does get stunned by their brigade.
Yeah, there's no real engage try to these teams. This is purely patient. They're playing for the Nano Boost. If picks come out in the meantime, it's because somebody overextended. And at the same time, both of the monkeys are out of the fight, so this is about to get real awkward without Brandon in the mix. This is a lot harder for Bethel to hold on to than it is for Ball State to push.
You know, it's so interesting watching Diva either on Hornbach as well as Momo. The damage mitigation potential if you're a Diva player, as we just see Momo clean up 3 with the help of J5. But the damage mitigation that Diva players bring to the game is absolutely insane. And so far, Momo has done such an amazing job as self-destruct is online.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quickly charged one as well. Hornbach will equalize, but take a look at those Nano Boosts. We talked about how important those are. Those are going to be going onto the Winstons to really amplify that damage and force the supports back. And if Zanebeast pops it early enough, we'll see Brandon under so much pressure that they'll never really get the opportunity to actually utilize it. There's a chance here that Jake comes up with a big whip shot and denies that pressure, though. And he does! Down goes the monkey onto the low ground. The dive's unsuccessful for Ball State, and they will get it traded out. Unfortunately, Quibsy is down, and that's a big loss. They've got a lot of ultimates online, but with the hack coming out the back line, Big J5's in big trouble, but he doesn't even need the recall! Just sends him with the 1v1 as Bethel establish themselves on top.
The crazy point is that Miller actually hacked J5 right before J5 killed him, and J5 still finished off 3 despite being hacked. Amazing stuff there from J5. He is a momentum player, he's an energy player, and Bethel, sitting on 5 ultimates right now, are looking perfect so far.
They've got to play into the EMP, though, and as much as Jake was incredible at denying the Nano Boost in the last fight, the EMP feels like what could be the nail in the coffin. It only hits 2, though. Only hits Zach and Momo. And while the Bob was out on the field, Bethel are still perfectly fine. The engage was so difficult because that Bob was already out.
And we're going to see a switch here from Ball State. It looks like we'll see a Reaper join the party. Just try to get through that chokehold, push out, get some damage on the big boys there when the monkey dives in. We'll see how it plays out for him. And these teams are just going back and forth, changing and adapting back and forth. Ball State's got to find their footing here, though. They're having a hard time pushing out.
Cowboy on, teleport up. They're trying to play a classic brawl here, and this is what we're talking about with Ball State. This is a composition that they've loved to have been running this entire time, and their map pick taking it here, it's a little odd, but the Irish dive comes out. Symmetra Reinhardt to get themselves on the high ground, and it's beautifully successful. We'd be making Cameron proud right now. 2 kills traded back, though, by Bethel, and it's not quite over yet as Ball State look for a re-engage. They'll back away, but they have the spawn advantage here. So they'll be all right should they survive the remainder of this fight.
Well, Finna does find 1 there on Brigade for Ball State, but Momo is just all over the place with Big J5. They are playing around each other. Penpark does find Jay, but that's not going to do it just yet. Penpark, nice double kill here on Momo, and Big J5 is he'll rotate bottom and try to get this payload to moving. They need to get through this first chokehold door.
And a schmoovin' they go. It's a bomb into the back line. Connects onto nothing, but does send Bethel packing for a moment. Big J5 taken low on the Tracer. Has a pulse bomb to his name, but not before Zach goes down. It is all up to the Tracer, but down he goes. Miller reasserts themselves on the high ground, and Ball State looking pretty good with these teleporters. Again, back onto that comfortable brawl composition they wanted. Bethel dive in themselves, and with the help of Quibsy, escorted by Momo. They make it happen. It's looking like we're getting the first point hold we've been asking for this whole time, unless this McCree can do something crazy. Miller has a lot of work to do, a lot of health bars to start working on. Oh my God, they're doing their best. Healed up, but eventually taken down. Bethel has the respawn advantage. Bethel has everything they could want, and the hold stops here on point A of Gibraltar.
Yep, but you got to say, you know, Overwatch time, this overtime is ticking down, and there goes the meter, and it's going to be an early hold. As Bethel, Zach on Ash was fantastic. Was hitting tons of dynamite, tons of shots.
Okay, well, everyone, interesting updates, but unfortunately, we're actually going to be signing off for the day. The teams that we're going to be competing today from Colorado and from Hawaii unfortunately ended up both DQing. I mean, life is hard. Y'all know how it's been since 2020. Who knows what's going on? So, sadly, that's going to be all the Smash we're going to be seeing today. On the opposite stream, though, you can still check out the action from the Rocket League teams, and there's still plenty more to see tomorrow when it comes to the finals for Sunday. But Lyric and I are actually just going to be kind of heading out for the day.
Yeah, it was a pleasure for one set. But
It was very
totally
fun for that one
It
set.
was fun. It was a fun set.
You know, we saw a bunch of characters in that one set, so you know, there's that. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for us today. If anyone is watching, listening, or whatever, of course, follow me and Lyric both on Twitter, which are both both been thrown up on the screen. And if you're an anime nerd, you can always check out my podcast, Shonen Chumps, which is a parody of Shonen Jump. It's very fun, very inclusive, very funny, very queer. So yeah, if you're one of those kind of people that needs a podcast, I got you. Apple, Spotify, whatever. But other than that, Lyric, anything you want to promote while we clock out early tonight?
You guys can follow me on all platforms at Lyric of Wisdom, and also follow No Pause Tournaments for some fun Smash and other things action. And thank you so much for Esports U for having us. I know it was a short time, but it's always a pleasure getting invited to do cool events like this. So thank you all very much, and we hope you have a great rest of your day. See you later.
Take care, gang.